Chapter 1: The Enigmatic Kaizen. Kaizen's previous life was one of shadows and silent kills. He was born into a realm where death came swiftly and silently, where the line between predator and prey was razor thin. From a young age, Kaizen was groomed to be the perfect assassin, trained in the art of killing with precision and efficiency. His early memories were filled with rigorous training sessions, each designed to hone his body and mind into a lethal weapon. Kaizen's childhood was devoid of warmth and affection. Raised in a clandestine organization that thrived on secrecy and silence, he was taught that emotions were a liability, a weakness that could be exploited by enemies. His instructors were harsh and unforgiving, pushing him to his physical and mental limits. Each day was a relentless cycle of training and conditioning, designed to strip away any semblance of humanity and forge him into an instrument of death. His education was comprehensive, covering everything from martial arts and weaponry to stealth and espionage. He learned to move without making a sound, to blend into the shadows and strike with lethal precision. His body became a finely tuned machine, capable of enduring extreme conditions and executing complex maneuvers with effortless grace. But it was his mind that set him apart. Kaizen possessed a natural intellect and a keen analytical mind, qualities that made him exceptionally dangerous. As Kaizen grew older, his skills were put to the test in real-world missions. These assignments were not mere training exercises but brutal lessons in survival that demanded every ounce of his ability and resolve. The transition from trainee to active operative was swift and unforgiving, thrusting him into a world where failure was synonymous with death. Kaizen's first kill marked a pivotal moment in his life, a moment of profound transformation. The mission was simple in its objectives but complex in its execution. He was tasked with eliminating a high-profile target, a corrupt official who had betrayed the organization. The mission required precision and stealth, attributes Kaizen had cultivated through years of rigorous training. As he approached the target's residence under the cover of darkness, his heart beat steadily, a metronome of cold determination. Each step was calculated, each breath controlled. Infiltrating the heavily guarded estate was a test of his stealth and ingenuity. Kaizen navigated through security measures with the ease of a seasoned professional, his movements silent and deliberate. When he finally reached the target's chamber, he observed the man for a moment, noting his obliviousness to the impending doom. Kaizen struck with the precision of a surgeon, his blade slicing through the air with lethal efficiency. The kill was quick and clean, leaving no room for error or hesitation. As the life drained from the target's eyes, Kaizen felt no remorse, only a cold satisfaction in the perfection of his technique. This act of taking a life was the final step in shedding his past innocence and fully embracing his role as an assassin. The years that followed were a blur of missions and targets, each one more challenging than the last. Kaizen quickly earned a reputation within the organization for his unparalleled efficiency and lethal precision. He was often assigned the most difficult and high-risk missions, tasks that required not just brute strength but also a keen mind and a deep understanding of human nature. His ability to adapt to any situation and execute his objectives with minimal collateral damage set him apart from his peers. Each mission was a unique puzzle, a test of Kaizen's adaptability and resourcefulness. He encountered a diverse array of targets, from powerful politicians protected by layers of security to rival operatives skilled in the art of assassination. These assignments took him to various corners of the world, from bustling cities to remote wildernesses, each location presenting its own set of challenges. In urban environments, Kaizen blended seamlessly into the crowd, using the city's noise and chaos to his advantage. In the wilderness, he became one with the surroundings, utilizing the natural terrain for camouflage and tactical superiority. Over time, Kaizen's techniques evolved, becoming more sophisticated and innovative. He developed a deep understanding of poisons, crafting concoctions that could incapacitate or kill without leaving a trace. His knowledge of human anatomy allowed him to deliver strikes that were not only fatal but also untraceable. The organization provided him with resources and intelligence, but it was Kaizen's ingenuity that often made the difference between success and failure. Despite the constant danger, Kaizen thrived in his role. The adrenaline of the hunt, the meticulous planning, and the flawless execution all contributed to a sense of purpose and mastery. Each successful mission reinforced his confidence and honed his skills further. However, this life of constant violence and deception also isolated him. creating an emotional void that was filled only by the satisfaction of a job well done. Kaizen's life as an assassin was one of continuous learning and adaptation. Every mission was a step forward in his evolution as a perfect killing machine, a testament to his unwavering resolve and unparalleled skill. His ability to adapt to any situation and his unmatched efficiency made him a valuable asset. He became known for his innovative techniques, often creating new methods of assassination that left his targets and their protectors bewildered. Poison, traps, silent takedowns, Kaizen mastered them all, each kill further cementing his place as a master assassin. Despite his success, Kaizen's life was a solitary one. Trust was a luxury he could not afford, and friendships were dangerous distractions. He operated alone, relying only on his skills and instincts. The organization was his only constant, a shadowy presence that provided his missions and dictated his movements. Yet even within the organization, Kaizen remained an enigma, a figure of quiet menace whose true thoughts and motivations were known to none. This veil of mystery and self-reliance was evident in his meticulous approach to his assignments. Unknowingly, however, one such assignment would end up costing him everything. Kaizen began by gathering every piece of information he could find on his target. The man was known as Lord Naruto, a cunning and ruthless figure who surrounded himself with layers of security and operated from a fortified estate on the outskirts of the city. Naruto's daily routine was predictable but heavily guarded. He held meetings with powerful allies, indulged in luxurious dinners, and enjoyed late-night strolls through his private gardens, always accompanied by a small army of bodyguards. Kaizen's first step was to infiltrate Naruto's inner circle without drawing attention. Disguised as a lowly servant, he spent several days within the estate, carefully observing the comings and goings, noting the security patterns and escape routes. His keen eye for detail allowed him to map out the estate's layout in his mind, identifying potential vulnerabilities in the otherwise impenetrable defenses. Next, he needed to acquire the tools for the job. Kaizen visited a black market arms dealer, purchasing specialized equipment that would aid in his infiltration and assassination. He selected silent, retractable blades, smoke bombs, and a compact crossbow with poison bolts. Each item was chosen for its ability to cause maximum impact with minimal noise. Kaizen also prepared mentally for the mission. He spent hours meditating, clearing his mind of distractions and focusing solely on the task ahead. His training had taught him that a clear mind was as important as a sharp blade. Any hesitation or doubt could be fatal. With his plan in place and his equipment ready, Kaizen waited for the perfect night to strike. The night of the mission, Kaizen moved with the confidence of someone who had done this 100 times before. Dressed in black and blending seamlessly with the shadows, he approached Naruto's estate under the cover of darkness. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light that barely penetrated the thick foliage surrounding the property. Kaizen's movements were fluid and precise, each step carefully placed to avoid detection. He reached the outer wall of the estate and quickly scaled it, using the ivy-covered stones for support. At the top, he paused, scanning the grounds below. Guards patrolled in pairs, their torches casting flickering pools of light. Kaizen waited for a gap in their patrol, then dropped silently to the ground, rolling into the shadows. His first objective was to disable the alarm system. During his time disguised as a servant, he had discovered the location of the control panel in a small utility shed near the main house. Kaizen moved swiftly, darting from shadow to shadow until he reached the shed. Picking the lock with practiced ease, he slipped inside and located the panel. A few quick adjustments and the alarms were offline, reducing the chances of immediate detection. With the alarms disabled, Kaizen turned his attention to the main house. He knew that Naruto would be in his private chambers at this hour, likely preparing for bed. The house was heavily guarded, but Kaizen had planned for this. He used his smoke bombs to create diversions, luring guards away from their posts and slipping past them unnoticed. His path took him through the opulent halls of the mansion, past rooms filled with priceless art and lavish furnishings. But Kaizen's focus never wavered. His target was close. Kaizen finally reached the door to Naruto's chambers. He paused, listening for any sounds within. Hearing nothing, he carefully picked the lock and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single lamp. Naruto sat at a large desk, his back to the door, reviewing documents by the faint light. The perfect opportunity. Kaizen stepped inside, his blade ready. He moved silently, his heart steady, his mind clear. But just as he prepared to strike, something went wrong. A hidden alarm, a last-minute change in security he never knew for sure. What he did know was that he had been compromised. An ear-splitting siren shattered the silence, and Naruto spun around, eyes wide with shock. Before Kaizen could react, the door burst open, and guards flooded into the room. The ensuing fight was brutal and unforgiving. Kaizen's skills were pushed to their limits as he fought off waves of guards. His training and experience allowed him to hold his own, but the numbers were overwhelming. Kaizen moved with lethal efficiency, his blade flashing in the dim light as he took down one guard after another. His compact crossbow fired poison bolts with deadly accuracy, dropping enemies before they could reach him. But for every guard he felled, two more seemed to take their place. Injuries accumulated, each one slowing him down, sapping his strength. A cut across his thigh, a gash on his arm, each wound was a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Despite the odds, Kaizen remained focused on his objective. He managed to break through the guards and reach Naruto, who had armed himself with a decorative sword from the wall. The two clashed in a desperate struggle, Naruto fighting for his life, Kaizen for his mission. Their swords met with a clash of steel, sparks flying in the dim light. Naruto was skilled, but Kaizen's training gave him the edge. He disarmed Naruto with a swift move and plunged his blade into the man's chest. Naruto gasped, his eyes wide with shock and pain, before collapsing to the floor. Kaizen had completed his mission, but there was no time to savor the victory. The guards were still coming, and his injuries were taking their toll. Kaizen knew he had to escape. He staggered towards the window, throwing it open and climbing out onto the ledge. The estate was in chaos, guards shouting and searching for him. He moved along the ledge, his body protesting with every step. Blood loss and exhaustion were catching up with him, but he forced himself to keep moving. He dropped to the ground below, landing awkwardly and nearly collapsing. The world spun around him, and he had to lean against the wall to steady himself. His only chance was to reach the cover of the trees and disappear into the night. Kaizen stumbled forward, each step a Herculean effort. As he neared the edge of the estate, a sharp pain in his side told him he had been hit. He looked down to see a crossbow bolt protruding from his ribs, the pain searing through his body. His vision blurred, and he knew he couldn't go much further. He had to find a place to hide and tend to his wounds, but the estate's guards were closing in. Kaizen made it to a narrow alley between two buildings and collapsed behind a stack of crates. The world around him was fading to black, his strength ebbing away with each passing second. He fumbled for his medical kit, but his hands were shaking too badly to use it. The sounds of footsteps and shouting grew closer, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they found him. In his final moments, Kaizen's mind drifted back over his life. He thought of the countless missions, the lives he had taken, and the solitary path he had walked. He had always known this day would come, that eventually he would meet his match. As the darkness closed in, he felt a strange sense of peace. He had lived by the blade, and now he would die by it. But death was not the end for Kaizen. In the moments after his heart stopped beating, he felt a strange sensation, a pull that dragged him away from the darkness and into a blinding light. It was as if the universe itself had seized him, refusing to let his soul rest. The transition was not smooth, it was a whirlwind of disorienting brightness, a cacophony of indistinct noises that grew louder, until it all suddenly went silent. Kaizen's consciousness was reborn in a new world. A world where he would be given another chance, another purpose. His skills, his knowledge, and his ruthlessness would all be put to the test once more, but this time in the world of shinobi. Chapter 2. A New Beginning. Kaizen woke with a start, his eyes snapping open to an unfamiliar ceiling. The harsh, cold shadows of his previous life were gone. Instead, he found himself in a small, brightly lit room. The walls were a soft shade of cream, soothing and warm, a stark contrast to the darkness he had known. Morning sunlight filtered through a thin, white curtain, casting delicate patterns on the wooden floor. He lay on a simple futon, covered with a thin blanket that felt foreign against his skin. For a moment, disorientation gripped him. The last thing he remembered was the chaos of his final mission, the blinding pain of a crossbow bolt piercing his side, and then nothing. Now he was here, in this new place reborn. Sitting up, Kaizen took stock of his surroundings. The room was sparsely furnished, functional yet homely. To his left was a small wooden table, its surface bare except for a folded piece of paper and a stub of a pencil. Opposite the table stood a chest for clothes, its surface worn but clean. On the other side of the room, a shelf held a few children's books and toys, simple items that spoke of a childhood far different from his own. He shifted slightly, feeling the unfamiliar weight and dimensions of his new body. Everything felt different, smaller, weaker. He looked down at his hands and saw pudgy, childlike fingers instead of the callous, deadly hands he was used to. Panic surged through him, a primal response to the sudden, inexplicable change. His heart raced, and for a brief moment he felt trapped within this frail body. But Kaizen had been trained to control his emotions, to remain calm in the face of chaos. He closed his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths. Each inhalation brought clarity, each exhalation dispelled the panic. He focused on the present, grounding himself in the here and now. This was a new chance, a new life, and he needed to understand it fully. Opening his eyes again, Kaizen examined the room with a more analytical gaze. The ceiling beams were sturdy, the walls well constructed, details he noted out of habit. He listened carefully, hearing the distant sounds of children playing, birds chirping, and the muffled chatter of caretakers. These sounds were unfamiliar but not unwelcome. They hinted at a life of community and peace, so different from his solitary, violent past. Kaizen rose from the futon, his movements slow and deliberate, as he adjusted to his smaller frame. He walked to the window, pushing the curtain aside to look outside. A village stretched out before him, a vibrant community filled with life. Children ran through the streets, their laughter echoing in the morning air. Adults moved with purpose, attending to their daily tasks. Shinobi, identifiable by their headbands, leapt across rooftops, their movements fluid and precise. This place seems so primitive. And what is with those people being able to effortlessly jump rooftop to rooftop? I considered myself at the very limit of human capabilities, and even I struggled to clear such gaps without significant effort. No, that can't be right. I recognize their uniforms now. They look to be the same as the shinobi uniforms in that Naruto manga. If that's the case, then I have a lot more questions now. How would this even be possible? Kaizen's mind began to work in overdrive, contemplating the reasons or possibilities available to explain why he was here or what he was seeing before him. Although initially shocked, Kaizen's training kicked in like an automated program scheduled to run on a fast-paced supercomputer. The world of Naruto being his current location was particularly perplexing to him, though. He read through the manga and its associated works in his previous life just to kill time and possibly gain inspiration for any new techniques or methods. Sometimes, reading fictional works would be able to give him new ideas for approaches or methods of carrying out his missions. He would test any ideas he gained extensively through training and mission simulations, with a minuscule amount of them proving to be viable and even fewer being incorporated into his methods. However, as an assassin, he always sought the slightest advantage he could gain. Sometimes inspiration can be found in even the most mundane of activities. Getting back to his current situation, this world was different from anything he had known in real life. Yet it held promise. Kaizen's sharp mind began to formulate a plan. He needed to learn about this village, its people, and the skills unique to this world. He needed to adapt and grow, to turn this new life into an opportunity. Even if this is the Naruto world, as I guessed, I will still need to proceed with caution to ensure that it is the one I remember from the story. After all, if I am to accept the fact that I have come back to life in this new world, then I should brace myself for any number of future possibilities. Turning back to the room, Kaizen approached a small table. The folded piece of paper caught his eye. He picked it up and unfolded it carefully. The note was written in neat, flowing handwriting. "Welcome, Kaizen. You are safe here. This is your new home." The message was simple, yet it filled him with a strange sense of hope. Who was this written by? A caretaker, or something else? Deciding not to take any chances, Kaizen ripped the note into countless pieces, ensuring the contents would be illegible for anyone who might discover it later. He then walked to the chest, opening it to find a few sets of clothes neatly folded inside. He chose a simple outfit, a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and dressed quickly. The clothes were soft and clean, a far cry from the rugged gear of his past life. With one last glance around the room, Kaizen opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The day was just beginning, and so was his journey in this new world. Stepping out of his room, he briefly surveyed his immediate surroundings. This must be an orphanage, then. That's a good thing, too. A family might have complicated things for me going forward. Although, that does beg the question, how is my presence interpreted in this place? Am I really known as Kaizen like in my previous life? Or was that a sole exception with that mysterious note? Thinking he had some investigating to do, Kaizen moved towards the window at the end of the hallway. Each step was cautious, measured, as he adjusted to his smaller, weaker body. The hallway was filled with the faint sounds of morning activity, the muffled laughter of children, the soft hum of conversations, the occasional creak of floorboards. The air was filled with the scent of breakfast cooking, a pleasant mix of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. Reaching the window, Kaizen peered outside. The supposed hidden leaf village bustled with life, a vibrant tapestry of activity. He saw children playing in the streets, their laughter ringing clear and bright. Adults walked with purpose, heading to their daily tasks, while shopkeepers opened their stalls, greeting early customers with friendly smiles. Shinobi, identifiable by their headbands, carried out their activities with an effortless grace. It was a far cry from the world of shadows and silent kills he had known. Here, life seemed rich, full of warmth and community. Kaizen's mind quickly shifted gears, recognizing the need to understand this new world. He turned back to his immediate surroundings, the hallway of the orphanage, and continued his exploration. The walls were adorned with simple decorations, drawings by the children, colorful paper crafts, and motivational posters. Everything was designed to create a sense of comfort and belonging, a stark contrast to the cold, sterile environments he had known. He found a small bathroom and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The bathroom was modest, with a single sink, a toilet, and a mirror hanging above the sink. He approached the mirror, his eyes scanning the reflection. Staring back at him was the face of a 4-year-old boy with dark, inky black hair and deep blue eyes. His sharp features, now softened by youth, still carried an intensity that belied his age. Accepting his new appearance, he ran a hand through his tousled hair and adjusted his clothes, noting how they fit comfortably, unlike the restrictive gear he once wore. Kaizen turned on the faucet, letting the cool water run over his hands. The sensation grounded him, reminding him of the reality of his situation. This did not appear to be a dream or an illusion. He had truly been reborn, and this body, this face was his new reality. With this in mind, Kaizen left the bathroom to continue exploring. The orphanage was a modest building, clean and well-maintained. The floors were polished wood, and the walls were painted in soft, calming colors. As Kaizen walked through the halls, he observed the other children playing and talking. They seemed happy, their faces alight with joy and innocence, completely oblivious to the harsh realities he had known. They ran, laughed, and played without a care in the world, their games simple yet filled with pure delight. The caretakers moved about with gentle efficiency, tending to the children with kind smiles and soft words. They wore simple, practical clothing and carried an air of calm authority. Kaizen noted their routines, how they managed mealtimes, supervised play, and handled conflicts with patience and understanding. Each caretaker had a distinct role, and they performed their duties with a seamless coordination that spoke of long practice and genuine care. Kaizen's training was second nature, and even in this innocent setting, he couldn't help but analyze and prepare. He noted the exits and potential hiding places, mentally mapping the layout of the orphanage. The large common room with its low tables and cushions, the dining area with rows of small chairs and tables, the playroom filled with toys and books. Each space was cataloged and assessed. Children ran past him, their laughter infectious as they chased each other in a game of tag. Kaizen watched them closely, silently assessing their movements and behaviors. The carefree nature of their interactions was both foreign and fascinating to him. He could see genuine friendships, the simple joys of childhood that he had never experienced. As he continued to explore the orphanage, each step was a blend of curiosity and caution. He found the garden, a small, enclosed space filled with blooming flowers and a few fruit trees. The sight of the vibrant colors and the scent of fresh blooms brought a rare moment of tranquility to his mind. This place, so different from the harsh environments he had known, offered a strange comfort. Kaizen stepped into the courtyard, his eyes scanning the open space where children were engaged in a lively game of tag. The courtyard was surrounded by the orphanage's walls, with patches of grass and a few trees providing shade. The sun was high, casting a warm, golden light over the scene. Laughter filled the air as children dashed around, their faces alight with joy and excitement. Kaizen watched from a distance, evaluating their movements with a keen eye. His mind automatically analyzed their play, noting the speed and agility of each child, the patterns of their movements, and their interactions. Most of the children were carefree, their actions spontaneous and uncoordinated. But one boy stood out. "Oh? I recognize that one from the story. According to my memory, he should be a lot older. Ah, so that means I was born before the start of the official manga. That opened some options then." As Kaizen began to formulate a plan based on the new information he gained, he continued to observe, seeking to understand the capabilities of those around him. With a shock of silver hair and a calm, composed demeanor, the boy moved with a grace that belied his age. His eyes, dark and sharp, missed nothing as he darted and weaved effortlessly through the other children. There was an air of quiet confidence about him, a self-assuredness that set him apart. Kaizen's interest was piqued. Indeed, this boy was Kakashi Hatake, and even at this young age, he exuded an aura of competence and control. Deciding that he had enough information, Kaizen decided to approach. He needed to test his new body's capabilities to see what kind of training regimen he would need to construct. Also, he was interested to see how he measured up against the genius known as Kakashi. Chapter 3, Meeting Kakashi. Kaizen approached cautiously, adopting a friendly facade. He knew the importance of blending in, of appearing approachable and harmless. As he neared the group, he put on a light, cheerful expression. Can I join you?" he asked, his voice bright and inviting. Kakashi turned to him, his gaze piercing despite his youth. For a moment, Kaizen felt as though those dark eyes were seeing right through his facade, evaluating him with the same intensity he himself had used moments before. "Sure," Kakashi replied, his tone neutral and measured. Kaizen joined the game, blending seamlessly with the other children. He moved with agility, careful not to draw too much attention to his own abilities. The courtyard was alive with laughter and the sounds of feet pounding against the dirt. Kaizen darted among the other children, his eyes always on Kakashi. He would change direction suddenly, trying to tag Kakashi in unexpected ways or use feints to throw him off balance. Each time, Kakashi responded with exceptional reflexes and strategic thinking. His movements were precise and efficient, wasting no energy. Kaizen found himself both intrigued and impressed. Every move Kakashi made was calculated, a testament to his natural talent and perhaps early training. Despite the playful nature of the game, there was a focus in Kakashi's eyes, a determination that mirrored Kaizen's own mindset. This boy was not just playing, he was honing his skills, practicing his reflexes and tactics even in this innocent setting. Their game of tag became a silent duel of sorts, a test of wits and agility. Kaizen would attempt to corner Kakashi, only to find himself outmaneuvered at the last moment. Kakashi's agility and strategic dodges kept him just out of reach, his movements a blend of speed and finesse. Conversely, Kakashi would try to tag Kaizen, only to be thwarted by a quick dodge or unexpected move. The other children laughed and shouted, oblivious to the deeper game being played between the two boys. Kaizen experimented with different approaches. He would suddenly accelerate, then stop abruptly, hoping to catch Kakashi off guard. When that didn't work, he tried circling around, attempting to force Kakashi into a corner. But Kakashi was always one step ahead, his eyes never losing sight of Kaizen, reading his intentions with uncanny accuracy. Kaizen's own training kicked in, his mind racing with strategies. He utilized feints, pretending to stumble or slow down, only to burst forward with renewed speed. Each maneuver was met with Kakashi's equal and opposite reaction, a dance of anticipation and counter-movement. that left both boys just out of reach of each other's tag. The playful shouts of the other children provided a lively backdrop to their intense interaction. Some kids paused to watch the two boys, mesmerized by their speed and skill, but most continued their carefree games, blissfully unaware of the high-stakes match unfolding in their midst. After some time, the game began to wind down, and the children dispersed to different activities. Kaizen and Kakashi found themselves standing near a tree, both slightly out of breath but with a spark of understanding in their eyes. They had recognized something in each other: potential, skill, and perhaps a kindred spirit. Their breathing heavy but controlled. They stood in silence for a moment, the mutual respect between them palpable. Kakashi's expression was neutral, yet his eyes held a glimmer of acknowledgement and curiosity. Kaizen, his heart still racing from the exertion, gave a small nod, an unspoken agreement that this was only the beginning of their encounters. In that brief exchange, a foundation was laid, one of rivalry, camaraderie, and mutual growth. For Kaizen, it was a promising start in this new world. For Kakashi, it was the recognition of a peer who could match his pace and challenge his abilities. Both knew that the games had just begun, and with them, the shaping of their futures. As they stood there, the sun casting long shadows across the courtyard, Kaizen felt a flicker of excitement. This encounter had shown him that this world held formidable challenges and worthy opponents. Although Kakashi cannot be categorized as the norm, it certainly highlighted that even the children of this world had immense capacity to be dangerous, making the opponents Kaizen faced in his previous world pale in comparison. What interested Kaizen most was the fact that he would now have the ability to improve beyond the previously set human limitations he dealt with in his last life. I wonder what I can accomplish with this new set of rules, Kaizen silently pondered to himself. After the game of tag, the children began to disperse. Kaizen noticed a tall figure approaching the courtyard, moving with the grace and confidence that only a seasoned shinobi possessed. It was Sakumo Hatake, Kakashi's father, known throughout the village as the White Fang of the Leaf. Sakumo's presence commanded attention, and the children's chatter quieted as he walked towards them. He smiled warmly at the group of children, but his gaze lingered on Kaizen. Something about the boy intrigued him, an aura of focus and determination that stood out among his peers. Kakashi, Sakumo called, his voice calm and authoritative. Kakashi immediately looked up and jogged over to his father. Kaizen, standing a short distance away, observed the interaction with keen interest. As Kakashi reached his father, Sakumo's eyes met Kaizen's. For a moment they simply regarded each other. There was a depth in the young boy's gaze that belied his age, a silent intensity that Sakumo recognized. Sakumo nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello there," he said to Kaizen, his tone friendly. "I don't believe we've met. What's your name?" Kaizen nodded respectfully. "My name is Kaizen, sir." Sakumo smiled. "It's good to meet you, Kaizen. You seem quite agile." Kaizen responded with a polite smile. "Thank you, sir." As Sakumo placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and turned to leave, he couldn't shake a feeling, a subtle instinct honed by years of experience. There was something different about this boy. As they walked away, he spoke quietly to his son. "Kakashi, tell me more about that boy," Kaizen, Sakumo said, his tone thoughtful. Kakashi glanced back at Kaizen, who was now watching them leave. "Today was my first time meeting him, but he's different from the others. He's very skilled and always seems to be observing everything around him." Sakumo nodded, his mind briefly pondering the impression Kaizen had made on him. "I sensed something about him. He has a presence that's unusual for someone his age. I want you to befriend him, Kakashi. He seems like someone who could push you to become better, just as you could push him." Kakashi nodded slowly, absorbing his father's words. "I will, father." As they continued their walk home, Sakumo's thoughts briefly lingered on Kaizen. The boy's calm demeanor and intense gaze hinted at something special. Sakumo's instincts told him that encouraging Kakashi to befriend Kaizen could be beneficial for both boys, fostering a friendship that could help them grow and challenge each other. As Kaizen watched Sakumo Hatake walk away with Kakashi, his mind began to dissect the brief interaction. The man's presence had been imposing, commanding respect with every step. It wasn't just his reputation as the White Fang of the Leaf. that made him formidable. It was the aura of quiet confidence and the razor-sharp awareness that seemed to radiate from him. So that's Sakumo Hatake, Kaizen thought, his analytical mind already comparing the reality to the stories he remembered reading in his previous life. Sakumo's demeanor matched what he had expected, composed, authoritative, and perceptive. He had felt the weight of Sakumo's scrutiny, the subtle probing behind his friendly questions. This man wasn't one to be easily deceived. Kaizen considered Sakumo's threat level. Despite his calm exterior, there was a latent power in him that Kaizen could sense. It was the kind of power that came from experience and mastery. Sakumo's reputation as a top-tier shinobi wasn't just a product of stories, it was evident in the way he carried himself. Even his casual movements were efficient, betraying the strength and precision he possessed. He's not one to underestimate, Kaizen mused. Sakumo's instincts were sharp. Kaizen had felt the brief but intense appraisal in Sakumo's gaze. It wasn't often that someone could look at him and see beyond the surface, but Sakumo had done just that, if only for a moment. Comparing this reality to the narrative he knew, Kaizen noted that Sakumo seemed kinder, more approachable than the legend he had read about. The man was known for his formidable skills and tragic end, but here, in this moment, he was a father picking up his son, displaying warmth and genuine concern. It was a reminder that people were more complex than the stories that defined them. He told Kakashi to befriend me, Kaizen thought, recalling the conversation he overheard. The directive wasn't just a suggestion, it was rooted in Sakumo's instincts. He had sensed something in Kaizen, a potential that aligned with Kakashi's growth. This could work to Kaizen's advantage. Forming a bond with Kakashi could provide him with valuable insights and alliances. Kaizen's thoughts shifted to strategy. He needed to tread carefully, ensuring that his actions fostered trust without revealing too much of his true thoughts. Sakumo's scrutiny had been a test, and Kaizen knew there would be more to come. He needed to balance his growth in this world with the need to remain relatively inconspicuous. A challenge. Then Kaizen concluded, feeling a spark of excitement. Navigating relationships, particularly with those as astute as the Hatake's, would require skill and subtlety. But he was prepared for this. Every interaction, every observation, was a step towards mastering this new world. As he turned away from the departing figures of Sakumo and Kakashi, Kaizen's mind was already calculating his next moves. The Ninja Academy entrance exam was tomorrow, and he needed to be ready. His path was clear: blend in, excel, and build the foundations for his future here. The presence of Sakumo Hatake had only reinforced his resolve, sharpening his focus and fueling his determination. Chapter 4. Adapting and Preparing. The day continued to pass for Kaizen in a blur of new experiences and insights. The courtyard remained lively, filled with the sounds of children laughing and playing. Kaizen immersed himself in the activities, constantly observing and cataloging everything around him. To his surprise, he realized the children and caretakers addressed him as if he had always been Kaizen. Their familiarity with him was evident in their casual interactions and warm greetings. This revelation brought a mix of relief and curiosity. He tested this new identity throughout the day, responding naturally and gauging their responses. They genuinely believed he had been with them all along. In the common room, he joined the other children for meals. The atmosphere was filled with the hum of conversation, the clink of utensils, and the occasional burst of laughter. Kaizen savored the simple but satisfying meals, bowls of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish, each bite a reminder of the stark contrast to his former life. As he ate, he listened intently to the children's chatter about their dreams of becoming shinobi and their excitement for the upcoming Ninja Academy entrance exam. The mention of the exam piqued his interest. It was scheduled for tomorrow and would determine if he could attend the academy. This information was crucial. He needed to be prepared. The caretakers moved gracefully around the room, refilling bowls and gently reminding the children of their manners. They interacted with Kaizen naturally, patting his head and smiling warmly. It was clear that, to them, he was just another child under their care, known and loved for years. After lunch, Kaizen observed the children's routines. Some stayed in the common room, engrossed in toys or books, while others ran outside to continue their games. Kaizen decided to explore the orphanage further. He wandered through the playroom, noting the shelves filled with books and toys, each a potential distraction for a child. Picking up a book, He flipped through its pages, the illustrations in simple text a stark reminder of the innocence he had never known. The playroom was vibrant and welcoming, with low tables for drawing and crafts and cushions scattered for reading. Kaizen joined a group of children building with wooden blocks, carefully placing each piece to create intricate structures. His movements were precise and controlled, his mind absorbing every detail. During a supervised play session outside, Kaizen joined a game of kickball. He positioned himself strategically, blending in while remaining observant. He noted the children's joy and uninhibited laughter, adapting quickly to the game's rules without revealing too much of his true abilities. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the courtyard, and as the day progressed, Kaizen felt an unexpected sense of belonging. Despite his analytical approach, he was touched by the warmth and camaraderie around him. The children accepted him without question, their interactions filled with genuine affection. As evening approached, the children were called inside for dinner. Kaizen followed, integrating seamlessly into the familiar routine. The dining area buzzed with the comforting sounds of shared meals and conversations. He ate quietly, reflecting on the day's observations and planning for the upcoming entrance exam. After dinner, the children wound down with quiet activities. Some read, others played softly, and a few whispered among themselves. Kaizen took this time to explore the orphanage's quieter corners, discovering a small library at the end of a hall. The shelves were lined with books, ranging from picture books to introductory texts on ninja techniques. He selected a book about basic ninja techniques and settled into a comfortable chair. As he read, a sense of anticipation grew within him. The entrance exam tomorrow was his immediate challenge, a gateway to understanding and mastering this new world. The orphanage, with its routines and inhabitants, was his starting point, and he would make the most of every opportunity. The academy represented a chance to learn the ways of this new world, to master new skills, and to establish himself. It was an opportunity to grow stronger, to adapt his assassin skills to the ninja arts, and to carve out a place for himself in this unfamiliar environment. The excitement of the day had left Kaizen buzzing with energy. As night approached, he retreated to his room, seeking solitude to reflect on everything he had learned. The small room, which had seemed so foreign that morning, now felt like a sanctuary where he could gather his thoughts and plan his next steps. Sitting cross-legged on his futon, Kaizen closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, centering himself. His mind replayed the events of the day, the interactions with the other children, the encounter with Kakashi, and the glimpses he had caught of the hidden leaf village. Each memory was a piece of the puzzle he needed to understand and master this new world. Kaizen's thoughts turned to his past life. The skills and discipline he had developed as an assassin would serve him well here. He had been trained to adapt, to learn quickly, and to use his environment to his advantage. These principles were universal, and he would apply them to his training as a ninja. After the activities Kaizen participated in throughout the day, he gained a good understanding of where his fitness level was at and could now begin his training with confidence. Kaizen began with basic exercises, his movements deliberate and measured as he adapted to the limitations of his new, smaller body. He started with push-ups, positioning his hands shoulder-width apart on the polished wooden floor. The sensation of his palms against the cool surface grounded him, reminding him of the countless training sessions from his previous life. He lowered himself steadily, feeling the strain in his muscles, then pushed back up with controlled precision. Each push-up was performed slowly, with an emphasis on maintaining perfect form and breathing rhythmically. Next, he moved to sit-ups. Lying flat on the floor, he bent his knees, planting his feet firmly. He laced his fingers behind his head, elbows out, and began the exercise. Each ascent brought a burn to his abdominal muscles, a familiar discomfort that signaled progress. He exhaled as he rose, inhaling as he lowered himself back down, the rhythmic pattern helping to focus his mind. Stretches followed. Kaizen stood up, rolling his shoulders to loosen the tension. He extended his arms above his head, reaching for the ceiling, feeling the pull along his sides and back. He then bent forward, touching his toes, the stretch elongating his hamstrings. He held each position, breathing deeply, allowing his muscles to lengthen and relax. These stretches were vital, increasing his flexibility and preventing injury. Kaizen's movements were fluid, a testament to his disciplined training. He transitioned smoothly from one exercise to the next, never rushing, always maintaining control. His young frame lacked the raw power he once commanded, but he compensated with technique and efficiency. The routine was a far cry from the intense regimens he had once endured, but it was a necessary foundation. As he worked through the exercises, his mind remained sharp, assessing his body's responses. He noted the areas of weakness, the points where his muscles trembled with exertion, and adjusted his movements accordingly. This meticulous attention to detail was second nature, a product of years spent honing his skills. Despite the simplicity of the exercises, each repetition was a step towards rebuilding his strength. Kaizen knew that patience and consistency were key. He envisioned his muscles growing stronger, his body becoming more resilient with each passing day. The path ahead was clear, incremental progress, steadily pushing the limits of his young form. In the quiet of his room, the only sounds were his measured breaths and the faint creak of the floor beneath him. The outside world was momentarily forgotten as Kaizen immersed himself in the familiar rhythm of training. Each push-up, sit-up, and stretch brought him closer to his goal, forging a new foundation upon which he would build his future strength. As he completed his routine, a sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. He felt a sense of satisfaction, a small victory in the grand scheme of his journey. This was just the beginning, but it was a crucial step. Kaizen sat back on his heels, taking a moment to center himself, his breath slowing to a steady rhythm. The exercises had served their purpose, reminding him of his discipline and determination. He was ready for the challenges that lay ahead, his resolve unwavering. Next, Kaizen turned his attention to chakra control. He had observed the shinobi in the village, seen their feats of agility and power, and understood that there were two possibilities: they could be utilizing chakra, or their physiques could be naturally enhanced through rigorous training. Either way, understanding chakra seemed essential. Earlier, while exploring the orphanage's modest library, he had found a basic ninja technique book. It detailed fundamental concepts of chakra, its nature, and initial steps to sense and control it. The book provided a reference, but Kaizen intended to develop his own method, believing in the importance of crafting unique techniques tailored to his strengths. Kaizen settled himself in a quiet corner of his room, away from distractions. He sat in a meditative pose, legs crossed, back straight, and hands resting gently on his knees. The room was dimly lit, the soft glow of the evening light casting long shadows on the walls. He closed his eyes, shutting out the external world, and turning his focus inward. He began by taking slow, deliberate breaths, each inhalation filling his lungs with air, each exhalation releasing tension from his body. His training as an assassin had honed his ability to control his mind and emotions, but this was a different kind of focus, one that required him to tap into an internal energy he had never consciously accessed before. The basic ninja technique book had described chakra as a flow of energy, originating from every cell in the body and converging at the center. Using this as a starting point, Kaizen decided to explore and experiment. He visualized his body as a network of pathways, imagining the chakra as streams of light moving through these channels. Minutes passed, marked only by the steady rhythm of his breathing. Kaizen's thoughts drifted to the shinobi he had observed earlier in the day. Their incredible feats, leaping across rooftops, executing complex maneuvers with ease, could be attributed to chakra, enhanced physiques, or a combination of both. His analytical mind worked tirelessly, drawing connections between the descriptions in the book and the real-world examples he had witnessed. Slowly, he began to feel something, a faint warmth, a gentle pulse deep within his core. It was as if a hidden current was flowing through him, a subtle vibration that resonated with each heartbeat. This must be the chakra, the life force that the book had spoken of. The sensation was unfamiliar, but Kaizen welcomed it, focusing his entire being on understanding and amplifying it. Rather than strictly following the book's instructions, Kaizen decided to innovate. He visualized the chakra as a stream of energy, starting from his core and branching out like roots and veins through his body. He imagined this energy lighting up different parts of his body, concentrating on feeling the warmth and flow in specific areas. He mentally mapped out these pathways, his mind's eye tracing the routes the energy took. He experimented with directing the flow of chakra, willing it to move from his core to his extremities and back again. Each success, no matter how small, was a step forward. The room around him faded into the background, his awareness narrowing to the internal sensations. The warmth grew more pronounced, the pulse stronger. He could feel the energy responding to his will, albeit tentatively. The concept of chakra control was becoming less abstract, transforming into a tangible experience. Kaizen's breathing remained steady, each inhale drawing in strength, each exhale releasing unnecessary tension. He maintained his meditative state, allowing his body and mind to attune to this newfound energy. This was only the beginning, he knew. Mastery would take time, practice, and relentless dedication. But for now, sensing the chakra within himself was a monumental first step. In this quiet, contemplative space, Kaizen felt a spark of excitement. The possibilities that chakra control opened up were vast and exhilarating. He envisioned himself harnessing this energy, using it to enhance his physical abilities, execute powerful techniques, and navigate the complexities of this new world with unprecedented skill. The sun had fully set by the time Kaizen finally opened his eyes. The room was now shrouded in twilight, but he felt a new light within him, a glow of potential and purpose. He was ready for the next phase of his journey, armed with the knowledge that he could sense and control chakra. The challenges ahead seemed a little less daunting, and his resolve to excel in this world grew even stronger. He knew that his small body was a limitation, but it was also an opportunity to develop his skills from the ground up. The Ninja Academy would provide him with the techniques and knowledge he needed, but his past life had already given him the foundation of discipline and strategy. He would combine the two, forging himself into a warrior even more formidable than before. Kaizen allowed his body to relax, sinking into his futon. Despite his sharp and alert mind, he understood the importance of rest. His young body needed to recover, to build the strength and stamina required for the rigorous training ahead. As he closed his eyes, he felt a sense of purpose and determination. The day had been long, but it had laid the foundation for his future. "I will excel here," he whispered to himself, a silent vow to succeed. "I will master this world just as I did my last." Tomorrow was a new day, the beginning of a new journey. And Kaizen was ready to face it, one step at a time. His breathing slowed, becoming deep and even, as sleep gradually claimed him. His dreams were filled with visions of power and mastery, of a future shaped by his hands. As the moonlight bathed the room in its gentle glow, Kaizen drifted into a restful slumber, prepared for the challenges and opportunities that the Academy and life in the Hidden Leaf Village would bring. Chapter 5. A new day. Kaizen found himself back in the midst of his last mission. The familiar weight of his gear pressed against his body, each strap and buckle secured with the precision of habit. The cool night air whispered through the trees, carrying the faint scent of earth and foliage. The distant murmur of the city, a low hum of life, created a vivid, almost comforting backdrop to the silence that enveloped him. He was once again infiltrating Lord Haruto's estate, moving with the precision and skill honed through years of relentless training. Every detail of the mission came flooding back with startling clarity. The estate was a formidable fortress, surrounded by high walls and patrolled by vigilant guards. He remembered the layout perfectly. The twisting corridors, the strategic placement of security measures, the hidden alcoves he had used to his advantage. Slipping through the shadows, his movements were silent and deliberate. He wore dark, flexible clothing that allowed him to blend seamlessly into the night. His target was a high-profile figure, a man protected by layers of security and entrenched in his opulent fortress. Yet Kaizen's approach was meticulous. His mind ran through the plan he had rehearsed countless times, each step etched into his memory. He recalled disabling the outer alarms, a series of deft movements and precise cuts rendering them useless. The guards, though skilled, were no match for his stealth. He slipped past them with ease, his presence unnoticed. Kaizen approached the mansion with a sense of purpose. The building loomed above him, its grand facade a testament to Haruto's power and wealth. He knew the path he had to take, each twist and turn through the grounds mapped out in his mind. Entering through a seldom-used window on the second floor, he moved with the grace of a shadow. The window slid open silently, and he slipped inside, landing lightly on the polished wooden floor. The soft whispers of his footfalls on the floor echoed in his mind. Each step was calculated, each breath controlled. He moved through the dimly lit halls, the opulent decor a stark contrast to the grim task at hand. The tapestries and ornate furniture blurred in his peripheral vision as he focused on his objective. He remembered reaching the target's room, the heavy door slightly ajar, the anticipation coiling in his gut as he prepared to strike. But then, the moment of failure came rushing back with cruel clarity. As he stepped into the room, a hidden alarm triggered, a high-pitched beep that shattered the silence like glass breaking in a tranquil room. It was an unforeseen contingency, a flaw in his otherwise perfect plan. The sudden flood of guards caught him off guard, their shouts and hurried footsteps filling the corridor, echoing through the mansion like a cacophony of impending doom. In the chaos of that moment, Kaizen remembered something he hadn't recognized at the time, a subtle detail that now stood out with glaring significance. As he replayed the sequence in his mind, he recalled the slight glint of metal in the shadows, barely visible beneath the rich tapestry that adorned the wall opposite Haruto's chamber. It had seemed inconsequential then, just a trick of the light or a misplaced trinket, but now he saw it for what it was: a concealed sensor, a last-minute addition to the security system that his reconnaissance had failed to uncover. His meticulous planning had accounted for everything within his knowledge, but this oversight hinted at something more sinister. Was it a mistake on his part? A rare lapse in his usually impeccable preparation? Or was it something deeper? A deliberate act of betrayal? He remembered the uneasy feeling he had before the mission, the vague sense of being watched. The organization had assured him of the mission's importance, but the addition of such a sensor suggested someone had known of his plans and had taken steps to thwart him. As the guards poured into the room, Kaizen's mind raced through the implications. His contact within the organization, the one who had provided the intel, had seemed reliable, trustworthy even. But now, as he recalled their last conversation, he noted the small inconsistencies, the way they had avoided eye contact, the slight hesitation before answering his questions. The pieces fell into place, forming a picture of treachery that he had been blind to in his focus on the mission. The guards surrounded him, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. He fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, each movement precise and deadly. But the numbers were against him. Injuries piled up, slowing him down. A cut across his thigh, a deep gash on his arm, each wound sapping his strength. His breath came in ragged gasps, his vision blurred with sweat and blood. As he parried and struck, his mind couldn't shake the revelation. Someone had set him up. Someone within his own ranks had wanted him to fail. The thought fueled his rage, giving him a brief surge of strength. He dispatched another guard, but the toll on his body was too great. He remembered the fierce combat, the clashing of steel, the pain of his injuries accumulating as he fought desperately. His movements grew slower, his strength waning with each passing second. Blood trickled from a wound on his shoulder. A deep gash on his leg slowed him further. The memory of the final blow, the crossbow bolt piercing his side, was still vivid. The sharp pain, the shock that spread through his body, and the realization that he had been outmaneuvered. As he fell to the ground, the world around him fading, he accepted his fate. His vision blurred, and the sounds of battle grew distant. The cold floor against his cheek was the last sensation he remembered. His life as an assassin was ending. A life defined by cold efficiency and silent kills. His final thoughts were of acceptance and reflection. A brief acknowledgement of the life he had led before darkness claimed him. The dream shifted, the vivid scenes of his last mission dissolving into a gentle haze. Kaizen's eyes snapped open, and he stared at the unfamiliar ceiling of the orphanage room. The harsh shadows of his previous life were gone, replaced by the soft morning light filtering through a white curtain, casting delicate patterns on the wooden floor. For a moment, disorientation gripped him. The transition from the cold efficiency of his final mission to the warmth of this new environment was jarring. He sat up slowly, feeling the unfamiliar weight and dimensions of his smaller, weaker frame. Memories of yesterday flooded back. Exploring the village, meeting Kakashi, and realizing he was in the world of Naruto. It hadn't been a dream, he was truly reborn. A mix of emotions surged through him: relief at the chance for a new beginning, curiosity about the possibilities this world held, and a steely determination to make the most of this opportunity. This new life was a blank canvas, one he intended to paint with the skills and wisdom of his past. Sitting up on his futon, Kaizen took a deep breath, centering himself. This was his second chance, and he was resolved to seize it fully. Rising from his futon, he moved with deliberate steps to the small wash basin in the corner. The cool water on his face helped clear the remnants of sleep and the lingering sensations of his dream. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, taking in the sight of his young, untried face. His eyes, focused and intense, held the same resolve that had defined him in his previous life. Determined to start the day with purpose, Kaizen launched into his morning exercises. He moved through a variety of routines designed to engage his entire body, focusing on building strength, flexibility, and endurance. The familiar physical exertion was grounding, connecting him to the disciplined life he had led before. With his body warmed up, Kaizen settled into a meditative pose, cross-legged on the floor. Closing his eyes, he took slow, deep breaths, allowing his body to relax and his mind to clear. He recalled the basic ninja technique book he had read the previous day, which described chakra as an energy flowing through every cell. Although the book provided a foundational understanding, Kaizen knew he needed to forge his own path, developing techniques that were uniquely his own. He envisioned his body as an intricate network of pathways, the chakra flowing through them like streams of light. Concentrating on his core, he aimed to feel the subtle currents of energy within him. Initially, his senses detected only the rhythm of his breathing and the stillness of his surroundings. However, gradually he sensed a faint warmth and a gentle pulse deep within. Focusing on this nascent sensation, Kaizen sought to cultivate it further. He imagined the chakra as a fluid current, branching out from his center to reach every part of his body. He directed this energy with intent, guiding it to his arms and legs, feeling the warmth spread. This exercise demanded intense concentration, but each small success marked progress in his journey. His goal was not merely to detect his chakra, but to integrate this awareness seamlessly into his everyday existence. Kaizen wanted to cultivate a constant, effortless connection to his chakra, making it a natural extension of his being. This required patience and precision, qualities he had refined through years of disciplined training. In the stillness of his room, the only sounds were his measured breaths and the faint creak of the floor beneath him. The outside world faded away as Kaizen immersed himself in the internal sensations of chakra. The warmth grew more distinct, the pulse more responsive to his will. This tangible experience of chakra control was a crucial step, transforming an abstract concept into a practical skill. Kaizen's mind remained sharp, continually assessing his progress and making necessary adjustments. He visualized the chakra illuminating different parts of his body, mentally mapping out these pathways. This exercise demanded not only focus but also an understanding of his own limitations and potential. As the sun continued to rise, casting a warm glow through the window, Kaizen opened his eyes. The room came back into focus, but within him, there was a new sense of light and purpose. He was ready for the challenges that lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that he could sense and control chakra. The day of the Ninja Academy entrance exam had arrived, and Kaizen was prepared to face it with unwavering resolve. Chapter 6: Ninja Academy Entrance Exam. Kaizen dressed quickly in the simple clothes provided, maintaining his friendly facade. In the hallway, he exchanged polite smiles and greetings with the other children, blending in effortlessly. His mind, however, was focused on the upcoming Ninja Academy entrance exam. As he made his way to the common room for breakfast, he couldn't help but reflect on the new life he had been given. This world was different, yet it held promise. His past experiences as an assassin had shaped him into a weapon, and now he would sharpen that weapon in this world. Kaizen joined the other children for breakfast, the hum of conversation and clinking of utensils creating a lively atmosphere. The simple meal, bowls of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish was satisfying, each bite grounding him in the present. As he ate, he listened intently to the children's chatter. Their dreams of becoming shinobi, and their excitement for the entrance exam were palpable. He absorbed their conversations, noting the differences in their attitudes and expectations. This information was crucial for understanding his new peers and the challenges ahead. Mentally, Kaizen reviewed what he knew about the exam. It would test not only physical prowess but also mental acuity and adaptability. He scanned the room, observing potential future classmates, gauging their skills and personalities. Some were boisterous and confident, while others were quiet and focused. Each child represented a different facet of the Ninja Academy's challenges. After breakfast, the children gathered in the courtyard, buzzing with excitement and nerves. Kaizen felt a mix of emotions as he stepped out into the village again, seeing it with fresh eyes. The village was alive with morning activity, vendors setting up their stalls, shinobi moving purposefully, and villagers going about their daily routines. The children's excited chatter filled the air as they walked towards the academy. Kaizen joined in with a bright smile, his demeanor warm and engaging. He laughed easily at their jokes and shared in their enthusiasm, his outgoing nature making him seem like any other eager child. No one could see through the facade he wore so effortlessly, his true thoughts and focus hidden behind the mask of friendly exuberance. His friendly interactions were genuine enough to disarm any suspicion, leaving no room for anyone to see the sharp mind that lay beneath. He blended seamlessly with the group, making connections and enjoying the camaraderie, all while keeping his true intentions firmly in check. The Ninja Academy loomed ahead, an imposing structure casting long shadows in the morning light. Its tall, austere walls and watchful windows seemed to exude an air of authority and purpose. The courtyard in front of it buzzed with activity, filled with children from all over the village, each one brimming with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy. Among the throng, Kaizen spotted a few familiar faces from the previous day, their expressions reflecting the same anticipation that hummed in the air. Kaizen's eyes swept over the scene, noting the instructors moving with practiced efficiency, their authoritative presence immediately commanding respect. They were already busy organizing the children into neat lines, their voices clear and direct as they explained the procedures for the entrance exam. Kaizen watched their interactions closely, assessing their demeanor and body language. These were the individuals who would shape his training and development, and understanding them was crucial. He noted the precision in their movements, the way they carried themselves with an air of quiet confidence. Each gesture, each instruction, was imbued with a sense of purpose. Kaizen could see the respect they commanded from the children, and he stored away every detail, knowing that these insights would be valuable in the days to come. As the preparations for the exam continued, Kaizen's mind was a whirlwind of strategies and plans. He stood amidst a crowd of excited children, his outward demeanor a mask of calm and friendliness. Behind that facade, however, his thoughts were calculated and precise. He understood the value of concealing his true intentions, his deeper motivations cloaked in layers of practiced nonchalance. But when it came to his talents, Kaizen had no intention of hiding. His goal was to excel, to shine brighter than anyone else, and to leave no doubt about his abilities. This was not just about proving himself, it was about seizing every opportunity to become stronger as quickly as possible. He knew that in a competitive environment like this, especially with Kakashi Hatake, the son of the legendary White Fang, being a benchmark standing out was essential. Kaizen's strategy was clear: showcase his talent to its fullest without revealing his most guarded secrets. He recognized that by demonstrating his skills, he would attract the attention of instructors and influential figures within the academy. This attention would afford him access to better training, more resources, and the kind of rigorous challenges that would accelerate his growth. The faster he grew stronger, the sooner he could navigate and master this new world. As he watched the instructors, Kaizen's sharp eyes missed nothing. He analyzed their methods, noting how they assessed and categorized the children. He observed their interactions, the way they moved, spoke, and commanded respect. Each piece of information was meticulously cataloged, forming a detailed understanding of the environment he was about to immerse himself in. Kaizen understood the stakes. This wasn't just about passing an exam, it was about setting a foundation for his future. The Hidden Leaf Village held immense potential, and to tap into it, he needed to be noticed and respected. Blending in would mean mediocrity, something he couldn't afford. Standing out, however, would mean being placed in situations that would push him to his limits, forging him into the warrior he aspired to be. The thought of being compared to Kakashi didn't intimidate him, it fueled his ambition. He welcomed the comparison, knowing that matching or even surpassing someone of Kakashi's caliber would only elevate his status. In this new life, Kaizen was determined to rewrite his story. The shadows of his past as an assassin were not a hindrance but a foundation upon which he would build his future. His plan was simple yet effective: excel in every visible aspect while keeping his ultimate strategies and capabilities concealed. His true thoughts and long-term goals remained locked away, a hidden depth that no one would see unless he chose to reveal them. This dual approach of overt excellence and covert planning was a delicate balance, one that he was well equipped to maintain. As the instructors called the children to order and the entrance exam began to take shape, Kaizen felt a surge of anticipation. This was his moment to step into the light, to begin his journey in earnest. With every calculated move, every display of skill, he would carve out his place in this world. The path ahead was clear, and Kaizen was ready to walk it with unwavering determination and strategic brilliance. The first test was a combination of physical and mental challenges designed to evaluate the foundational skills of each child. The instructors, stern and observant, lined the children up in rows, their eyes scanning for potential and promise. The air was filled with anticipation, a palpable tension, as the young hopefuls awaited their turn to prove themselves. The physical test began with a sprint across the academy's training field. A long stretch of track lay before them, marked by a series of flags to guide their path. The objective was simple: speed. The children took their positions, and at the instructor's signal, they bolted forward. Kaizen's muscles, though smaller and less developed than in his past life, remembered the discipline of relentless training. His strides were powerful and efficient, his breath steady. He felt the wind rushing past him as he pushed himself to the forefront, crossing the finish line first within his group, his heart pounding with the thrill of victory. Next came the long jump, where they were measured on their ability to leap great distances. Each child took a turn, launching themselves off a marked line and landing in a pit of soft sand. Kaizen watched the others carefully, noting their techniques and results. When his turn came, he crouched low, gathering strength in his legs. With a powerful push, he soared through the air, his form impeccable. He landed gracefully, his distance surpassing all in his group by a significant margin. Agility drills followed, set up in a challenging obstacle course. The course was a series of hurdles, climbing walls, and narrow beams that required balance and coordination. Kaizen approached the starting line, his eyes scanning the layout. As he navigated the course, his movements were fluid, each obstacle met with precision and control. He vaulted over hurdles with ease, scaled the climbing walls swiftly, and maintained perfect balance on the beams. His past training as an assassin had honed his body to react instinctively, each movement a calculated response to the challenge before him. He completed the course with a grace and speed that left even the instructors highly impressed. The final physical test was a test of endurance, a grueling set of exercises including push-ups, sit-ups, and a plank hold. The instructors walked among the children, counting repetitions and noting their form. Kaizen dropped to the ground, assuming the position for push-ups. His hands pressed into the cool earth, and he began, each movement steady and deliberate. He transitioned seamlessly into sit-ups, his core muscles engaging with each lift and lower of his torso. The plank hold tested his endurance, his body a straight line of tension and strength. He held the position, his breath controlled, his focus unbroken, outlasting many of the other children. As the physical test concluded, the instructors gathered the results, comparing notes and measurements. Kaizen stood tall, his heart still pounding from the exertion, but his mind was sharp and alert. He had performed each task with a level of skill and precision that set him apart. His goal was to excel, to demonstrate his capabilities fully and without hesitation. Throughout the tests, Kaizen's keen eyes observed the other children. He noted their performances, identifying those who might become rivals or allies in the days to come. His gaze frequently returned to Kakashi, whose movements were marked by the same effortless grace and efficiency he had observed before. The silver-haired boy's focus was unwavering, his skills undeniable. Kaizen's approach to the mental challenges was equally methodical. As the instructors introduced a series of puzzles, strategy games, and problem-solving tasks, he felt a familiar surge of focus and determination. These were his arena, where his analytical mind could truly shine. The first task was a complex puzzle involving a series of interconnected gears. Each gear had to be aligned perfectly to complete the mechanism. Kaizen's eyes scanned the pieces, his mind rapidly calculating the optimal arrangement. He reached out, his small fingers moving with deliberate precision as he placed each gear. The other children struggled, some making progress only to find themselves stuck at critical junctures. Kaizen, however, navigated the task with ease, completing the puzzle in record time. The instructors exchanged impressed glances as they noted his performance. Next, the children were presented with a strategy game involving a grid of tiles that needed to be arranged in a specific sequence. The goal was to move the tiles in the fewest possible moves to recreate a given pattern. Kaizen studied the grid, his mind visualizing the sequence of movements required. He began shifting the tiles, his hands a blur of motion. Each move was calculated, each step taken with an endgame in mind. As he completed the task, he saw the astonished looks on the faces of his peers and instructors. He had not just solved the puzzle, he had done so with an efficiency that spoke of a deeply analytical mind. The final challenge was a problem-solving task that required the children to devise a plan to escape a hypothetical scenario. The scenario was detailed, involving multiple obstacles and limited resources. Kaizen's mind went into overdrive, drawing upon his previous life's experiences in high-stakes situations. He quickly mapped out a strategy, considering every possible variable and outcome. When it was his turn to present, he articulated his plan clearly and confidently, outlining each step with meticulous detail. The instructors were visibly impressed, nodding in approval as he finished. Kaizen's focus never wavered throughout the mental challenges. He approached each task with the same relentless drive that had defined his past life. He didn't just aim to solve the problems, he aimed to be the best, to set a standard that others would find difficult to match. His results reflected this ambition. He consistently outperformed his peers, his solutions not only accurate but also elegant in their simplicity and effectiveness. As he moved from one challenge to the next, Kaizen couldn't help but observe the reactions of those around him. The other children watched him with a mix of admiration and intimidation. He noted their struggles and triumphs, always evaluating, always learning. Kakashi, in particular, caught his eye. The silver-haired boy was good, very good, but Kaizen could see the subtle tells of frustration and determination. Kakashi was undoubtedly a formidable rival, but Kaizen was determined to be number one. By the time the mental challenges concluded, there was no question about who had dominated the tests. Kaizen's performance had been exemplary, his scores consistently placing him at the top by a significant margin. The instructors took note, their expressions a blend of curiosity and respect. This was a child who clearly possessed extraordinary potential. Kaizen, for his part, remained outwardly calm, though inwardly he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had set out to excel, to prove his capabilities, and he had done so unequivocally. Yet, he knew this was just the beginning. The real journey was just starting, and he was more than ready to face whatever came next. As he prepared to move on to the next phase of the entrance exam, Kaizen's mind was already formulating new strategies, new ways to push himself further. He had shown his talent without restraint, and he would continue to do so, keeping his true thoughts concealed, always ready to adapt and overcome. The final part of the exam was a test of chakra control. The instructors gathered the children in a semicircle, explaining that they would need to demonstrate their ability to perform a basic jutsu. This task was designed to assess their innate potential and understanding of chakra manipulation. The children fidgeted with anticipation, their eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. "Everyone, watch carefully," one of the instructors said. "We will demonstrate the transformation technique. Pay close attention to the hand seals and the flow of chakra." The instructors moved with practiced ease, their fingers forming the seals dog, boar, ram. In an instant, one instructor transformed into a mirror image of another, showcasing the jutsu's effectiveness. The children watched in awe, the simplicity of the technique belying the precision required to execute it. Kaizen stood among them, his demeanor calm and composed. He had read extensively about chakra from the book he found in the orphanage library, and he had practiced sensing and controlling it both the previous night and earlier that morning. This was his moment to apply that knowledge in a tangible way. Watching the instructors, he noted the fluidity of their movements and the seamless transition of their chakra. He closed his eyes, shutting out the noise of the courtyard and the presence of the other children. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he focused inward, searching for the familiar warmth of his chakra. It was like a small, flickering flame nestled deep within his core. With each steady breath, he visualized this energy spreading throughout his body, flowing through pathways he had meticulously mapped in his mind. His concentration was intense, each breath drawing the chakra closer to his hands. He could feel it pulsing, a subtle warmth that gradually grew stronger. Opening his eyes, Kaizen performed the hand seals with deliberate precision. His fingers moved smoothly through the sequence dog, boar, ram. As he completed the final seal, he felt the chakra surge to his hands, ready to be molded. In a swift motion, he executed the transformation jutsu. Before the eyes of the instructors and his peers, his form shifted, morphing into a near-perfect copy of one of the instructors standing nearby. The onlookers gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. The transformation was not flawless, there were minor discrepancies in the details, but for someone so young it was an impressive feat. Kaizen held the transformation for a few moments, ensuring the instructors could fully assess his work. He noted the approving nods and murmurs of admiration from the instructors, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This success, though small, was a significant step forward in his mastery of chakra control. Releasing the jutsu, Kaizen's form returned to normal. He glanced around, catching the eyes of a few children who looked at him with newfound respect. His own gaze was steady, reflecting a quiet confidence. He knew this was only the beginning, a foundational step in a long journey of learning and growth. Kaizen smiled cheerfully. His outgoing nature and positive energy were infectious. He walked up to a few of the kids, offering words of encouragement and sharing tips on how he performed the technique. His interactions were genuine, making the others feel at ease despite the competitive environment. The instructors moved on to the next child, but Kaizen's mind remained focused on his performance. He replayed the sensation of chakra flowing through him, the mental image of the pathways, and the execution of the jutsu. Each detail was analyzed and stored away, ready to be refined and improved upon in future practice. As the test continued, Kaizen observed the other children's attempts. Some struggled, their transformations flickering and unstable, while others managed competent, if imperfect, results. He noted Kakashi's performance with particular interest. The silver-haired boy executed the jutsu with a natural ease, his transformation smooth and convincing. Kaizen felt a flicker of competitive determination. He was satisfied with his own progress but knew that continuous improvement was essential. The path to mastery was long, and he was prepared to walk it with unwavering resolve. This exam was merely the first step, a prelude to the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. As the exam concluded, the children were given a moment to rest. The once bustling courtyard now had an air of exhaustion mixed with relief. Kaizen found a spot off to the side, leaning against a tree as he reflected on his performance. He had thrown himself into each test with everything he had, using his past life's discipline and skill to adapt seamlessly to the demands of this new world. His precise approach had paid off, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Lost in thought, Kaizen reviewed the various moments of the exam. His muscle memory had served him well in the physical tests, and his keen analytical mind had guided him through the mental challenges. He was pleased with his ability to sense and control his chakra during the final jutsu test. Each success reaffirmed his decision to leverage his unique abilities fully. A familiar voice pulled him from his reverie. "You did well," Kakashi said, suddenly standing beside him. His tone was characteristically neutral, but there was a glimmer of respect in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Kaizen turned to face Kakashi, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "Thank you," he replied, nodding. "You too. Your transformation jutsu was spot on. It's clear you've got a lot of talent." Kakashi shrugged modestly, though his eyes softened slightly at the compliment. "You were impressive too," he said. "I can tell you're not just any ordinary kid." Kaizen chuckled, trying to keep the mood light. "I try my best," he said with a grin. "But seriously, we should train together sometime. I bet we could learn a lot from each other." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Maybe," he said, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It could be interesting." Kaizen seized the opportunity to build on this tentative connection. "You know," he began, "I was watching you during the agility drills. You're incredibly fast and precise. How do you do it?" Kakashi looked thoughtful for a moment. "I just practice a lot," he replied simply. "My father taught me to focus on perfecting each movement, no matter how small." "That's great advice," Kaizen said, nodding appreciatively. "It's clear that your hard work is paying off. I'll definitely keep that in mind." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the other children as they chatted and rested. Kaizen sensed that this was the start of something important. If he could forge a friendship with Kakashi, it would not only provide a strong ally, but also push him to continually improve. Kaizen extended his hand. "Friends." Kakashi glanced at Kaizen's hand, then back at his face. After a moment's hesitation, he shook it firmly. "Friends," he agreed. As they shook hands, Kaizen felt a sense of satisfaction. This was a small but significant step towards integrating himself into this new world. He knew that with allies like Kakashi, the journey ahead would be challenging but ultimately rewarding. Kaizen's friendly nature shone through as he interacted with the other children as well, offering compliments and encouragement. He made a point to remember their names and express genuine interest in their abilities. His charisma and openness made him a likable figure among his peers, setting the stage for future bonds and rivalries. As the children were called back to attention by the instructors, Kaizen glanced at Kakashi and gave him a confident nod. The journey was just beginning, and Kaizen was ready to face whatever came next, armed with his talents and newfound friendships. Chapter 7. Entrance Exam Results. The courtyard of the Ninja Academy buzzed with the nervous energy of dozens of young hopefuls. Children gathered in small clusters, their excited chatter creating a lively backdrop as they anxiously awaited the results of the entrance exam. Kaizen stood among them, his outward demeanor friendly and approachable, yet inside, his thoughts were razor-focused on the moment at hand. Instructors began to emerge from the academy building, their presence instantly commanding attention. The children fell silent, their eyes fixed on the stern figures before them. One of the instructors, a tall man with a serious expression, stepped forward to address the crowd. The parents of the prospective students watched intently from the sidelines. Among them, Sakumo Hatake stood with his arms crossed, his keen eyes focused on the proceedings. He had been increasingly impressed by Kaizen's performance throughout the exams, noting the boy's remarkable abilities and composure. As the instructor continued, Sakumo's gaze occasionally flicked to Kaizen, his thoughts a mix of curiosity and admiration. "Congratulations to all of you for completing the entrance exam," he began, his voice strong and clear, cutting through the silence. "Today, we will announce the results and form the new classes for the academy. Those of you who performed exceptionally well will be recognized." He paused, letting the anticipation build before continuing. "For those who did not pass, do not lose heart. The path of a shinobi is one of perseverance and continuous improvement. Use this experience as a stepping stone. Train harder and return next year stronger and more determined. Your journey does not end here." The instructor's words hung in the air, a blend of encouragement and challenge. He then added, "Those who did not pass are welcome to stay after we conclude here to meet with us. We will provide feedback on your performance and offer guidance on where you need to improve. Take this opportunity to learn and grow." Kaizen observed the reactions around him. Some children looked disappointed but determined, nodding at the instructor's words, while others glanced nervously at their peers. The sense of community was palpable, each child silently resolving to better themselves no matter the outcome. First, I want to explain the reasoning behind each test and what we were looking for in you, our prospective students. Then we will announce who performed the best in each test and the overall top applicant. The children listened intently, their anticipation palpable. The first series of tests were physical in nature, the instructor continued. We began with a sprint across the training field. This test was designed to measure your speed and explosive power, which are crucial for quick strikes and evasions in combat. He glanced at his notes. The top performer in the sprint test was Kakashi Hatake. His speed was unmatched, demonstrating the agility and quick reflexes we value in a ninja. Kakashi stepped forward, his expression composed yet carrying a hint of satisfaction. Next was the long jump, the instructor went on. This test assessed your leg strength and coordination. The ability to leap great distances can be the difference between success and failure in missions that require traversing difficult terrain or escaping danger quickly. Kakashi Hatake also excelled in this test, with Kaizen closely following in second place, the instructor announced. Kaizen nodded subtly, acknowledging his own strong performance. Following that, we had the agility drill, which tested your balance, coordination, and reaction time through an obstacle course. These skills are essential for navigating through complex environments and avoiding attacks. The top performer in the agility drill was Kaizen, the instructor said, his voice filled with respect. Kaizen stepped forward, feeling a surge of pride as the crowd reacted with surprise and admiration. His previous life's training had given him the edge, allowing him to navigate the course with unmatched precision and speed. For the endurance test, the instructor continued, we assessed your stamina and physical resilience through a series of grueling exercises. Endurance is critical for long missions and sustained combat scenarios. Kakashi Hatake again took first place, with Kaizen in second. Kaizen accepted his position with grace, understanding the significance of being consistently among the top performers. The instructor then shifted focus to the mental tests. Our next set of challenges measured your cognitive abilities. The series of puzzles, strategy games, and problem-solving tasks were designed to assess your analytical thinking, strategic planning, and adaptability. These qualities are vital for formulating plans, anticipating enemy moves, and thinking on your feet during missions. In these tasks, Kaizen outperformed his peers by a significant margin, the instructor noted. The crowd murmured in awe as Kaizen stepped forward again. His analytical mind had allowed him to excel, and he felt the weight of their admiration and curiosity. Finally, we tested your chakra control with the transformation jutsu, the instructor explained. This test evaluated your ability to manipulate chakra, perform precise hand seals, and execute basic jutsu. Effective chakra control is fundamental to all ninja techniques. For this test, Kakashi Hatake was the top performer, demonstrating excellent control and precision. Kaizen followed in second place, showing significant potential. The instructor paused, allowing the information to sink in. Overall, he concluded, the number one applicant, based on the cumulative results of all the tests, is Kaizen. A wave of surprise and respect rippled through the courtyard, with Sakumo raising an eyebrow in astonishment at the unexpected outcome. Kaizen stepped forward, feeling the eyes of his peers on him. Standing next to Kakashi, he felt a profound sense of achievement. This recognition as the top performer was a testament to his skills and potential. Kakashi, usually composed and unflappable, felt a rare moment of shock. He had fully expected to be named the top applicant, given his stellar performance in the physical tests. His mind raced as he processed the result. How did he do it? Kakashi thought to himself. I was sure my performance was unbeatable. This Kaizen, he's more than meets the eye. Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted as the instructor continued to call out names, recognizing other top performers. Kaizen noted the names and faces, mentally cataloging each one. These were the individuals who would share his journey at the academy, potential allies and rivals. Once the top performers were acknowledged, the instructor moved on to the class assignments. Now we will form the new classes, he announced, his voice firm and clear. Each of you will be placed with peers who match your skill level to ensure the best possible training environment. He paused, allowing the information to sink in before continuing. For those of you who wish to live at the academy, you may come early tomorrow morning before class to sign up for a dorm. Accommodations will be provided by the academy until graduation, ensuring you have everything you need to focus on your training. Once you receive your class assignments, group up and meet with your future teacher. This will give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves and understand what is expected of you moving forward. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing every word. The prospect of living at the academy intrigued him, offering an environment where he could fully immerse himself in his training. He made a mental note to arrive early the next morning to secure his place in the dorms. Kaizen's name was called first for Class A. along with Kakashi and several other high-scoring students. He recognized a few faces from the exams, their expressions ranging from eager to determined. As they gathered, Kaizen took the opportunity to observe his new classmates more closely. Their instructor for class was introduced next. Stepping forward with a composed demeanor was a seasoned shinobi who exuded quiet confidence. His sharp eyes scanned the group of new students, each one meeting his gaze with a mixture of curiosity and respect. He stood at an average height, with a lean but muscular build that spoke of disciplined training. His short, neatly trimmed brown hair framed a face marked by years of experience. His eyes, a piercing green, seemed to evaluate each student with keen intelligence. He wore the standard Jonin uniform of the Hidden Leaf Village, a dark green flak jacket over a long-sleeved black shirt, with matching pants and shinobi sandals handles. The headband of the Hidden Leaf Village was tied around his forehead, the metal plate reflecting the morning light. The flak jacket, covered in pockets and pouches, hinted at the tools and weapons he likely carried, ready for any situation. Kaizen's mind raced as he analyzed his new teacher. He scrutinized every detail, from the way he moved with deliberate precision to the subtle scars visible on his hands and face. These were the marks of a seasoned warrior. Kaizen briefly speculated on his background, wondering if he hailed from one of the renowned clans of the village, or if he had risen through the ranks as a civilian ninja. The absence of clan symbols on his attire left his origins a mystery. Based on his bearing, attire, and the respect he commanded, Kaizen deduced that he was likely at least a jonin. His demeanor suggested a depth of experience and skill befitting someone who had faced numerous challenges. Kaizen knew that having such a capable instructor could only benefit him, pushing him to exceed his limits. "I am Hiroshi-sensei," the man said, his voice steady and clear. "You are here because you have shown great potential. My job is to help you realize that potential and become the best shinobi you can be." Kaizen watched Hiroshi-sensei closely, noting his confident stance and the way he carried himself with a calm authority. This was someone worth learning from, someone who could push him to new heights. The instructor outlined the expectations for the term, emphasizing discipline, hard work, and teamwork. After defining his expectations and going through introductions, Hiroshi-sensei decided to begin the class's first training session immediately, starting with warm-up exercises. He believed that jumping straight into training would set the tone for their future lessons and help him quickly assess the strengths and weaknesses of his new students. As he led the students through a series of stretches and basic drills, he carefully observed each child, noting their form and effort. His thoughts were a mixture of evaluation and curiosity. He had reviewed their entrance exam results, but seeing them in action provided a deeper insight. Kaizen's movements were particularly impressive, precise and controlled, with a fluidity that hinted at extensive training. Hiroshi speculated on Kaizen's background, wondering if his skills were self-taught. Despite the boy's friendly demeanor, Hiroshi sensed a depth and complexity in his actions. Kakashi, on the other hand, moved with an effortless grace. His agility and precision were remarkable, clearly marking him as a top contender among the new students. Hiroshi knew of Kakashi's lineage and the expectations that came with being the son of the White Fang. Kakashi's focus and technique did not disappoint. They were the hallmarks of a ninja destined for greatness. As Hiroshi watched the other students, he noted their varying levels of coordination and endurance. One boy named Shiro showed promise with his determination, although his technique was still rough. Another promising student named Eiko, though initially hesitant, displayed a quiet resilience and a willingness to push herself. After the warm-up, Hiroshi decided to challenge them further with a team-based obstacle course. He divided the students into groups, explaining that the exercise was designed to foster cooperation and highlight individual strengths. He wanted to see how they would function under pressure and how well they could work together. Kaizen found himself teamed with Kakashi, Shiro, and Eiko. Hiroshi watched as Kaizen quickly took on a leadership role, strategizing with his teammates. "Let's work together to get through this as quickly and efficiently as possible," Kaizen said, his tone encouraging. "We each have our strengths, so let's use them." Kakashi nodded, his eyes sharp with focus. Shiro and Eiko looked determined, taking in Kaizen's words with a mix of anticipation and trust. At Hiroshi's signal, they launched into the course. The first obstacle was a series of high walls. Kaizen took the lead, scaling the walls with agility and helping his teammates over. Kakashi followed suit, his movements just as fluid. Hiroshi noted Kaizen's training was evident in his graceful and efficient actions. Shiro and Eiko, though less experienced, managed to keep pace with the support and encouragement from Kaizen and Kakashi. Next, they faced a series of balance beams suspended over a pit. Kaizen moved across with sure-footed precision, his background in stealth and agility clear in his graceful steps. When Eiko hesitated, he offered a reassuring hand, guiding her across with a calm confidence that helped steady her nerves. The final obstacle was a complex series of ropes and nets. Kaizen and Kakashi worked in tandem, navigating the tangled web with practiced ease. They coordinated their movements, ensuring that Shiro and Eiko could follow without difficulty. By the time they reached the end, their teamwork had forged a sense of camaraderie that was palpable. As they finished the exercise, Hiroshi observed them with a critical eye. "Well done," he said, nodding in approval. "You showed good teamwork and individual skill. Remember, a shinobi must be able to rely on their comrades." Kaizen felt a sense of accomplishment, not just for himself but for his team. He knew that building strong relationships with his classmates would be crucial for his success. During the break, he made a point to engage with Shiro and Eiko, offering tips and encouragement. His friendly nature and genuine interest in their progress helped to strengthen the bonds they had begun to form. Hiroshi-sensei continued to watch, impressed by Kaizen's ability to connect with his peers. He saw potential in Kaizen, not just as a skilled shinobi but as a leader who could inspire and elevate those around him. Hiroshi's thoughts were filled with plans on how to challenge both Kaizen and Kakashi, pushing them to their limits and beyond. Throughout the day, Kaizen continued to interact with his classmates, always with an eye on building alliances and understanding their capabilities. His easygoing demeanor and willingness to help made him well-liked, while his obvious skill earned him respect. With Kakashi, the connection was different. There was a mutual recognition of talent and a shared understanding of the drive to excel. During breaks, they discussed training strategies and exchanged insights, each learning from the other. Kaizen could see the potential for a strong partnership, one that would push them both to greater heights. As the day drew to a close, Kaizen reflected on the events. He had established himself as a top performer, forged new relationships, and gained valuable insights into his new environment. The foundation for his journey had been set, and he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Returning to the orphanage, Kaizen's mind buzzed with the day's events. Dinner with the other children was a lively affair, filled with chatter and laughter. Kaizen joined in their conversations with genuine interest, maintaining his friendly facade. His thoughts, however, remained sharply focused on the day's training and the insights he had gained. Later, in the quiet of his room, Kaizen settled himself in front of a small, cracked mirror. He was determined to perfect the transformation jutsu before bed. The soft glow of the moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting an ethereal light on his determined face. He took a deep breath, centering himself, and began to perform the hand signs he had practiced earlier: dog, boar, ram. As he executed the transformation jutsu, Kaizen's form shimmered, shifting into an image of one of his instructors. The transformation was close, but not perfect. He frowned slightly, releasing the jutsu and returning to his original form. He could feel the drain on his chakra, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. Kaizen analyzed the way his chakra flowed with each hand sign. He envisioned the chakra pathways within his body, observing how each sign directed the energy to different parts of his system. The dog sign seemed to gather the chakra, the boar sign molded it, and the ram sign finalized the transformation. He could feel the subtle shifts in energy with each movement of his hands. Repeating the process, Kaizen concentrated on smoothing out the rough edges of the jutsu. His form flickered into that of his instructor once more, this time with fewer imperfections. He held the transformation for a moment, studying his reflection, before letting it dissipate. The mirror's surface reflected his unwavering determination. As the night wore on, Kaizen's room filled with the soft sound of his steady breaths and the rustle of his clothes as he moved through the hand signs again and again. Each repetition brought him closer to perfection. He meticulously adjusted the flow of his chakra, experimenting with slight variations in the hand signs to see how they affected the outcome. His mind raced with ideas on how to better implement chakra in various jutsu. He considered the possibility of blending different chakra natures, theorized about more efficient ways to channel energy, and pondered the potential for creating entirely new techniques. The transformation jutsu, while basic, was a gateway to understanding the broader applications of chakra control. With each successful transformation, Kaizen's understanding deepened. He noticed how the concentration of chakra in different areas could enhance specific aspects of the jutsu, making the transformation more realistic. He realized that perfecting this technique was not just about the hand signs, but about mastering the subtle art of chakra manipulation. Hours passed, and Kaizen continued his relentless practice. The strain of chakra depletion began to show, his movements growing slower and more deliberate. Still, he persisted, driven by an insatiable desire for perfection. The final transformation of the night was his best yet. A near-perfect replica of his instructor, down to the smallest detail. Kaizen held the jutsu as long as he could, studying every aspect of the transformation in the mirror. When he finally released it, his chakra reserves were nearly exhausted. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His body was weary, but his mind was alight with the possibilities that lay ahead. Exhausted but content, Kaizen took a moment to rest on his futon, letting the day's experiences settle in his mind. The moonlight had shifted, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor, creating an almost hypnotic effect that matched the rhythm of his thoughts. Instead of succumbing to sleep, Kaizen knew there was more he could do to solidify his progress. He rose slowly, his muscles protesting the movement, but he welcomed the discomfort. Chakra exhaustion had pushed his body to its limits, creating the perfect state for further training. This was a time when his exercises would yield the best results, pushing his endurance and flexibility beyond their usual bounds. Kaizen started with dynamic stretches to increase his range of motion. He swung his legs back and forth, loosening his hip flexors and hamstrings. Then, he performed arm circles, gradually increasing their size to fully engage his shoulder muscles. Each movement felt more fluid as he continued, the initial stiffness giving way to greater flexibility. He then moved into more complex exercises designed to test his balance and coordination. Standing on one leg, Kaizen performed a series of single-leg squats, lowering his body slowly and with precision. His supporting leg trembled with effort, but he focused on maintaining his form, ensuring each squat was as deep as possible without losing balance. He switched legs, repeating the exercise and feeling the burn in his thighs and calves. Next, Kaizen challenged his core stability with a series of hollow body holds. He lay on his back, arms extended overhead and legs straight out, lifting both off the ground to form a hollow position. Holding this pose required intense concentration, his abdominal muscles contracting to keep his body steady. He alternated between the hollow hold and arch holds, flipping onto his stomach and lifting his arms and legs to strengthen his lower back muscles. To further enhance his agility, Kaizen practiced quick lateral movements. He set up small obstacles using objects around the room and performed side-to-side hops over them. This exercise mimicked the agility drills he had done earlier, helping to refine his footwork and reaction time. Each hop was light and swift, his body moving with the precision of a well-tuned machine. For his upper body, Kaizen incorporated variations of push-ups. He started with traditional push-ups, then moved to decline push-ups with his feet elevated, adding an extra challenge for his shoulders and chest. Diamond push-ups followed, targeting his triceps more intensely. The repetitive exertion tested his endurance, each push-up demanding more effort as his muscles fatigued. By the time he finished his routine, Kaizen's body was drenched in sweat. His muscles thoroughly worked. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that he had pushed himself to his limits and beyond. His exercises had not only strengthened his body, but also reinforced his mental discipline. Realizing he needed to clean up, Kaizen quickly made his way to the washroom. The cool water against his skin was invigorating, washing away the sweat and grime from his intense training. He scrubbed diligently, feeling the tension in his muscles ease with each splash of water. Once he was clean, he dried off and changed into a fresh set of clothes, the fabric soft and comforting against his skin. Feeling refreshed, Kaizen returned to his room and settled onto his futon. The moonlight had shifted once more, casting softer shadows that seemed to lull him into a state of calm. He closed his eyes, the day's events playing out in his mind like a well-worn tale. Each moment, each challenge, had brought him closer to his goal of mastering his new life as a shinobi. With a deep breath, Kaizen allowed himself to drift into sleep, knowing that he had done everything he could to prepare for the challenges ahead. Chapter 8: Dom's Theories. Kaizen woke to the first light of dawn filtering through the thin curtains of his room. He lay still for a moment, feeling the soft sheets against his skin and the gentle rise and fall of his breath. As he slowly sat up, he could sense the replenishment of his chakra reserves, a subtle but unmistakable increase from the previous day. His relentless training was already beginning to show results, not just in his physical abilities but in his chakra control and capacity as well. Pushing aside the blanket, Kaizen stood up, stretching his arms above his head. The familiar stiffness in his muscles from yesterday's exertion greeted him, a testament to the intensity of his training. An idea sparked in his mind. Could he use his chakra to alleviate this muscle soreness? Curiosity and determination intertwined as Kaizen decided to explore this new possibility. He closed his eyes and began to focus inward, visualizing the flow of chakra through his body. He imagined it coursing through him like a river, each pulse bringing a sense of renewal and strength. The concept was simple, but the execution required a great amount of concentration and control. Kaizen concentrated on directing his chakra to the areas that felt the most fatigued. He visualized the energy flowing from his core, spreading out through his limbs, and pooling in the muscles that ached most. As he focused, he could feel the warmth of his chakra permeating the sore spots, gradually easing the tension and dissipating the lingering soreness after several minutes. This was his first attempt at using chakra in such a manner, and Kaizen approached it with the analytical mindset that had always served him well. He paid close attention to the sensations, noting how the chakra moved and how it interacted with his physical discomfort. Each adjustment and fine-tuning of the flow increased his understanding of chakra control. As the muscle soreness began to fade, Kaizen marveled at the effects of his chakra manipulation. He pondered why and how the chakra was alleviating the soreness, theorizing based on his knowledge from his previous life. In that life, he had studied the pathways, chemistry, and anatomy of muscle growth and recovery extensively. Now, he sought to apply that knowledge to understand the interplay between chakra and physical conditioning. Muscle soreness, often referred to as delayed onset muscle soreness DOMS, typically occurred due to microscopic tears in muscle fibers, which happened during strenuous or unfamiliar physical activities. These microtears were particularly common during eccentric contractions when muscles lengthened under tension, such as lowering a weight slowly or running downhill. The tears in the muscle fibers triggered an inflammatory response, a natural part of the body's healing process. Kaizen knew that the initial response to these microtears involved an increase in blood flow to the damaged muscles. This influx of blood brought with it essential nutrients and oxygen, which were critical for the repair and regeneration of muscle tissue. White blood cells and other immune cells were also dispatched to the area to remove cellular debris and initiate the healing process. This phase was accompanied by the release of inflammatory chemicals, which contributed to the sensation of soreness and stiffness. The next phase of muscle recovery involved the activation of satellite cells. These were a type of stem cell that resided in the muscle tissue and played a crucial role in muscle repair. When muscle fibers were damaged, satellite cells proliferated and fused with the existing muscle fibers, helping to repair the tears and contribute to muscle growth. This process was supported by various growth factors and cytokines, such as insulin-like growth factor IGF and fibroblast growth factor FGF, which were released in response to muscle damage. Kaizen theorized that his chakra, when properly directed, could enhance these natural recovery pathways. By increasing blood flow and nutrient delivery, chakra could potentially expedite the inflammatory response and subsequent healing processes. Additionally, chakra might stimulate the production or activity of growth factors and cytokines, further accelerating muscle repair. Moreover, Kaizen considered the role of neural adaptations in muscle strength and endurance. Neural adaptations involved improvements in motor unit recruitment, increased firing frequency of motor neurons, and better synchronization of muscle contractions. These adaptations were crucial for building functional strength without significant muscle hypertrophy, which meant increasing strength without a corresponding increase in muscle size. This was particularly important for maintaining agility and speed, essential traits for a shinobi. Kaizen speculated that by manipulating his chakra, he could enhance these neural pathways, improving his coordination and efficiency during physical activities. This could allow him to develop stronger muscles without necessarily increasing their size, optimizing his physical performance while maintaining the agility and flexibility required for his training. Another aspect Kaizen contemplated was the pathways through which chakra flowed, deeply rooted in the rich lore of the ninja world. The traditional understanding of chakra pathways paralleled the concept of meridians in acupuncture, intricate channels that wove throughout the body, enabling the flow of chakra to support various bodily functions and overall vitality. Mastering the manipulation of these pathways would enable Kaizen to direct healing energy with pinpoint accuracy, alleviating soreness in targeted muscle groups and enhancing his physical performance. Kaizen knew that these chakra pathways were part of a complex system known as the chakra circulatory system. This system comprised not only the pathways but also nodes called tenketsu points. There were 361 tenketsu points throughout the body, which acted as control valves for chakra flow. Each tenketsu point could open or close to regulate the amount of chakra released. In combat, precise strikes to these points could disrupt an opponent's chakra flow, causing significant harm or immobilizing them entirely. The knowledge of tenketsu points was especially significant in advanced techniques like the gentle fist style used by the Hyuga clan, who could see these points with their byakugan. Although Kaizen did not possess the byakugan, understanding the locations and functions of tenketsu points would allow him to refine his chakra control. By focusing on these points, he could enhance the flow of chakra, ensuring that his energy reached every part of his body efficiently and effectively. Additionally, Kaizen reflected on the 8 gates, a series of internal chakra gates that controlled the flow and intensity of chakra throughout the body. These gates acted as regulators, preventing the body from overexerting itself and maintaining a balance of energy. However, through intense training and mastery, a shinobi could learn to open these gates, temporarily unlocking immense power at the cost of potential harm to their body. Kaizen knew the locations and purposes of each gate. The gate of opening Kaimon located in the brain's left hemisphere. It removed mental inhibitions, increasing physical strength but at the risk of muscle tearing. The gate of healing Kaimon found in the brain's right hemisphere. It increased physical strength further by forcing the body to recover faster from damage, but it caused significant strain. The gate of life Simon situated in the spinal cord. It unleashed the body's full potential, enabling feats far beyond normal capabilities but also causing immense stress on the heart. The gate of pain Shomon, located in the spinal cord below the gate of life. It increased strength and speed but resulted in severe muscle tissue damage. The gate of limit Toman positioned in the abdomen. It allowed access to even greater levels of chakra, enhancing all physical abilities at a substantial cost to the body. The gate of view Kaimon found in the stomach. It heightened the body's senses and perception, providing a significant boost to reaction time and agility while causing extreme physical toll. The gate of wonder Kaimon. Located below the stomach, it unleashed extraordinary power, often resulting in the body reaching near breaking points. The gate of death Shimon situated at the heart. It granted unparalleled strength and speed, but at the ultimate risk of death due to the immense strain on the body. Kaizen realized that, while the 8 gates offered tremendous power, their use was a double-edged sword, requiring not only physical fortitude, but also deep knowledge and control over one's chakra. He pondered how the principles of the 8 gates could be applied to his training, not necessarily by opening them, but by understanding the body's limits and working within them to maximize his efficiency and power. By integrating his knowledge of chakra pathways, tenketsu points, and the 8 gates, Kaizen envisioned developing techniques that would allow him to enhance his physical and mental capabilities without causing undue harm. This holistic approach to chakra control and physical training was an exciting frontier, promising to unlock new heights of strength and skill. With this detailed understanding in mind, Kaizen continued to focus on his chakra, guiding it through his pathways and concentrating on attempting to locate the various tenketsu points to optimize his energy flow. This practice not only alleviated his muscle soreness but also provided valuable insights into the deeper mechanics of his body's energy system, laying the groundwork for more advanced training and techniques in the future. As he was focusing his chakra, Kaizen's thoughts continued to race with the potential applications of this recovery technique. If he could refine his control over chakra to target specific recovery pathways, he could significantly enhance his training regimen. By reducing recovery time and minimizing muscle soreness, he could train more frequently and intensively, accelerating his progress as a shinobi. Kaizen also considered his current body and age, aware that his potential was limited until he grew older. While he knew the supposed timeline of events in the Naruto story, he couldn't rely on that knowledge completely, given the unprecedented circumstances of his reincarnation and the lessons from his previous life's demise. He understood the need to balance his impatience for strength with the wisdom that haste could lead to failure. Hard work was essential, and he recognized that his young body would inevitably delay some of his more ambitious plans. With his muscles now relaxed and his mind sharp, Kaizen proceeded with his morning training routine. He moved through his exercises with precision and focus, the lingering effects of fatigue and soreness now a distant memory. This new technique of utilizing chakra for recovery was proving to be a valuable addition to his training arsenal, one that he would continue to develop and perfect in the days to come. As the early morning light filtered through his window, Kaizen completed his training. Before doing anything else, Kaizen took a moment to empty his mind and enjoy the tranquility of peace surrounding him. It was a reminder of the balance he sought to achieve, a harmony between the rigorous demands of becoming a shinobi and the serene moments that allowed him to reflect and grow. After several minutes, Kaizen opened his eyes once more, a renewed sense of focus within them. Rejuvenated and ready, Kaizen began to prepare for the day. As he washed up and changed into his clothes, he felt a sense of anticipation. Today was another opportunity to prove himself, to learn, and to grow stronger. The academy awaited, and with it, the promise of new challenges and discoveries. Chapter 9, Detailed Curriculum. Kaizen left the orphanage and soon arrived at the Ninja Academy dormitory. The early morning light cast a warm glow on the sturdy wooden buildings that comprised the dormitory complex. The architecture was simple yet functional, with a focus on durability and practicality. As he approached the main entrance, Kaizen took a moment to appreciate the tranquil surroundings, the meticulously maintained gardens and the peaceful ambience created by the soft chirping of birds. Inside, the dormitory was bustling with activity as other early arrivals signed up for their rooms. Kaizen made his way to the front desk, where the dormitory supervisor, a middle-aged woman with a kind yet no-nonsense demeanor, greeted him. "Good morning," she said, handing him a clipboard. "Fill out your information here, and we'll get you assigned to a room." Kaizen quickly filled out the form, his neat handwriting reflecting his disciplined nature. Once completed, the supervisor glanced over the details and handed him a key. "Room 204, she said with a smile. "Welcome to the academy. Your room is on the second floor, and it's all yours." Kaizen nodded politely and made his way up the wooden staircase. The hallways were lined with doors, each marked with a room number. He found room 204 and unlocked the door, stepping into a spacious area furnished with a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. The room was clean and orderly, offering a private space that felt both welcoming and functional. On the desk lay a neatly folded note. Kaizen picked it up and began to read. "Welcome, Kaizen. Your necessities will be provided by the academy. Fresh linens and toiletries will be delivered weekly. Your meals will be served in the main dining hall 3 times a day, and snacks are available in the common room. The dormitory is equipped with several amenities for your convenience. A study room with access to a variety of books and learning materials. A training hall with practice dummies and basic training equipment. A common room for relaxation and socializing with other students. A laundry room with washing machines and dryers. A medical room with basic first aid supplies and access to the academy's medical staff. We hope you find your time here both challenging and rewarding. Best regards, the Academy Administration." Kaizen placed the note back on the desk, feeling a sense of anticipation. This room, with its simplicity and order, was a blank slate, much like his new life at the academy. He unpacked his belongings, placing them in the wardrobe and arranging his training gear neatly. After he finished settling in, Kaizen took a moment to stand in the center of the room, absorbing the quiet. The solitude provided him with a perfect environment to focus on his training and studies without distractions. He was determined to make the most of the resources available to him, using every opportunity to hone his skills and grow stronger. As the morning sun continued to climb, the students gathered in the academy's main courtyard for the morning assembly. The academy grounds were impressive, with well-maintained training fields, obstacle courses, and practice dojos. The courtyard itself was a large, open space designed to accommodate the entire student body. Kaizen stood amidst the bustling crowd of students in the large courtyard of the Ninja Academy, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and curiosity. The principal, an imposing figure with a stern yet kind demeanor, stood at the front, addressing the sea of young hopefuls. The principal's voice carried over the crowd, outlining the schedule for the day. "You will first meet your class instructors," he announced, his voice firm and clear. "After that, you will begin a day of orientation and initial training." The words resonated with Kaizen, filling him with a sense of anticipation. This was the start of a new chapter, one filled with possibilities and challenges. Kaizen's excitement was tempered by a sense of disbelief at the scale of his new environment. The Ninja Academy, as he remembered reading about it, seemed far more modest. Here, it was a sprawling complex dwarfing the smaller, more intimate setting he had read about. Rows of buildings stretched out in every direction, each one teeming with activity and promise. The sheer size of the student body was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the relatively small group he had expected. He glanced around, taking in the faces of his peers, each one filled with the same mixture of eagerness and apprehension. The dormitories were another surprise. He had no recollection of such facilities being mentioned in the stories. The addition of these living quarters suggested a level of infrastructure and organization that went beyond his previous understanding. It made him wonder what other changes this new reality held. What other deviations from the stories were there? How would these differences affect his journey? As the principal continued speaking, Kaizen's mind wandered to these questions. The differences he had already noticed made him keenly aware that he could not rely solely on his prior knowledge. He would have to remain adaptable, ready to face whatever unexpected challenges and opportunities came his way. This realization was both daunting and exhilarating. The unknown elements of this world added an extra layer of complexity to his plans, but they also provided a chance to forge his own path, unbound by the expectations of a predetermined story. Kaizen felt a renewed determination to excel. The larger academy and the presence of so many students meant increased competition, but also greater opportunities for growth and learning. He understood that standing out in such a vast environment would require more than just skill. It would demand unwavering dedication and a keen ability to navigate the nuances of this new reality. As the principal concluded his speech, and the students began to disperse to meet their instructors, Kaizen took a deep breath, centering himself. After making his way to the assigned classroom, Kaizen and his classmates sat attentively, their eyes fixed on Hiroshi-sensei as he stood before them. The room was spacious, with large windows allowing natural light to flood in, and walls adorned with charts and diagrams detailing various ninja techniques and historical events. The atmosphere was one of anticipation and focus, each student eager to absorb the knowledge that would shape their futures as shinobi. Hiroshi-sensei began with a brief introduction, his voice steady and commanding. "Welcome to your first day at the Ninja Academy. As you might remember from yesterday, I am Hiroshi-sensei, and I will be guiding you through your time here. Our curriculum is designed to prepare you for the challenges you will face as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. You will be tested physically, mentally, and emotionally. Only through dedication and hard work will you succeed." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "Let me outline what you will be learning during your time here. Taijutsu hand-to-hand combat. Taijutsu is the foundation of your physical prowess. You will learn various combat techniques including strikes, kicks, throws, and joint locks. We will train you to enhance your speed, strength, agility, and endurance. This training will be rigorous, as mastery of Taijutsu requires discipline and perseverance. You will spar with your classmates, participate in conditioning drills, and learn to push your body to its limits. The goal is not only to improve your combat skills, but also to build resilience and mental toughness. Ninjutsu ninja techniques. Ninjutsu encompasses a wide range of techniques that utilize your chakra to perform extraordinary feats. You will learn basic jutsu such as the transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu. As you progress, you will be introduced to more advanced techniques, tailored to your individual chakra nature. We will explore elemental ninjutsu, allowing you to manipulate fire, water, earth, wind, or lightning, depending on your affinity. Mastery of ninjutsu requires precise chakra control, creativity, and an understanding of the principles behind each technique. Genjutsu illusion techniques. Genjutsu involves manipulating your opponent's senses to create illusions, deceive, and disorient them. You will learn to cast genjutsu, recognize when you are under its influence, and break free from it. This training will enhance your mental fortitude and your ability to think critically under pressure. You will study various types of genjutsu, from simple distractions to complex illusions that can immobilize or manipulate your enemies. Strategy and tactics. A shinobi must be more than just a skilled fighter. You must also be a strategist. You will learn the art of warfare, including battlefield tactics, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. We will study famous battles and missions from our village's history, analyzing what led to success or failure. You will participate in simulations and strategy games designed to sharpen your decision-making skills and your ability to adapt to changing situations. History and culture. Understanding the history and culture of the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the broader shinobi world, is crucial. You will learn about the founding of our village, the Great Shinobi Wars, and the legacy of the Hokage. This knowledge will give you a sense of pride and duty, as well as an understanding of the values and principles that guide us as shinobi. We will also explore what we know of the traditions and customs of other villages. Physical conditioning. Beyond taijutsu, you will engage in physical conditioning to build your strength, speed, and stamina. This includes running, climbing, swimming, and other exercises designed to push your physical boundaries. You will train in various environments from forests to mountains to prepare you for the diverse terrains you may encounter on missions. Teamwork and leadership. Shinobi often work in teams, and it is essential to understand the dynamics of working with others. You will participate in team-building exercises, learning to communicate effectively, support your teammates, and lead when necessary. Leadership training will help you develop the qualities needed to guide and inspire others. Specialized training. As you progress, you may show aptitude in specific areas such as medical ninjutsu, sensory skills, or specific weapon proficiency. We will offer specialized training to hone these talents, ensuring you can contribute uniquely to your team and missions. This might include learning to create and use poisons, advanced medical techniques, or mastering specific weapons like swords. Mathematics. Mathematics is crucial for problem solving and strategy. You will learn basic arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and trigonometry, all of which are essential for making precise calculations in various situations, such as determining trajectories for thrown weapons or calculating the best routes during reconnaissance missions. Lands. Understanding the natural world is essential for a shinobi. You will study basic principles of physics, chemistry, and biology. This knowledge will aid you in everything from understanding the chemical reactions behind explosive tags to the biological processes of healing. You will also learn about the anatomy of the human body, which is crucial for both combat and medical ninjutsu. Survival skills. Survival skills are paramount for any shinobi. You will learn how to find food and water in the wild, build shelters, navigate using natural landmarks, and survive harsh environments. These skills will be tested in field exercises where you must rely on your wits and training to complete missions under realistic conditions. Ethics and philosophy. We will discuss the ethics and philosophy of being a shinobi. You will learn about the moral dilemmas you may face and how to uphold the values of the Hidden Leaf Village. Discussions will include the importance of loyalty, the balance between duty and compassion, and the principles that should guide your actions. Stealth and infiltration. Stealth and infiltration are critical skills for any shinobi. You will learn to move silently, blend into your surroundings, and use disguises effectively. These skills will enable you to gather intelligence, execute surprise attacks, and evade detection during missions. Practical exercises will include night operations, camouflage techniques, and silent movement drills. Weaponry and tool usage. Proficiency with various weapons and tools is essential. You will train with Shuriken, Kunai, and other ninja tools, learning to use them accurately and effectively. Additionally, you will study the use of explosive tags, smoke bombs, and other gadgets that can provide tactical advantages in combat. Chakra control and meditation. Mastery of chakra control is foundational for all shinobi techniques. You will practice exercises designed to enhance your ability to manipulate and conserve chakra, such as tree climbing and water walking. Meditation practices will also be incorporated to improve your focus, mental clarity, and connection to your inner energy. Espionage and intelligence gathering. Gathering information is a key aspect of shinobi missions. You will learn techniques for espionage, including surveillance, interrogation, and data analysis. These skills will help you to collect and interpret vital information about your enemies and environments, enabling you to make informed strategic decisions. Remember, this is just a brief overview of various subjects you will learn throughout your time in the academy. While the requirements to become a genin are not so stringent that you need to master all of these subjects, it is expected that you have some level of competency or understanding of them. If you wish to proceed even further within the ranks of shinobi, you should sincerely grasp each opportunity afforded to learn and improve during your time here. Hiroshi Sensei's detailed outline of the curriculum painted a comprehensive picture of what it would take to become a well-rounded shinobi. Kaizen felt a surge of excitement mixed with determination. The path ahead was demanding, but it was also filled with opportunities to grow and excel. As Hiroshi Sensei continued to speak, Kaizen's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the enormity of the task ahead. The principal had mentioned orientation and initial training, but Hiroshi Sensei's breakdown of the curriculum provided a clearer picture of what to expect. Ironically, Kaizen felt a sense of familiarity with how similar this level of intensity and breadth of learning was to his upbringing in his previous life. There, he never knew anything about family, only the organization's relentless curriculum and training methods starting from a similar age to what he is right now. Kaizen is aware that he is 4 years old and that Kakashi is of the same age currently. Although they are considered anomalies, there are still many children within the classroom no older than 7 or 8 years old from his estimation. Briefly looking around, he could see the shock on everyone's face, with even Kakashi being a bit surprised. After all, Hiroshi Sensei detailed an incredibly intensive and in-depth schedule, seemingly too much to handle for the minds of children to fully comprehend at this stage. However, Kaizen wasn't concerned about the others, as he knew this world held far more potential for people at much younger ages due to the influence of chakra. As he finished detailing the curriculum, Hiroshi Sensei took a moment to observe the students' reactions. He could see the mixture of shock, excitement, anxiety, and determination on their faces. It was a lot to take in, and he knew that for some, the sheer breadth of what lay ahead might feel overwhelming. Inwardly, Hiroshi reflected on his decision to present the entire curriculum on the first day. He knew that detailing the rigorous training and diverse subjects might lower the confidence of some students, but he believed it was necessary. His goal was to set clear expectations and prepare them for the reality of their training. Becoming a shinobi required more than just physical prowess. It demanded intellectual growth, emotional resilience, and ethical grounding. Hiroshi also wanted to instill a sense of purpose and drive from the very beginning. By laying out the full scope of their education, he hoped to ignite a fire within each student, a desire to rise to the challenge and strive for excellence. He believed that those who truly had the potential to become great shinobi would see this as an opportunity rather than a burden. Moreover, Hiroshi understood the importance of transparency. By being upfront about the demands of their training, he aimed to build trust with his students. They needed to know that their journey would not be easy, but that it was achievable through hard work and dedication. This honest approach would help them to develop a strong sense of self-reliance and resilience, qualities that were essential for any shinobi. As he concluded his thoughts, Hiroshi felt a renewed sense of commitment to his students. He was not just preparing them for the academy, he was preparing them for the challenges of the world beyond. And in doing so, he hoped to guide them towards becoming excellent shinobi, capable of protecting the peace of Konoha. "I expect each of you to give your best," Hiroshi Sensei said, his gaze sweeping across the room. "The road to becoming a shinobi is not easy, but with dedication and hard work, you will succeed. Also, I know many of you are living off campus, but for this particular class, I would highly recommend for you to live on campus in the dormitories. The academy is designed to provide the students with everything they require to maximize their potential. If you are not living on campus, you will be running the risk of not obtaining all the provided meals, opportunities, and resources you will need to be highly successful. Not to mention, Living on campus allows you to interact with classmates for training, sparring, and studying a lot easier than it would otherwise. I won't speak about it further, but give it some thought before you make a final decision. With that being said, let's start once again with introductions to reaffirm your knowledge of your fellow classmates. I want to know your names and why you wish to become a shinobi. And so, one by one, the students stood up and introduced themselves. Kaizen listened intently, eager to learn more about his peers and gauge their personalities and goals. The first to stand was a tall boy with dark hair and a serious expression. "My name is Hiroto," he said, his voice carrying a hint of determination. "I come from a long line of shinobi, and I aim to uphold my family's legacy by becoming a strong and honorable ninja." Next was a petite girl with bright green eyes and an infectious smile. "Hi, I'm Suki," she said cheerfully. "I want to become a ninja because I love helping people, and I think protecting our village is the best way to do that." Then, a boy with wild blonde hair and a mischievous grin stood up. "I'm Ryu," he declared. "I want to become the greatest ninja ever, and maybe even surpass the Hokage someday. Plus, I think all the cool jutsus and missions are going to be a lot of fun." Kaizen smiled at Ryu's enthusiasm, appreciating the boy's spirited nature. When it was Kakashi's turn, he stood with an air of quiet confidence. "I'm Kakashi Hadake," he said simply, his tone calm and composed. "I strive to become a ninja worthy of my father's name, and to protect our village with everything I've got." Kaizen noted the respect in Kakashi's voice when he mentioned his father, the famous White Fang of the Leaf. He could sense Kakashi's determination and the weight of his legacy. Finally, it was Kaizen's turn. He stood confidently, his posture relaxed but his presence commanding attention. "My name is Kaizen," he began, his voice steady and clear. "I wish to become a shinobi in order to protect the peace of Konoha and its inhabitants." He glanced around the room, making eye contact with several of his classmates, his friendly demeanor making him easy to approach. "I believe we can all learn a lot from each other and grow stronger together," he added with a warm smile. As he sat back down, Kaizen felt a sense of camaraderie building within the group. The introductions continued, each student bringing their unique background and aspirations to the fore. He made a mental note of their names and goals, feeling a surge of excitement for the journey ahead. Kaizen maintained his approachable and engaging nature. He offered encouraging nods and smiles to his peers, ensuring they felt comfortable and supported. His genuine interest in their stories and his positive attitude helped set the tone for the group, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose among them. Chapter 10, Welcome to the Academy. Once introductions were finished, Hiroshi-sensei discussed the plans for the day, starting with an intense training session. The morning regimen was designed to push the students to their physical limits, ensuring they built the endurance, strength, and agility needed for the life of a shinobi. Hiroshi-sensei led the students to the expansive training field, where they began with a series of dynamic stretches to loosen their muscles and prepare their bodies for the rigorous workout ahead. They stretched their legs, arms, and backs, focusing on increasing flexibility and preventing injuries. The workout regimen began with cardiovascular conditioning. Hiroshi-sensei instructed the students to run multiple laps around the field, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a steady pace and proper breathing technique. The laps were followed by sprint intervals, pushing the students to their maximum speed for short bursts, enhancing their explosive power and endurance. Next, they would move on to strength training exercises. The regimen included push-ups varieties such as standard, diamond, and wide arm push-ups to target different muscle groups. Pull-ups performed on a horizontal bar, focusing on upper body strength and grip endurance. Sit-ups and crunches for core strength, essential for stability and power in combat. Leg lifts and flutter kicks targeting lower abdominal muscles and hip flexors. Squats and lunges building leg strength and balance, crucial for agility and powerful kicks. Plank holds for overall core strength and endurance, with variations like side planks to engage oblique muscles. Following the strength exercises, the students would then transition to agility and coordination drills. Hiroshi-sensei had a series of obstacles and challenges designed to test their reflexes and precision. Cone drills navigating through cones with quick, sharp movements to improve directional changes. Ladder drills running through an agility ladder with high knees and precise foot placement to enhance coordination and speed. Balance beams walking, running and jumping on narrow beams to develop balance and stability. Rope climbing building upper body strength and coordination, mimicking the actions needed for scaling walls and trees. The final segment of the workout focused on flexibility and recovery, which includes dynamic stretches, gentle, controlled movements to gradually cool down the muscles. Static stretches, holding positions to increase muscle flexibility and reduce tension. Breathing exercises promoting relaxation and enhancing control over their breath, an essential skill for maintaining composure in high-stress situations. Hiroshi-sensei observed his students closely, evaluating their performance and mental resilience. To accurately track their progress and establish a baseline, he used a stopwatch to record the time it took each student to complete their laps and sprint intervals. He jotted down the times in a small notebook, making sure to leave space for future entries to track improvements. "I'm not just testing your physical capabilities," Hiroshi-sensei said, his voice carrying across the field. "I'm also testing your mental toughness. How you handle fatigue and push through discomfort will tell me a lot about your potential as shinobi." As the students ran their laps, Hiroshi monitored their pace and breathing techniques. He also noted who maintained a steady rhythm and who struggled to keep up, paying special attention to those who showed signs of mental fortitude by pushing themselves despite their obvious exhaustion. Kaizen, with his disciplined training from his previous life, maintained a strong and steady pace, his focus unwavering. Next, the sprint intervals began. The students lined up at the starting point, their bodies tense with anticipation. Hiroshi's whistle pierced the air, and they surged forward, sprinting with all their might. Each interval demanded their utmost effort, pushing their explosive power and endurance to the limit. Kaizen felt his muscles ignite with a burning sensation, the familiar ache of exertion spreading through his limbs. Despite the pain, he pressed on, his determination unwavering. As Kaizen completed each sprint, he quickly shifted his focus inward, drawing on his newfound chakra circulating technique. Closing his eyes briefly, he visualized the flow of chakra through his body, directing the energy to the muscles that burned the most. He imagined his chakra as a soothing river, washing over the strained fibers and alleviating the soreness. The warmth of the chakra permeated his muscles, gradually easing the tension and providing a brief respite from the fatigue. While channeling his chakra, Kaizen's thoughts raced. He continuously pondered the mechanics of this technique. Despite his previous thoughts earlier in the day, Kaizen didn't limit himself to one line of thinking, even though it made a lot of sense. Continuous theorizing had the potential to solidify his thoughts on how the process worked or poke holes in his original idea. Secondly, it could provide him with new ideas to build upon or further explore. For example, in his current situation and usage, he speculated that the circulating chakra could be reducing the buildup of hydrogen ions, which was thought to be responsible for the burning sensation during intense exercise due to the increased acidity of the blood. The micro-tears in the muscles could also be contributing to that burning sensation. Kaizen considered the possibility that his chakra was enhancing his body's natural buffering systems, neutralizing the excess hydrogen ions more efficiently and preventing the drop in pH that led to muscle fatigue. This idea fascinated him, as it suggested a direct way in which chakra could influence biochemical processes. If chakra could enhance these natural systems, then the potential applications were vast. Not only could it aid in recovery, but it might also improve overall physical performance by delaying the onset of fatigue. Another possibility was that the circulating chakra might also be enhancing the efficiency of oxygen utilization within his muscles, allowing them to maintain performance for longer periods without tiring. Kaizen also considered the idea that his chakra was improving mitochondrial function, where the bulk of ATP production takes place. Enhanced mitochondrial activity could mean that his muscles were generating energy more efficiently, providing sustained power during intense physical activity. This would allow him to recover more quickly between exercises, maintaining peak performance. He also theorized that chakra might be aiding in the regulation of electrolytes within his body. Electrolytes like sodium, potassium, and calcium are crucial for muscle contraction and nerve function. By maintaining optimal levels, his muscles could perform more effectively and recover more swiftly from the exertion. This regulation could prevent cramping and muscle fatigue, allowing for longer and more intense training sessions. Another idea that crossed Kaizen's mind was the potential for chakra to influence hormonal balance. Physical exertion stimulates the release of various hormones, such as epinephrine, norepinephrine, and cortisol. If his chakra could help modulate these hormonal responses, it might reduce the negative effects of stress on his body, such as muscle breakdown and prolonged recovery times. Additionally, it could promote the release of growth hormones that aid in muscle development and repair. As he continued to circulate his chakra, Kaizen's mind buzzed with these possibilities. He felt the familiar warmth spreading through his muscles, the soreness and fatigue gradually ebbing away. Each breath drew in fresh energy, each exhale released the remnants of tension. The synergy between his physical exertion and chakra control created a harmonious cycle, pushing him towards greater heights of performance. The practical applications of these theories would need careful exploration and testing. Kaizen resolved to keep meticulous notes on his observations and progress, treating his body and chakra as a living experiment. He would need to monitor how different techniques and intensities affected his recovery and performance, adjusting his approach based on the outcomes. As Kaizen continued to circulate his chakra, feeling the soothing warmth spread through his muscles, he couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had ever thought to use chakra in this way. The concept seemed so intuitive to him, yet he had never read or heard about such a technique being utilized by other shinobi. His thoughts drifted to the countless ninjas he had read about, each with their unique abilities and approaches to chakra control. Was this method truly novel, or had it simply been overlooked or forgotten in the annals of shinobi history? He considered the legendary ninjas like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, whose mastery over their chakra was unparalleled. Did they possess similar techniques that allowed them to sustain their incredible feats of strength and endurance? Or was this application of chakra something entirely new, an innovation that could revolutionize shinobi training? As Kaizen focused on channeling his chakra, his thoughts expanded to encompass the various chakra-related techniques he knew from his readings and observations. He was aware of chakra transfer, a method where one ninja could share their chakra with another to heal or empower them. This technique, while useful, seemed fundamentally different from what he was attempting. Chakra transfer relied on an external source of energy, whereas Kaizen was cultivating an internal process, using his own chakra to mend and rejuvenate his body. He also considered chakra pills, small medicinal substances designed to replenish chakra quickly in the heat of battle. While effective, they were a temporary fix and often came with significant drawbacks, such as increased fatigue and potential dependency. Kaizen's technique, on the other hand, promised a sustainable and self-reliant method of recovery that could be employed repeatedly, without such side effects. The gate of healing, one of the 8 gates, crossed his mind as well. Opening this gate temporarily boosted physical capabilities and accelerated the healing process, but it also posed a great risk to the user's body. The strain of opening the gates was severe, often causing more harm than good, if not managed carefully. Kaizen's approach was far more controlled and gentle, aiming to harness the benefits of enhanced recovery without pushing his body to the brink of collapse. He thought of Tsunade's mitotic regeneration, a powerful technique that allowed her to heal almost instantaneously by accelerating cell division. This method was remarkable but required extensive medical knowledge and a level of chakra control that was beyond Kaizen's current capabilities. Furthermore, the regenerative process came with its own risks, such as cellular degradation and shortened lifespan if overused. As he reflected on these advanced techniques, Kaizen realized that his own method, though in its infancy, had the potential to be just as revolutionary. By combining elements of these existing techniques with his unique approach, he could develop a recovery system that was both efficient and safe. His technique didn't involve external assistance or dangerous side effects. It was an intrinsic ability that he could refine and perfect through practice and perseverance. Kaizen's thoughts raced with the possibilities. If he could master this technique, it would not only enhance his training but also provide a significant edge in combat situations. He imagined himself recovering from injuries and fatigue with unprecedented speed, allowing him to stay in peak condition even during prolonged missions. This could make him a valuable asset to his team and increase his chances of success in critical moments. Moreover, Kaizen pondered the potential applications beyond mere recovery. Could this method be adapted for other purposes? Perhaps it could be used to enhance his physical capabilities temporarily, or to fortify his body against attacks. The idea of a versatile chakra control technique that extended beyond healing intrigued him, sparking a myriad of new ideas and avenues for exploration. As he continued to circulate his chakra, Kaizen's body responded positively, the soreness and fatigue melting away. He felt invigorated, his muscles regaining their strength and flexibility. This immediate feedback was encouraging, affirming the validity of his approach. With each successful attempt, his confidence grew, fueling his determination to refine and expand this technique further. Kaizen's thoughts also turned to his future as a shinobi. He knew that becoming a powerful ninja required not only physical prowess but also innovative thinking and the ability to adapt and improve continuously. By developing this unique recovery method, he was already setting himself apart, demonstrating a level of ingenuity that could propel him to new heights. Kaizen's thoughts also wandered to his peers. He glanced around, observing the determined faces of his classmates as they pushed through the demanding exercises. Did any of them have similar ideas? Was there a chance that others were experimenting with their chakra in innovative ways, just as he was? As he channeled his chakra, Kaizen made a mental note to observe his classmates more closely. He would look for signs of unusual recovery rates or enhanced endurance, clues that others might be exploring similar techniques. What Kaizen didn't realize in the moment was that his technique was very innovative. His success with his innovative chakra technique was no accident. It was the result of a unique combination of factors stemming from his past life. Unknown to him, his vast medical knowledge and precise intentions were working in harmony as he circulated his chakra, producing remarkable benefits. In his previous life, Kaizen had studied the human body extensively, delving deep into the intricacies of anatomy, physiology, and medical practices. This background provided him with an exceptional understanding of how the body responded to various stimuli, particularly in the context of physical exertion and recovery. He was intimately familiar with the processes that govern muscle function, repair, and growth. This scientific knowledge laid a solid foundation for his current approach to chakra manipulation. As Kaizen directed his chakra through his body, his deep understanding of muscle physiology unconsciously guided his efforts. He wasn't merely circulating chakra randomly. His actions were informed by a nuanced comprehension of how to alleviate muscle soreness and promote recovery. The intentions behind his chakra manipulation were precise and deliberate, targeting areas that needed the most attention. This specificity made all the difference. The concept of chakra, while mysterious and mystical, had parallels with the energy systems Kaizen had studied. By visualizing and directing his chakra to specific muscle groups, he was essentially mimicking the targeted therapeutic techniques used in his previous life, such as massage therapy and acupuncture, but on a far more advanced level. His chakra acted as both the diagnostic tool and the treatment, providing immediate feedback and results. Moreover, Kaizen's ability to visualize his chakra pathways and tenketsu points added another layer of precision to his technique. This detailed mental map allowed him to manipulate his energy flow with exceptional accuracy. Each pulse of chakra was directed with intent, focusing on areas of tension and fatigue. This level of control was rare among shinobi, who typically used chakra in broader, less refined ways. Kaizen's method was further enhanced by his natural aptitude for chakra control. His previous life had instilled in him a discipline and focus that translated seamlessly into his new existence. These qualities allowed him to harness his chakra with a level of finesse that nobody could match at his current age. The result was a technique that, while not yet perfect, provided tangible benefits by accelerating muscle recovery and reducing soreness. The combination of Kaizen's medical knowledge, precise intentions, and exceptional chakra control created a synergistic effect. His chakra not only flowed through his body but also carried with it the informed guidance of his past life's expertise. This unique blend enabled him to achieve results that most other shinobi, lacking his specific background and approach, could not replicate. While Kaizen might not fully understand the mechanics of his success, the underlying reasons were clear. His technique was a testament to the power of combining scientific knowledge with mystical energy manipulation. This innovative approach hinted at the vast potential within him, suggesting that with further refinement and practice, Kaizen could unlock even greater benefits and applications for his chakra manipulation skills. As the whistle blew for the next sprint, Kaizen opened his eyes, feeling rejuvenated. The brief moment of chakra circulation had significantly reduced his muscle fatigue, allowing him to tackle the next interval with renewed vigor. He launched himself forward, his strides powerful and controlled. Each step was a testament to his technique, his body moving with the precision of a well-honed machine. Between sprints, Kaizen continued to utilize his chakra technique, determined to refine his control with each application. He experimented with different visualizations, adjusting the intensity and flow of the chakra to maximize its effectiveness. The results were promising. Each recovery period left him feeling more capable and less fatigued than before. Hiroshi-sensei observed Kaizen's performance with a critical eye. He noted the boy's ability to maintain a high level of effort across multiple sprints, as well as the remarkable speed with which he seemed to recover between intervals. This resilience and adaptability were exactly what Hiroshi was looking for in his students. As the students finished the sprints, they were afforded a small break period before the strength training exercises commenced. Throughout every exercise, Hiroshi continued to take notes. For each student, he recorded the number of repetitions they completed for push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, crunches, leg lifts, flutter kicks, squats, lunges, and plank holds. This detailed record-keeping would allow him to monitor their progress and tailor future training sessions to address individual weaknesses. Throughout the agility and coordination drills, Hiroshi-sensei used a stopwatch to track the students' times and precision. He set up a series of cones and an agility ladder, instructing the students to navigate through them with quick, sharp movements. He noted who displayed natural agility and who needed to improve their footwork and balance. The balance beam exercise was particularly revealing. Some students hesitated, their steps unsteady, while others, like Kaizen, moved with confidence and control. Kaizen's assassin training had honed his balance and coordination, allowing him to excel in this challenge. Hiroshi watched with interest, making a mental note of Kaizen's potential. Rope climbing was next. The students approached the ropes with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Climbing required significant upper body strength and coordination, and Hiroshi carefully observed their techniques and endurance. Kaizen's movements were fluid and efficient, as if he were highly experienced. The final segment of the workout focused on flexibility and recovery. Hiroshi led the students through dynamic stretches, encouraging them to gently cool down their muscles. He demonstrated each stretch, ensuring they understood the importance of flexibility in avoiding injuries and enhancing overall performance. Static stretches followed, with Hiroshi guiding them through positions designed to increase muscle flexibility and reduce tension. He emphasized the need for proper form and patience, explaining how regular stretching would improve their range of motion and reduce the risk of strains. The breathing exercises concluded the session. Hiroshi-sensei gathered the students in a circle, the morning sun casting long shadows across the training field. His gaze was firm but encouraging as he addressed the group. Breathing is crucial, he began, his voice steady and authoritative. In high-stress situations, controlling your breath can help you maintain composure and think clearly. It can be the difference between success and failure. The students, still catching their breath from the intense workout, listened intently. Hiroshi demonstrated a deep, measured inhale through his nose, his chest expanding slowly. He held the breath for a moment before exhaling steadily through his mouth, a soft whoosh of air breaking the silence. "Follow my lead," he instructed, his eyes scanning the circle to ensure everyone was engaged. Kaizen settled into a comfortable seated position, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his knees. The ground beneath him was cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of his exerted muscles. He focused on Hiroshi's breathing pattern, mirroring the deep inhale and controlled exhale. As he did so, he could feel his heart rate gradually slowing, the rush of adrenaline subsiding. Around him, the other students followed suit. Some, like Kakashi, adopted the exercise with ease, their expressions serene and focused. Others struggled to find a rhythm, their breaths uneven and hurried. Hiroshi moved among them, offering quiet corrections and encouragement. "Inhale deeply, hold it for a count of 4. Then exhale slowly," he reminded them, his presence a calming influence. Kaizen found the exercise surprisingly soothing. The rhythmic breathing not only helped to calm his mind but also seemed to enhance his awareness of his surroundings. He could hear the distant rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of birds, and the faint murmur of his classmates' breaths. Each inhale brought a sense of clarity, each exhale a release of tension. As the minutes passed, Hiroshi introduced variations to the exercise. "Now focus on counting your breaths," he said. "Inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4, exhale for a count of 4, and then pause for a count of 4 before the next inhale." This technique, known as box breathing, was designed to promote mental fortitude and relaxation. Kaizen embraced the challenge, counting silently in his mind as he followed the pattern. The structured breathing helped to anchor his thoughts, creating a sense of stability amidst the physical fatigue. He felt a deeper connection to his body, his chakra, and the environment around him. It was as if the deliberate breaths were weaving a thread of calm through the fabric of his being. Hiroshi continued to observe his students, noting their progress and areas for improvement. He was particularly pleased with how Kaizen adapted to the exercise, his demeanor calm and focused. "Excellent work, Kaizen," he remarked, his voice carrying a note of approval. "You're getting the hang of it." Kaizen nodded slightly, maintaining his breathing rhythm. He felt a sense of pride at Hiroshi's words, but he also recognized the importance of this practice. The ability to control one's breath was not just a physical exercise, it was a mental discipline that could be applied in countless situations, from the heat of battle to the stillness of meditation. As the session drew to a close, Hiroshi gathered the students once more. "Remember this feeling," he said, his tone serious but gentle. "In moments of stress or uncertainty, return to your breath. It will ground you and help you find clarity. This is a skill you will use for the rest of your lives as shinobi." After the training session, Hiroshi-sensei allowed the students to disperse to go get cleaned up and eat lunch if they wish. As they did so, Hiroshi reflected on the day's training. He had deliberately pushed the students to their limits, not just to establish a baseline but to see how they reacted under pressure. The detailed curriculum he had outlined earlier had set high expectations, and today's physical conditioning was a test of their willingness to meet those expectations head-on. Hiroshi's inner thoughts focused on the importance of this comprehensive approach. By challenging the students both mentally and physically, he aimed to identify those with the true potential to excel as shinobi. The rigorous training would reveal their strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to provide targeted guidance and support. Let's see how many of them will make it through the rest of the day. They will learn what it takes to become an excellent shinobi, and those who don't will hopefully quit while they can. Half-heartedly going through the academy will only put yourself and your comrades in danger. Hopefully they come to understand that fact sooner rather than later, Hiroshi thought to himself as he went to go look through his teaching plan for the rest of the day. Chapter 11. Making Friends and Confronting Bullies. When the morning training session concluded, the students got cleaned up and then gathered in the academy's cafeteria for lunch. The large open space was filled with the sound of chatter and laughter as the children shared their experiences and forged new friendships. The cafeteria was a massive hall designed to accommodate the academy's large student body, capable of serving thousands of students at a time. The ceiling was high and vaulted, with large windows letting in ample natural light, creating an airy and welcoming atmosphere. Long rows of tables and benches stretched across the hall, providing plenty of seating for the students. The walls were adorned with vibrant murals, depicting scenes of the Hidden Leaf Village and its legendary shinobi, adding a touch of inspiration to the setting. At one end of the cafeteria, a series of food stations offered a wide variety of meal options, catering to the diverse tastes and nutritional needs of the young ninjas in training. The aroma of freshly prepared food filled the air, drawing students toward the serving areas with eager anticipation. The first station featured a selection of steamed and grilled meats, including chicken, beef, and fish. Each portion was carefully balanced with a side of steamed vegetables, providing a well-rounded meal rich in protein and essential nutrients. Next to the meat station was a noodle bar, offering bowls of ramen, soba, and udon. Students could choose their preferred broth, miso, soy, or pork, and customize their bowls with toppings such as boiled eggs, sliced pork, seaweed, and bamboo shoots. The noodle bar was always popular, its comforting warmth a favorite among the students. A rice station offered various types of rice dishes, from plain white rice to more elaborate options like fried rice with vegetables and egg, or rice topped with savory curry. Sushi rolls and onigiri, rice balls filled with salmon, tuna, or pickled plums, were also available, providing a lighter but equally nourishing option. For those seeking something lighter, a salad bar presented a colorful array of fresh vegetables, fruits, and a variety of dressings. Students could build their salads with leafy greens, tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and bell peppers, adding proteins like tofu or grilled chicken to create a balanced meal. At the dessert station, a selection of traditional sweets awaited, including dango sweet rice dumplings, mochi rice cakes, and anmitsu, a Japanese dessert with agar jelly, fruit, and sweet syrup. Fresh fruit platters offered a refreshing end to the meal, featuring seasonal fruits like apples, oranges, and berries. Beverage dispensers lined one wall, offering an assortment of drinks such as green tea, barley tea, and water infused with lemon or cucumber. There was also a station for hot soups, with miso soup being a staple, providing a comforting and nutritious option for the students. As the students filled their trays with a variety of foods, the atmosphere in the cafeteria buzzed with energy. The large hall was a hive of chatter and laughter, with kids discussing the morning's training and the new academic curriculum. Kaizen found a spot at a table with some of his classmates. They dug into their meals, and the conversation quickly turned to their experiences. "You did great out there," Kaizen Shiro said, a hint of admiration in his voice. "How do you stay so calm and focused?" Kaizen smiled, taking a bite of his rice ball. "It's all about practice. You have to stay aware of your surroundings and trust your training. Keep pushing yourself, and it'll become second nature." Eiko nodded, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. "I really need to get better at the balance beams. I always feel like I'm going to fall." "You've already made great progress," Kaizen reassured her. "Just keep practicing, and soon it'll feel natural." Ryu, sitting across from them, sighed dramatically. "Man, this training is intense. I thought I'd be cool with it, but I'm already exhausted." Suki, sitting next to Ryu, patted him on the back. "It's only the first day, Ryu. We'll get used to it. Just gotta keep pushing ourselves." Kakashi, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. "Kaizen, you have a good way of explaining things. I noticed that during the obstacle course yesterday." Kaizen looked at Kakashi, appreciating the compliment. "Thanks, Kakashi. You were impressive too. Your movements are so precise. I think we can learn a lot from each other." Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. "Agreed. Let's keep pushing each other to get better." One of the students in Class A, Taro, looked overwhelmed and chimed in. "I can't believe how much we have to learn. It's not just the physical stuff. Did you guys hear all the academic subjects we have to cover?" "Yeah," Shiro added. Hiroshi-sensei said, "We're doing everything from history to mathematics. And then there's all the strategy and tactics. It's a lot." Eiko sighed. "And Genjutsu. I can barely get my head around that. It's like, how do you even know what's real?" Kaizen nodded, taking another bite. "It's a lot, but it all fits together. The mental stuff helps with the physical, and vice versa. We just have to take it one step at a time." Suki grinned. "At least the food is good, right? We'll need all the energy we can get to keep up." Ryu chuckled. "Yeah, I'm definitely going back for seconds. This training is no joke." Kaizen turned to Taro, who still looked a bit daunted. "Don't worry, Taro. We're all in this together. If you need help with anything, just ask. We'll figure it out." Taro managed a small smile. "Thanks, Kaizen. I guess I just need to find my rhythm." At another table, Hiroto was deep in conversation with some other students. "My family expects a lot from me," he said, his tone serious. "But this training is on another level. We have to be ready for anything." The students at Hiroto's table nodded at his words. They thought they were pretty talented to get accepted into Class A, but they weren't sure how long they could last with training like this. If the academic portion was just as rigorous then. As they continued to eat, Kaizen engaged with other students from his class at nearby tables, offering tips and encouragement. His friendly nature and genuine interest in their progress helped to strengthen the bonds he was forming. He learned more about his classmates, their backgrounds, and their motivations, attempting to build a network of allies and potential rivals. As the lunch break came to an end, Hiroshi-sensei entered the cafeteria, signaling the students to gather around. "Finish up and prepare yourselves," he announced. "The afternoon session will begin shortly in Training Dojo 6, and it will be just as challenging as this morning's training. Prepare yourselves and meet me there in the next 10 minutes. The students exchanged glances, a mixture of determination and apprehension in their eyes. As the students gathered their trays and cleaned up, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Hiroshi's words echoed in their minds, setting the stage for the next phase of their training. Kaizen, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline, made his way to the training dojo alone. The air was cool, and the sounds of nature provided a calming backdrop to his thoughts about the upcoming training session. As he walked, Kaizen noticed a group of older students loitering near the edge of the academy grounds, far from the busy dojo entrance. This part of the academy was quieter, with tall trees casting dappled shadows on the path and the sounds of the bustling campus muffled by the thick foliage. The dojo itself was several buildings away, leaving this secluded area relatively deserted. The older students' uniforms caught Kaizen's attention. The academy had a structured system for its uniforms, designed to reflect the progression of students through the 6 years of training. Each year had distinct features that marked their rank and experience level, all within the color scheme of the Hidden Leaf Village, dark navy blue or black as the base, with stripes of red symbolizing the will of fire. First-year students wore simple dark navy blue or black uniforms with a single red stripe running along the sides of the tunic and pants. The fabric was durable but plain, suitable for the basics of training and daily wear. The uniforms included a short-sleeved tunic, loose-fitting pants, and a belt. The lack of adornment signified their status as new recruits, just beginning their journey as shinobi. Second-year students' uniforms were similar but had 2 stripes of red running along the sides of the tunic and pants. This small addition signified their advancement and growing experience. By the 3rd year, students donned uniforms with 3 stripes of red and a black vest over their tunic, symbolizing their increased responsibilities and skill level. The vest had multiple pockets for carrying basic ninja tools, reflecting their more advanced training. 4th-year students wore uniforms with 4 stripes of red and a more fitted, reinforced vest that offered better protection and utility. Their attire also included fingerless gloves, which were practical for weapon handling and climbing. 5th-year students had 5 stripes of red and a more intricate design on their uniforms, including reinforced padding on the shoulders and knees. They also wore a bandolier for carrying additional weapons and supplies, signifying their readiness for more complex missions and training. 6th-year students, the most senior before becoming genin, wore black uniforms with 6 stripes of red and the academy's emblem on their vests and sleeves in dark red. Their uniforms were made from a higher quality fabric that offered better protection and flexibility. They also had shin guards and arm guards, preparing them for the rigors of field missions. Kaizen and his classmates had not yet received their uniforms. The academy's tailors were still working on crafting them based on each student's size specifications. For now, they wore simple training clothes provided by the academy, which were functional but lacked the distinct features of the official uniforms. As Kaizen approached the secluded area, the older students, easily recognizable by their uniforms adorned with 4 red stripes and reinforced vests, noticed him and smirked. They exchanged glances, clearly identifying him as a first-year student. Their expressions suggested they had found a new target for their amusement. "Hey, kid," one of them called out, stepping forward with a smug look. "What are you doing here? This area's for the big kids." Kaizen paused, meeting their gazes with calm eyes. "I'm on my way to one of the training dojos," he replied simply, his voice steady. Another upperclassman, shorter but wiry with a sharp look in his eyes, chuckled. "Training dojos are for real ninjas, not little kids who just got out of diapers. Why don't you run along somewhere else?" Kaizen smiled slightly, unfazed by their attempts to intimidate him. "If that's the case, I guess I'll fit right in. After all, we're all here to train and improve, right?" The 3rd upperclassman, a girl with an athletic build and a cold expression, stepped closer, crossing her arms. "You've got a smart mouth for a rookie. How about we see if you can back it up?" Kaizen tilted his head slightly, his expression thoughtful. Why waste time on meaningless fights? We're all on the same side, aren't we? Shouldn't we be focusing on our training instead of trying to prove who's tougher? The tall boy sneered, clearly irritated by Kaizen's calm demeanor. You're not getting it, kid. We decide who belongs here and who doesn't. And you definitely don't. When they saw that their words weren't intimidating him, their irritation turned into anger. The tall boy stepped forward, his hand reaching out to grab Kaizen by the collar. Maybe you need a lesson in respect. Kaizen's eyes sharpened, his body tensing as he prepared to defend himself. The moment the upperclassman's hand moved to touch him, Kaizen's training from his previous life kicked in. He swiftly sidestepped, grabbing the boy's wrist and twisting it with precision. The technique, a classic Aikido wrist lock, forced the boy to his knees with a yelp of pain, his arm contorted painfully behind his back. The wiry boy reacted immediately, lunging at Kaizen with a punch aimed at his head. Kaizen ducked under the blow and countered with a swift, devastating strike to the boy's solar plexus, using his elbow. The boy gasped for air and crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. The girl, seeing her comrades down, approached more cautiously, her movements calculated. Kaizen watched her with a calm focus, his mind clear and ready. She feinted a high kick, then aimed a low sweep at his legs. Kaizen anticipated her move, executing a flawless backward handspring to avoid the sweep. As he landed, he sprang forward with a quick jab to her shoulder, using a Wing Chun technique to disrupt her balance. The girl stumbled backward, and Kaizen followed up with a spinning kick, his heel connecting with the side of her head. She crashed to the ground, disoriented and in pain. Kaizen's movements were a blur of precision and power, each strike designed to incapacitate without unnecessary brutality. Hiroshi-sensei, standing at a distance, observed the entire scene with growing astonishment. He had been prepared to step in, if necessary, but what he saw left him speechless. Kaizen was not only holding his own, but dominating the fight with a level of skill that belayed his age and experience. The tall boy, now recovered, roared in anger and charged at Kaizen again. His face contorted with fury, he swung wildly, aiming a punch at Kaizen's face. Kaizen sidestepped smoothly, catching the boy's arm mid-swing. With a swift, practiced motion, he executed a judo throw, using the boy's momentum against him to flip him over his shoulder and onto the ground with a heavy thud. The wiry boy, still recovering from the blow to his solar plexus, struggled to his feet and joined the girl in a coordinated attack. They moved with a desperate energy, but Kaizen remained calm. He deflected their strikes with effortless grace, using techniques from Krav Maga to counter their aggression. A well-placed knee strike to the girl's midsection and a swift elbow to the wiry boy's jaw sent them both reeling. Realizing they were outmatched, the upperclassman decided to escalate the fight. The tall boy pulled out a kunai, his hand shaking with anger and pain. "You think you're tough, kid? Let's see how you handle this." Kaizen's eyes narrowed as he saw the blade. His training kicked into high gear. The boy lunged with the kunai, his movements aggressive and uncoordinated. Kaizen deftly sidestepped, grabbing the boy's wrist and twisting it sharply. The kunai clattered to the ground, and Kaizen followed up with a brutal elbow strike to the boy's temple, dazing him. Before the tall boy could recover, Kaizen delivered a devastating knee strike to his sternum, forcing him to the ground with a wheeze. Seeing their comrade incapacitated, the girl and the wiry boy glanced at each other, a silent agreement passing between them. They began forming hand signs, intending to use ninjutsu. Kaizen knew he had to act quickly. He surged forward, his movements a blur. Kaizen reached the girl first. She was mid-sign, her focus entirely on her jutsu. Kaizen struck her collarbone with a precise chop, breaking it with a sickening crack. She screamed in pain, clutching her shoulder. Kaizen followed up with a powerful kick to her knee, dislocating it and sending her crumpling to the ground in agony. The wiry boy managed to complete his hand signs and thrust his hands forward, but Kaizen was already upon him. He grabbed the boy's wrists, twisting them outward and upwards with a brutal snap, breaking both. The wiry boy screamed in pain, but Kaizen silenced him with a quick, ruthless strike to the throat, collapsing his airway, and causing him to gasp desperately for breath. The tall boy, now on his feet but clearly winded, tried to rush Kaizen again, this time swinging his fists wildly. Kaizen dodged the flurry of blows with ease, stepping inside the boy's guard and delivering a swift, upward strike with the heel of his palm to the boy's chin. The force of the blow snapped the boy's head back, and Kaizen followed up with a spinning kick to the boy's ribs, breaking several and sending him sprawling to the ground. The girl, attempting to rise despite her injuries, reached into her pouch for a shuriken. Kaizen intercepted her, grabbing her arm and twisting it until he heard the bones crack. She let out a choked sob, and Kaizen finished her off with a sharp kick to the side of her head, knocking her out cold. The wiry boy, now barely able to stand, made a final desperate attempt to attack. Kaizen met him head-on, deflecting the boy's clumsy punch and delivering a series of rapid, calculated strikes to his torso, ribs, and finally a powerful knee to his face. The boy fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, and lay still, unconscious. Hiroshi-sensei, witnessing Kaizen's mastery from a distance, decided it was time to intervene before any more damage could be done. He stepped forward, his presence commanding immediate attention. "Enough," he said, his voice firm and authoritative. The upperclassmen, or what was left of them, lay incapacitated on the ground. They had underestimated Kaizen and paid the price for it. Hiroshi's eyes were wide with a mix of shock and admiration. Kaizen's ability to handle older, more experienced students with such ruthless efficiency was nothing short of extraordinary. Kaizen, breathing steadily, turned to face Hiroshi. The teacher's face softened slightly, but his voice remained stern. "You've made your point, Kaizen. There's no need for further violence." Kaizen nodded, stepping back and allowing Hiroshi to approach. Hiroshi knelt beside the injured students, quickly assessing their injuries. He signaled for academy medics, who arrived promptly to tend to the fallen upperclassmen. As the medics worked, Hiroshi stood and placed a hand on Kaizen's shoulder. "Kaizen, I understand why you did what you did. Your skills are very impressive, but remember that the shinobi of Konoha are your comrades. Use such force only against those who truly intend to harm you. Like in this situation, it's important to find balance and know when to show restraint." Kaizen bowed slightly, acknowledging Hiroshi's words. "I understand, Sensei. Thank you, and sorry for any trouble I may have caused." Hiroshi-sensei nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I appreciate your understanding, Kaizen. It's good that you recognize the importance of your actions and their consequences. Keep that in mind as you continue your training." Hiroshi watched the medics carry the upperclassmen away, his mind racing with thoughts of Kaizen's potential. Kaizen is only 4 years old, and yet he dismantled a 3-person team comprised of students around 6 years older than him. This boy was no ordinary student. He was a prodigy, someone who could shape the future of the village. Hiroshi resolved to mention Kaizen's immense potential when he reported to the Hokage later to discuss the students in his new class. As for Kaizen, he continued on to the dojo, his resolve even stronger. The encounter had only solidified his determination to become the best shinobi he could be. As he stepped into the dojo, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 12: The Art of Kunai Throwing. As he entered the building, Kaizen took a moment to scan his surroundings. Tatami mats covered the floor, providing a firm yet forgiving surface for training. Along the walls, various training equipment was neatly arranged: wooden dummies for striking practice, racks of kunai and shuriken, and several targets for ranged weapons training. Large windows allowed natural light to pour in, creating an inviting atmosphere despite the rigorous activities that took place within. The students inside immediately fell into hushed whispers upon seeing the bloodstains on his clothes, remnants of the earlier confrontation with the upperclassmen. Concern and curiosity spread quickly among his peers, and the air filled with murmurs. "Is that blood on Kaizen?" one student whispered. "What happened to him?" another asked, their voice tinged with worry. "Did he get into a fight?" Kaizen felt the weight of their stares but maintained his composure, walking steadily to his spot in the dojo. The room buzzed with speculation as more students noticed the bloodstains. "Do you think he got hurt?" Eiko whispered to Shiro, her brow furrowed with concern. Shiro shook his head, his eyes never leaving Kaizen. I don't know. He looks okay, but that's definitely blood. Ryu leaned in closer to the group, his voice low and conspiratorial. Maybe he was attacked by some older students. They've been known to pick on the first years sometimes. Yeah, but he doesn't look like he's in pain or anything, Suki added, her gaze fixed on Kaizen. He actually looks kind of calm. Kakashi, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. He probably handled it, he said, his tone confident. Kaizen's not someone to mess with, even if he is a first year. The other students exchanged uneasy glances, their curiosity mixed with a newfound respect for Kaizen. The whispers grew louder, and soon the entire dojo was abuzz with talk of what might have happened. Before the speculations could escalate, Hiroshi-sensei entered the dojo, his presence commanding immediate attention. Quiet down, everyone, he said firmly. The room fell silent when the students heard their sensei speak. I understand you have questions about Kaizen's appearance. Earlier, he was attacked by some older students. Kaizen defended himself, and the situation has been handled. Kaizen. There should be several sets of training clothes of various sizes in that room down the hall. You can throw what you're wearing away in there and get changed into one of the sets. Come back quickly so we can get started. Relieved by Hiroshi's explanation, the students shifted their attention back to the session ahead. Quickly getting up and leaving to change out of his blood-stained clothes, Kaizen then returned to his spot in the dojo. Seeing this, Hiroshi-sensei walked to the center of the dojo, his gaze sweeping over the group. This afternoon we will focus on learning some basic ninja techniques. These skills are fundamental to your growth as shinobi. We will start with kunai throwing, move on to shuriken throwing, and then finish with chakra control. Hiroshi picked up a kunai from a nearby rack and held it up for everyone to see. Kunai throwing is not just about strength, it's about precision, speed, and control. Watch closely. He demonstrated the proper grip and stance. Then, with a swift, fluid motion, he threw the kunai. It flew straight and true, embedding itself perfectly in the center of a distant target. Behind the targets, we've set up a sturdy backstop, Hiroshi continued, pointing to the heavy wooden panels behind the targets. This will ensure that if you miss, the kunai won't damage the dojo, so focus on your technique without worrying about your aim at first. He gestured towards the targets set up at the far end of the dojo. Now, it's your turn, he said. The students lined up, each taking a handful of kunai. Kaizen watched Hiroshi's demonstration intently, analyzing the technique and mentally noting the key points. The first student to step up was a tall boy named Hiroto. He took a deep breath and tried to mimic Hiroshi's stance, but his movements were stiff and uncoordinated. As he released the kunai, it veered off course and hit the backstop with a dull thud. Hiroto's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly grabbed another kunai and attempted again, with similar results. Next was Suki, her eyes wide with concentration. She managed to throw her kunai closer to the target, but it only grazed the outer edge and fell to the floor without sticking. She sighed in frustration but was met with encouraging nods from her peers. Taro, looking determined, stepped up next. His grip was overly tight and his stance too rigid. The kunai wobbled in the air and missed the target completely, clattering to the ground. Taro frowned and readjusted his grip, but his subsequent throws were inconsistent, with only one barely sticking to the edge of the target. Eiko approached the line, visibly nervous. Her first few attempts were erratic, some hitting the backstop, others missing entirely. Finally, she managed to hit the very edge of the target, but the kunai didn't stick well. Encouraged by the small success, she continued practicing, her throws slowly becoming more controlled but still far from accurate. Then it was Ryu's turn. He took a more aggressive approach, his throws powerful but lacking precision. The kunai hit the target board with force but didn't stick due to improper angles. Ryu growled in frustration, his impatience evident. Despite his strength, his lack of control was clear, and most of his throws missed the target altogether. Kakashi was the next to step up. He had a calm, focused demeanor, and it was clear he had a natural aptitude for this. His throws were much more consistent than the others, with about 60% of them hitting the target. None of his kunai hit the center, but they were closer than anyone else's so far, He occasionally adjusted his grip and stance, analyzing each throw to improve his accuracy. Even though he wasn't perfect, his skill was evident, and his classmates watched him with a mix of admiration and determination. As Kaizen watched his classmates, he took mental notes of their mistakes and successes. He observed the differences in their grips, stances, and throws, understanding what worked and what didn't. When Kaizen stepped up to the line for his turn, he focused on his breathing, calming his mind. Unlike Hiroshi, he held the kunai in his own unique way, a grip developed through methodical practice, testing, and research from his previous life. He took his time, feeling the kunai's weight and balance, adjusting his grip to match his current strength and the specific dimensions of the weapon. His stance was his own, constructed from countless hours of meticulous refinement. His feet were slightly wider apart than usual, knees bent at an angle that felt natural to him, distributing his weight perfectly for maximum stability and flexibility. Kaizen paused longer than the other students had, making subtle mental calculations and adjustments. He considered the strength of his current body, the weight and shape of the kunai, and the distance to the target. His intense focus drew the attention of Hiroshi, who was about to speak up to ask why he was taking so long. However, before he could say anything, Hiroshi's eyes widened in surprise as Kaizen moved. In one fluid motion, Kaizen threw the kunai with the accuracy and confidence of someone who had done it thousands of times. The kunai flew straight and true, embedding itself perfectly in the center of the target. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in astonished murmurs. "Did you see that?" whispered one student, eyes wide. "How did he do that?" another asked, clearly impressed. Kaizen ignored the reactions and calmly picked up another kunai. His movements were a study in efficiency and grace, each step deliberate and measured. He adjusted his grip slightly, compensating for any minute differences in the kunai's weight. Again, he took a moment to align his body, then released the kunai with a swift, precise throw. The second kunai struck the target dead center, right next to the first. Hiroshi watched in silent amazement as Kaizen continued. His technique was flawless, a perfect blend of biomechanics and innate talent. Each kunai hit the center of the target with unerring accuracy, a testament to Kaizen's skill in his previous life. The other students watched in awe, their initial surprise turning to admiration. Kakashi, who had been the most successful before Kaizen, couldn't hide his amazement. "He's incredible," Kakashi murmured, watching as Kaizen effortlessly hit the bullseye again. Even Hiroshi, who had seen many promising students over the years, was taken aback. "Remarkable," he muttered under his breath. "This boy is truly exceptional." As Kaizen finished his last throw, the dojo was filled with a mix of stunned silence and excited whispers. He turned back to face his classmates and Hiroshi, his expression breaking into a warm, friendly smile. Seeing the awe on their faces, he decided to lighten the mood. "As all that time playing darts really paid off," Kaizen joked, his tone light and cheerful. "But seriously, if I can do it, everyone else can too. It's all about practice and finding what works best for you." The tension in the room eased as his classmates chuckled, their admiration turning into encouragement. Shiro grinned. "Yeah, maybe I'll start playing darts too." Eiko laughed, her previous intimidation fading. "You make it look so easy, Kaizen. I hope I can get there someday." Kaizen nodded, his smile reassuring. "You will, Eiko. Just keep practicing and stay focused. We're all in this together, right?" Kakashi, who had been the most successful before Kaizen, gave him an approving nod. "Thanks for the tip, Kaizen. Let's all keep pushing each other to get better." Kakashi secretly resolved to ask his father to buy a dartboard after he went home that day. Even Hiroshi, who had seen many promising students over the years, was impressed. "Excellent work, Kaizen," he said, his voice filled with genuine praise. "Your skill and precision are extraordinary. You've set a new standard for this exercise." Kaizen nodded humbly, accepting the praise but not letting it affect his focus. "Thanks, sensei. But remember, everyone, it's not about being perfect right away. We're here to learn and improve together." Hiroshi sensei observed the scene, his mind processing the unexpected turn of events. He understood why Kaizen had chosen to lighten the mood, It was a strategic move designed to diffuse any potential jealousy or intimidation his impressive display might have caused. This showed not only skill but also a maturity and understanding of group dynamics well beyond his years. Hiroshi was becoming even more impressed by Kaizen's maturity and leadership qualities. "Kaizen," Shiro called out, still struggling with his throws. "Can you show me again how you're holding the kunai?" "Sure thing," Kaizen replied, moving to Shiro's side. He gently adjusted Shiro's grip, making small corrections. "Try to keep your grip firm but relaxed. Your stance needs to be stable." Like this, he observed Shiro's build and adjusted his stance to better suit his height and arm length. "Now, when you throw, use your whole arm and keep your wrist steady." Shiro followed Kaizen's instructions and threw the kunai. It hit closer to the target center than before, and Shiro's face lit up with excitement. "Wow, that really helped." "Thanks, Kaizen." "No problem," Shiro Kaizen said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Just keep practicing and you'll get even better." Eiko approached next, her face showing a mix of determination and frustration. "Kaizen, my throws keep going off to the side. What am I doing wrong?" Kaizen watched her throw a few kunai and quickly identified the issue. "You're twisting your wrist too much at the release. Try to keep it straight and let the kunai fly naturally." He observed her stature and suggested a slightly different stance, more balanced for her center of gravity. "This stance might feel a bit different, but give it a try." Eiko nodded, taking a deep breath before trying again. This time, her kunai flew straighter, hitting the target. "I did it," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. "Great job." Eiko Kaizen encouraged. "Just keep practicing that motion." Kakashi, who had been watching quietly, walked over. "Your advice really works, Kaizen. Mind if I join in?" "Of course," Kakashi Kaizen said with a grin. "Let's help everyone improve together." Kaizen moved around the dojo, offering tips and encouragement to his classmates. Instead of enforcing a one-size-fits-all approach, he took the time to observe each student, helping them find their own stance and way of gripping the kunai based on their individual builds and natural tendencies. His outgoing demeanor and helpful nature made it easy for others to approach him, and soon the entire class was buzzing with newfound enthusiasm. Even those who had been struggling started to see small but significant improvements in their technique and accuracy. Hiroshi observed the scene from the sidelines, a sense of profound gratitude swelling within him. Teaching two exceptionally talented students like Kakashi and Kaizen was a rare privilege, and he felt fortunate to be part of their journey. Watching Kaizen move among his peers, offering personalized advice and encouragement, Hiroshi saw not just skill but a remarkable capacity for leadership and empathy. Kaizen's ability to connect with his classmates, to help them find their own strengths, was something Hiroshi had never seen in someone so young. It was clear that Kaizen possessed an innate understanding of people, an ability to inspire and guide that set him apart. His humility and willingness to assist his peers without arrogance could help make him an exemplary student and a potential future leader. Kakashi, too, showed extraordinary promise. His skills and natural talent were evident in every exercise. The potential within his class was nothing short of extraordinary. He had known that nurturing young talents like these would be pivotal for the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, seeing it unfold before his eyes filled him with a profound sense of purpose and validation. Chapter 13: Foundations of Strength and Honor. When Hiroshi had first been recommended to teach at the academy, he had been plagued by doubts. The recent conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War had left all the villages in a state of heightened vigilance. Many of his comrades continued to serve on the front lines, and Hiroshi had questioned whether his place was in the classroom or alongside his fellow shinobi in active duty. The suggestion to transition to a teaching role had felt like a demotion at first, a step back from the front lines where he felt his skills were needed most. Even though Hiroshi went through the academy himself, he didn't take the time to appreciate and understand the academy's system until recently. After seeing everything through the eyes of a teacher, the reasoning behind this system of assignment became clear to him. With this line of thought, Hiroshi couldn't help but reflect on the academy itself and its importance to the village. The Ninja Academy was founded decades ago by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, who established its core principles: Over time, the village refined and expanded these principles, creating a rigorous system to nurture future shinobi. In this system, only among the most powerful and experienced jonin were selected to guide Class A, comprised of the elite, the very best students of each year. Skilled jonin were assigned to classes B through F, which included other top-tier students. Classes G through Z, with significantly larger class sizes, were mentored by chunin, often requiring multiple instructors to manage the increasing number of students. The academy's hierarchy ensured that the most promising students received the highest quality instruction, maximizing their potential. Class A, typically consisting of about 30 students, benefited from focused and advanced training. As the class grades descended, the number of students per class increased, with Class C having the largest student body and necessitating multiple chunin instructors. Being placed in a higher grade class also came with significant benefits that hadn't yet been explained to Kaizen's class. Some of these benefits include a few of the general benefits for higher grade classes A through F. 1. Enhanced training facilities. Students in higher grade classes had access to state-of-the-art training facilities. These included specialized dojos equipped with advanced training equipment, obstacle courses designed to challenge and improve agility, and sparring arenas with dynamic environments to simulate real-world combat scenarios. 2. One-on-one mentorship. Higher grade students received more personalized attention from their instructors. This mentorship allowed for tailored training programs that addressed individual strengths and weaknesses, providing a more effective learning experience. 3. Advanced missions and simulations. Opportunities to participate in advanced missions and simulations were provided. These missions, often conducted in controlled environments, allowed students to apply their skills in complex, realistic scenarios, preparing them for the challenges they would face as shinobi. 4. Access to elite guest lectures. Higher grade students had the chance to attend guest lectures and training sessions conducted by elite shinobi, exposing them to a broader range of techniques and philosophies. A few of the unique benefits for Class A. 1. Exclusive jutsu scrolls. Access to a portion of the Academy library which contains exclusive jutsu scrolls under strict supervision. These scrolls contained advanced techniques that were not available to the general student body, allowing these students to expand their repertoire of skills and gain a competitive edge. First-year Class A students had a fairly limited selection which would increase each year within the academy. 2. Limited monthly use of specialized private training grounds. Students in Class A were granted limited monthly access to one of the village's specialized private training grounds. These grounds were equipped with some of the best training equipment and provided a secluded environment for intensive, high-level training. 3. Bi-monthly training sessions with the Hokage. Class A students received the unique privilege of attending training sessions and lectures with the Hokage once every 2 months. The lectures provided unparalleled insights into advanced shinobi tactics, village leadership, and personal anecdotes from the Hokage's own experiences, offering invaluable guidance and inspiration. 4. Enhanced networking opportunities. Being in Class A also meant increased visibility and networking opportunities with village leaders and influential shinobi. This exposure could potentially lead to future recommendations and career advancements within the shinobi ranks. 5. Stipend for personal expenses. To ensure that Class A students could focus entirely on their learning and training without any financial distractions, they were provided with a generous stipend. This stipend covered personal expenses beyond the academy's provision of food, shelter, and clothing. It allowed students to purchase additional study materials, training equipment, and other necessities, ensuring they had everything they needed to excel. However, these benefits were deliberately withheld during the initial month for first-year students, as well as any students newly promoted to Class A through F within any given year. This time was crucial for the academy to assess these students and weed out those who might not be cut out for their given class or the rigorous life of a shinobi in general. It was a trial period where the students' resilience, adaptability, and potential were put to the test. The initial month assessment served several purposes, some of which include 1. Assessment of commitment and capability. During this time, students were pushed to their limits to gauge their commitment to becoming an excellent shinobi and their capability to handle the demanding training. This period helped instructors identify those who had the innate drive and potential to excel. 2. Weeding out. Not all students who entered the academy were destined to stay. The intense initial period ensured that only those truly dedicated and capable would continue. This process was essential to maintain the high standards of the academy and ensure that resources were focused on those with the most promise. 3. Setting a baseline. Instructors like Hiroshi used this period to establish a baseline of each student's abilities. This allowed them to tailor future training and mentorship to the individual needs of each student, ensuring a more effective and personalized training experience once the benefits were introduced. Only after this rigorous period would the true extent of the benefits be revealed to those who had demonstrated their worth. By then, the students who remained would have earned their place in their respective classes and would be better prepared to make the most of the advanced resources and opportunities available to them. This method ensured that the benefits were not only earned but also appreciated, driving the students to continuously strive for excellence throughout their training. To better distinguish between students of different class grades in a given year, the Hidden Leaf Village Academy implemented a unique system using color-coded badges that also served as personal talismans. These badges were not only a visual representation of a student's class, but also contained a small, embedded chakra signature unique to each student, making them nigh impossible to falsify. Badge design and color coding. 1. Class A. Elite of the elite. Badge color. Gold. Shape. Circle. Design. The badge features the Hidden Leaf Village symbol prominently in the center, surrounded by an intricate pattern signifying the highest honor. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student, ensuring authenticity. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class A is displayed prominently above the Hidden Leaf Village symbol in elegant, raised lettering. The rank number, such as 1, 2, or 3, is engraved in a bold, stylized font that immediately catches the eye, signifying the student's position within the elite class. The gold material is polished to a high shine, making the rank highly visible and adding to the badge's prestigious appearance. Class year. Engraved on the back of the badge, ensuring easy identification of the student's year. 2. Class B. High elite. Badge color. Silver. Shape. Octagon. Design. The badge features the Hidden Leaf Village symbol in the center, with a clean, minimalist pattern signifying high achievement. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class B is displayed above the Hidden Leaf Village symbol. The rank number is engraved in a bold, stylized font, polished for high visibility. Class year. Engraved on the back of the badge. 3. Class C. Elite. Badge color. Bronze. Shape. Heptagon. Design. The badge features the Hidden Leaf Village symbol, surrounded by a simple, geometric pattern. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class C is displayed above the Hidden Leaf Village symbol. The rank number is engraved clearly, adding to the badge's distinct look. A class year. Engraved on the back of the badge. 4. Class D through F. Proficient. Badge color. Red. Shape. Hexagon. Design. The badge features the Hidden Leaf Village symbol, with a basic border pattern. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class D, E, or F is displayed above the Hidden Leaf Village symbol. The rank number is engraved for easy recognition. Class year. Engraved on the back of the badge. 5. Class G through P. Intermediate. Badge color. Blue. Shape. Pentagon. Design. The badge features the hidden leaf village symbol, with a wavy pattern around the edge. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class G to P is displayed above the hidden leaf village symbol. The rank number is engraved, distinguishing the student's position. Class year. Engraved on the back of the badge. 6. Class Q through Z. Basic. Badge color. Green. Shape. Square. Design. The badge features the hidden leaf village symbol with a simple, unadorned border. Chakra signature. Embedded with a unique chakra signature tied to each student. The name of the student is also engraved on the back of the badge. Class rank. The student's specific rank within Class Q to Z is displayed above the hidden leaf village symbol. The rank number is engraved, indicating their position within the larger class. Class year. Engraved on the back of the badge. Badge features. Personal talismans. Each badge contains a talismanic property that resonates with the student's chakra signature. If the badge is lost or stolen, it loses its properties and becomes a simple piece of metal until reactivated by the Academy's administration. Authentication. Teachers and Academy officials can authenticate the badges using a specialized chakra pulse, which will cause the badge to glow momentarily if it is genuine. Implementation and usage. 1. Issuance. At the beginning of the academic year, after the initial assessment period, students are issued their badges corresponding to their class grade. 2. Daily carry. Students are required to carry their badges at all times while on Academy grounds. This allows for easy identification and ensures that students receive the appropriate privileges and access. This system of color-coded chakra embedded badges ensures a clear and secure way to distinguish between students of different class grades while promoting a sense of pride and achievement among the students. It also maintains the integrity and high standards of the Academy, ensuring that only those who truly excel are given access to the most resources and opportunities. The class ranks are determined every 3 months based on grades and practical exam performances. There are a variety of benefits associated with these as well. One of the most notable honors is at the end of the academic year, where the #1 ranked student within each colored badge category is permanently recognized on the Academy's wall of honor, differentiated by the different badge colors. Class A students had a unique opportunity tied to their ranks. At the end of the academic year, the top 5 students in years 1 through 5 could choose to take advancement exams. If they excelled in both academic and practical tests, they could advance more rapidly or even graduate early. Another important aspect of the Academy was the curriculum, which was much more challenging in the higher graded classes. For example, Hiroshi's training and teaching plans were not the norm for lower graded classes. Those classes focused almost solely on foundational skills and basic knowledge, with more advanced topics sparsely taught. Reflecting on the Academy's structure naturally led Hiroshi to consider the immense resources and costs Konoha must have invested in the Academy. Despite the heavy financial burden, the village leaders placed immense importance on it. The Academy was more than just a school, it was the foundation of Konoha's strength. By nurturing young talent and instilling the village's values from an early age, Konoha ensured that its future generations were well prepared to face any threats. This foresight was crucial, especially in the unstable times following the Second Shinobi World War. The Academy was Konoha's way of investing in a secure and prosperous future. After having witnessed the remarkable abilities of students like Kaizen and Kakashi, Hiroshi no longer had any residual complaints about his teaching role. These students were not just ordinary shinobi in training. They were the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiroshi's role as a teacher was more crucial than ever. The village needed strong, capable leaders to navigate the uncertain times ahead, and the training and guidance he provided could lay the foundation for their future successes. He now held the firm belief that his efforts here were just as vital as any mission on the front lines. He looked forward to reporting his observations to the Hokage, eager to share the potential and promise he had seen in such a short time. Realizing that he had been lost in his thoughts, Hiroshi briefly scanned the students once more, deciding it was time to move on to the next exercise. Chapter 14, Shuriken and Chakra Control. Hiroshi-sensei gathered the students once more, signaling the end of the kunai throwing exercise with a sharp clap of his hands. The students, their energy still high from the practice, quickly assembled in front of him, forming a semicircle. Kaizen, Kakashi, Aiko, Shiro, and the others stood ready, their expressions a mix of determination and curiosity. "You all did well with the kunai throwing," Hiroshi began, his voice carrying easily across the dojo. "But now we will move on to something a bit more challenging. Shuriken throwing." He gestured towards a rack of shuriken behind him. These small, star-shaped weapons glinted under the dojo's lights, their multiple points looking both elegant and dangerous. Hiroshi picked one up, holding it between his fingers for the students to see. Shuriken are more dangerous than kunai because of their design, Hiroshi explained, turning the shuriken slowly so everyone could see its edges. Each point can cut or pierce, making them effective tools in combat. However, this also means they require better accuracy and control. A poorly thrown shuriken can easily miss the target, or, worse, injure someone unintentionally. The students leaned in, their eyes fixed on the weapon in Hiroshi's hand. The sensei's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the deadly potential of the shuriken. To throw a shuriken properly, you need to focus not just on the release, but on the entire motion, Hiroshi continued. Grip it lightly, but firmly, between your thumb and index finger. Keep your wrist loose, but controlled, allowing for a quick snap as you release. The key is in the fluidity of your movements. Let your arm swing naturally from the shoulder, and as you reach the apex of your throw, flick your wrist sharply. This will give the shuriken the spin it needs to maintain a stable trajectory. Watch closely. Hiroshi turned towards the targets at the far end of the dojo. The backstop behind the targets ensured that any missed throws would not damage the walls or risk harming anyone nearby. He took a deep breath, centering himself, then moved with fluid grace. His arm extended, his wrist snapped, and the shuriken flew through the air with a faint whistle. It struck the target dead center, embedding itself deeply in the wood. Most of the students gasped in unison, clearly impressed. Hiroshi turned back to them, his expression serious but encouraging. "Now it's your turn. Remember, it's not just about strength. It's about precision, speed, and control." The students lined up, each taking a handful of shuriken from the rack. They approached the throwing line with varying degrees of confidence. Hiroshi watched closely, ready to offer guidance. The first few attempts were, predictably, a mix of successes and failures. Aiko stepped up first, her grip on the shuriken too tight. She threw it with more force than necessary, causing it to veer off course and miss the target entirely. She frowned, clearly frustrated. But Hiroshi quickly stepped in. "Loosen your grip a bit, Aiko. Let the shuriken flow out of your hand rather than forcing it," he advised. Shiro was next. His throw was more controlled, but he released too late, and the shuriken struck the edge of the target, barely sticking. He sighed, shaking his head. "Timing is crucial, Shiro. Try to release just as your wrist snaps forward," Hiroshi said, demonstrating the motion again. One by one, the students took their turns. Most of them missed the target completely or hit it with such poor aim that the shuriken didn't stick. The dojo echoed with the clatter of metal as shuriken hit the backstop or fell to the floor. Only Kakashi seemed to have a knack for it, likely a combination of his talent and previous training from his father. Among the practicing students was Kaizen, who, like last time, used a different stance and technique from what Hiroshi demonstrated. Kaizen stepped in front of the target previously used by Hiroshi-sensei with calm confidence. Unlike his peers, he once again took a moment to feel the shuriken's weight, adjusting his grip as he mentally compared it to ones used in his previous life. After helping some of the students, Hiroshi turned to watch Kaizen's attempt, curious to see if he was skilled with shuriken as well. He noted Kaizen's unorthodox technique, and as well as his choice of target, but chose to remain silent, curious to see the result. With a swift, controlled motion, Kaizen released the shuriken. The star-shaped weapon flew through the air with a quiet whir, spinning rapidly as it closed the distance to the target. It embedded itself deeply in the center, splitting the previous mark made by Hiroshi himself. What the hell? I could understand hitting the target, or even the center, but splitting the mark I made. Hiroshi-sensei's eyes widened in disbelief at the result, whereas Kaizen didn't even react to his feat. He continued to throw Shuriken one at a time, with each hitting the center. In the meantime, Hiroshi had calmed himself once again as he continued assisting the other students. Once he was satisfied with their progress, Hiroshi signaled for the students to gather around him once more. "Good work, everyone. Remember, accuracy will improve with time and practice. Now we move on to another fundamental skill, chakra control." The students listened intently as Hiroshi began to explain. Being accepted into Class A indicates that you already have a certain level of proficiency in chakra control. However, it is crucial that you thoroughly learn, understand, and master the fundamental concepts. Chakra control is essential for most shinobi techniques. This morning, I briefly mentioned advanced exercises like water walking and tree climbing. While those are important and will be covered later, we need to start with the basics first. He held up a single leaf, its green surface catching the light. We will start with what Konoha calls the leaf concentration exercise. This might seem simple, but it's a critical step in learning how to control your chakra flow. Hiroshi demonstrated the exercise, placing the leaf on his forehead. "Focus your chakra to this point," he instructed. "Use just enough to hold the leaf in place without it falling. Too much chakra and it will blow away. Too little and it will drop." The students watched as Hiroshi closed his eyes, his concentration evident. The leaf stayed firmly on his forehead, undisturbed. This exercise trains you to control the exact amount of chakra needed for a task. It's a foundational skill that will help with more advanced techniques later. Hiroshi then announced a competition. "Let's see who can hold the leaf on their forehead the longest. This will give us a good idea of your starting point in chakra control. You will have a minute to become familiar with the exercise before I start the time." The students eagerly took their leaves and began practicing the exercise. The dojo was filled with the sound of deep concentration as they focused their chakra. Many struggled initially, the leaves either blowing away or dropping almost immediately, but they managed to gain a basic understanding before the timer started. Kaizen, however, seemed to excel effortlessly. He placed the leaf on his forehead, closed his eyes, and focused. The leaf remained in place, unwavering. "All right, the timer is about to start." And begin. Once the timer began, an intense look of concentration could be seen on a majority of the students' faces. Kaizen had never opened his eyes or took the leaf off his head from the time it was given to him. He looked tranquil and unbothered by the events around him. Ryu, who had been somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity of the training earlier, struggled to keep his leaf in place for more than a few seconds before it fell. "Ryu, you are out of the competition. You can move to the side and try again." Ryu groaned but didn't give up as he moved off to the side, his determination evident in his following attempts. Suki, who usually excelled in physical exercises, found this challenge particularly difficult. She managed to hold her leaf for about 15 seconds before the leaf fell. "Suki, you're out of the competition." Shiro, his brow furrowed in concentration, managed to keep his leaf in place for about 20 seconds before it fluttered to the floor. Seeing this, Shiro sighed in frustration but quickly picked it up and moved off to the side to try again. Eiko, her face a mask of determination, held hers for 30 seconds. She let out a small cheer when she surpassed Shiro's time, but then lost focus and her leaf slipped off. She laughed it off though, encouraged by her improvement. The other students in the class had results varying between poor and acceptable, until it was only Kakashi and Kaizen left remaining. Kakashi, with his innate talent and calm demeanor, approached the exercise with a quiet focus. Minutes passed, and his leaf remained steady, drawing impressed murmurs from the others. He maintained it for several minutes, showing a great level of control and concentration. Kakashi's face eventually began to contort as time pressed on, with his ability to keep the leaf on his forehead waning. In the end, his time was 5 minutes and 28 seconds. While his time was impressive, easily surpassing the previous students, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation when he saw that Kaizen was still going strong. Hiroshi-sensei and the rest watched in astonishment as Kaizen maintained perfect control. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and still, the leaf remained. Finally, after 30 minutes, Hiroshi called an end to the exercise, noting Kaizen's remarkable performance. "Well done. Kaizen, Hiroshi said, clearly impressed. You've shown exceptional control. This level of mastery is rare at your age. Kaizen opened his eyes and smiled modestly. Thank you, Sensei. I guess I just have a knack for it. Hiroshi reflected on Kaizen's performance, pondering the reasons behind his natural talent. He considered the possibility of genetic inheritance, perhaps a bloodline trait, but he couldn't say for sure. Regardless of the reason, it was clear to Hiroshi that Kaizen was a prodigy in the making. He was beginning to wonder if there was anything Kaizen wasn't good at. I wonder what his chakra affinity would end up being, Hiroshi silently pondered before deciding the students had enough training for the day. Hiroshi gathered the students once more, his expression one of pride and encouragement. You've all done well today. Remember, mastering these basic skills is crucial for your development as shinobi. Keep practicing, and you will improve. Yes, Sensei. As the session concluded, and the students began to file out of the dojo, Kaizen chose to remain behind. He took the time to assist some of his classmates who had struggled with the exercises, offering tailored advice and encouragement. His friendly nature and sincere investment in their improvement created a positive atmosphere, strengthening bonds and building mutual respect among the group. Hiroshi watched this interaction with a sense of gratitude and admiration. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village was in good hands, and Hiroshi was proud to play a role in shaping it. Realizing he still had to prepare his report for the Hokage, Hiroshi took a final look at the few students who remained in the dojo before he quietly exited. Chapter 15, An Unparalleled Genius. As the sun began to cast a warm, golden hue over the dojo, signaling an end point to the day's training, the rest of the students gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Kaizen lingered behind, his eyes following his classmates as they prepared to exit the dojo. Kaizen, thanks again for all the help today, Shiro said, slinging his bag over his shoulder. I feel a lot more confident about my Shuriken throws now. Yeah, me too, Aiko added, smiling warmly. You really know how to break things down so they make sense. Kaizen waved off the praise modestly. I'm glad I could help. Just keep practicing, and you'll see improvements in no time. Ryu, still holding his practice leaf, walked over. I'll keep working on my chakra control. Thanks for the tips, Kaizen. Kaizen gave him an encouraging nod. You're doing great, Ryu. It just takes persistence and patience. Eiko glanced at the evening sun. It's getting late. We should probably head out. Shiro nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's about time to go. What about you, Kaizen? Are you heading home now? Kaizen shook his head. I think I'll stay a bit longer to train. There's still a lot I want to work on. Eiko turned back one last time before leaving the dojo. Just don't overdo it. Kaizen, see you tomorrow. Kaizen chuckled. I won't. Eiko, see you all tomorrow. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already left the academy grounds as the familiar streets of Konoha greeted him with their usual hustle and bustle. The air was filled with the scent of fresh ramen from a nearby stand, and the sounds of merchants calling out their wares mixed with the laughter of children playing. The walk home was a familiar one, lined with cobblestone paths and shaded by ancient trees whose leaves rustled softly in the evening breeze. Kakashi moved with purpose, his mind replaying the day's events. As he approached the Hatake residence, the simplicity and tranquility of the home struck a stark contrast to the bustling village. The wooden gate, weathered but sturdy, creaked slightly as Kakashi pushed it open, revealing the serene courtyard within. In the center of the courtyard, amidst the scattering of fallen leaves, Sakumo Hatake was engaged in a rigorous training session. His movements were swift and precise, each strike of his blade executed with the kind of mastery that only years of experience could bring. Kakashi paused, taking in the scene before him. Sakumo's practice was a display of skill and control. The white fang of the leaf moved with ease, his blade flashing with a brilliant white light with each swing. Each movement was deliberate, his footwork steady and sure. A visible white aura flowed across the blade, illuminating the courtyard in brief, radiant bursts. Sakumo's actions flowed smoothly, combining quick slashes with defensive postures. He swung the sword in a series of fast strikes, the blade whistling through the air. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he shifted into a defensive stance, ready for any attack. The balance between his attacks and defenses was striking, a result of years of experience and countless battles. Sakumo noticed Kakashi's arrival and paused his training, wiping sweat from his brow. He greeted his son with a warm smile, the kind that spoke of genuine pride and affection. "Welcome back, Kakashi. How was your first day at the academy?" Kakashi recounted the day's events with a mix of excitement and veiled frustration. "It was challenging, but I learned a lot. We practiced kunai and shuriken throwing, and we even did chakra control exercises. You remember Kaizen, right? His skills are incredible. It's like he's been training his entire life." Sakumo listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Yes, I remember him from the other day in the entrance exam. I was impressed by his performance. It's remarkable how talented he is, especially considering he doesn't come from a major clan or have parents to guide him. To reach that level on his own shows incredible dedication and potential." Kakashi's eyes burned with resolve as he continued, "Father, I want to become stronger. Today I saw what true skill looks like, and I know I need to train harder. Will you help me?" Sakumo was momentarily taken aback by the intensity in Kakashi's voice but quickly recovered, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Of course, Kakashi. I'm glad to see you so motivated. We'll start your training right away." The father-son duo moved to the center of the courtyard, where Sakumo began instructing Kakashi in the basics of Kenjutsu, specifically the forms unique to the Hatake clan. Sakumo's instructions were detailed, focusing on stance, grip, and the fluidity of movements. They sparred with wooden swords, their movements reflecting the disciplined strikes and parries fundamental to their clan's techniques. The sound of clashing wood echoed through the courtyard, punctuated by Sakumo's corrections and Kakashi's determined responses. Each practice strike was a lesson in control, balance, and the seamless integration of offense and defense. "Remember," Kakashi Sakumo said between strikes, "it's not just about strength. You must be precise and controlled. Focus on your form and let your instincts guide you." Kakashi nodded, his eyes sharp with concentration. The training session continued well into the evening, the setting sun casting long shadows across the courtyard as the white fang of the leaf and his son honed their skills together. Back at the academy, Kaizen stood alone in the dojo, the silence a stark contrast to the earlier bustle. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for an intense training session. He set up multiple targets at varying distances, each one representing a different challenge. Determined to push his limits, he decided to incorporate the leaf sticking exercise into his regimen. This added layer of difficulty would challenge both his physical abilities and chakra control simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Kaizen selected a fresh leaf from a small tree growing just outside the dojo. He carefully placed it on his forehead, focusing his chakra to keep it securely in place. The sensation of the leaf against his skin served as a constant reminder of the dual nature of his training. With this in place, Kaizen began with a series of dynamic stretches. Each movement was deliberate and controlled, preparing his muscles for the workout ahead. Next, he engaged in specific warm-up exercises to get his blood flowing. He started with shadowboxing, throwing quick, precise punches into the air, focusing on speed and technique. This exercise not only warmed up his upper body but also helped improve his reaction time. Kaizen then performed high knees, rapidly lifting each knee to hip level, pumping his arms in coordination. This exercise increased his heart rate and worked his lower body. Finally, he practiced a set of short, explosive jumps, aiming to touch an overhead beam in the dojo. Each leap tested his leg strength and agility, ensuring he was fully warmed up and ready for the more demanding part of his training. Throughout these exercises, Kaizen maintained his focus on the leaf balanced on his forehead, channeling his chakra to keep it in place. To his delight, the leaf remained steady, undisturbed by his movements. Encouraged by this success, he decided it was time to proceed to the next part of his training. Some targets were close, about 5 meters away, while others were further, up to 20 meters. He decided to begin with the closest targets, aiming to refine his accuracy. Starting with the 5-meter targets, Kaizen threw each shuriken, taking about 3 seconds between each throw at the start. The dojo filled with the sound of metal striking wood as each shuriken embedded itself in the center of the targets. With each successful hit, Kaizen's movements slowly appeared to become smoother and more natural, his body beginning to grow accustomed to the techniques from his previous life. After a few rounds, he moved to the 15-meter targets. The added distance made the challenge greater, but Kaizen adapted quickly. He threw Shuriken in a steady rhythm, each throw landing perfectly in the center of the bullseye. Satisfied with his progress on stationary targets, Kaizen activated the dojo's pulley system, setting the targets in motion. These moving targets attempted to mimic the unpredictability of live combat. Kaizen took a deep breath and began his routine. He moved fluidly around the dojo, throwing Shuriken every 2 seconds, tracking the motion of the targets. His steps were quick and light, allowing him to maintain balance and adjust his aim as the target swung and swayed. Switching to Kunai, Kaizen focused on combining speed and accuracy. He started with targets at 5 meters, throwing a kunai every second, quickly transitioning between throws. Each kunai struck the target dead center, confirming his aim. Kaizen then transitioned to hitting multiple targets in quick succession. At the 15-meter mark, he threw a series of 3 kunai, each half a second apart. The blades hit their marks with a satisfying thud, demonstrating his ability to maintain consistent performance under pressure. Throughout his intense practice, the leaf on his forehead remained in place, a real indication of his great talent in chakra control. Despite the long day of training and interacting with others, Kaizen's focus remained unwavering, his mind and body working in perfect harmony. He didn't let any distractions break his concentration, ensuring that every movement was purposeful. In a particularly challenging sequence, Kaizen set the targets to move erratically. He threw 5 shuriken in rapid succession, each one hitting its target dead center. Without pausing, he launched a kunai at a distant target 20 meters away, hitting it in the center. Looks like being reborn hasn't affected my skills all too much. The only problem is I'm actively having to focus and adjust my movements due to this new body, but that should be resolved over time. As Kaizen continued to train, he reflected on his performance during the day's activities. He analyzed his techniques, considering areas for improvement and planning his next steps. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one driving him to push himself harder. He also pondered his exceptional chakra control, questioning whether it stemmed from his previous life's rigorous training, an inherent natural talent, or a unique combination of both. Regardless of the reason, it will serve as a massive boon in my future endeavors. Even more so as I begin to develop my own techniques in this world. As he was thinking to himself, Kaizen's stomach growled, a low rumble that echoed in the quiet dojo. He even felt a bit lightheaded, realizing he hadn't eaten since lunch. Ignoring the discomfort, he decided to push himself through one final challenge. He knew the importance of maintaining his training regimen, even if it meant pushing through hunger and fatigue. He set the targets at various distances and adjusted the pulley system to make them move unpredictably. This time he planned to add the task of circulating chakra throughout his body to soothe his aching muscles while performing the challenge. Knowing this would be a tough task due to his accumulated fatigue, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, centering himself. The leaf remained steady on his forehead as he focused his chakra. With a swift movement, he opened his eyes and began running. The target swung erratically, but Kaizen's eyes tracked their movements like a hawk zeroing in on its prey. He threw the first shuriken at a target 5 meters away, timing his release to match the target's swing. The shuriken flew with a faint whir, embedding itself in the center. He continued to move, his eyes locking onto the next target, which swung erratically at a distance of 10 meters. Without hesitation, Kaizen launched another shuriken. The target shifted to the right at the last moment, but his aim was true. The shuriken struck the center again with a satisfying thud. His pace quickened as his eyes traced a target 20 meters away, moving even faster. He reached for a kunai, his grip firm yet relaxed. As he ran, he visualized the kunai's path, adjusting for the target's speed and direction. The target zigzagged, creating a complex pattern. Kaizen's breathing slowed, his focus narrowing. In one fluid motion, he released the kunai. It flew through the air, a silver streak against the dimming light of the dojo. The kunai found its intended mark with perfect accuracy. Time continued to pass as the constant sound of shuriken and kunai striking wood filled the dojo, echoing like a class full of students in practice. Kaizen pushed himself relentlessly, his breathing growing labored, his drive to continue bordered on obsession. a level of ruthlessness that defined him. Kaizen's muscles screamed in protest, and his vision blurred at the edges from sheer physical, mental, and chakra exhaustion. He could feel his legs threatening to give out beneath him, but he forced himself to stay upright, his willpower driving him forward. He knew within his heart that he had to complete the final sequence without a single mistake. Anything less would be unacceptable to him. And so, he sprinted across the dojo, launching Shuriken and Kunai at all remaining targets. His throws were a blur of perfectly timed calculations, each weapon embedding itself in the center of its target. The dojo fell into silence as the echoes of his throws faded away. With his goal reached, Kaizen finally came to a stop, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. The leaf on his forehead somehow remained in place, despite the minute amount of chakra he had remaining. Taking the leaf off his forehead, he looked around at the targets and allowed himself a small smile. This is just the beginning. I need to reach a point where this feels effortless, he thought. I'll keep training every day until my body fully adapts to my skills and movements. Only then will I be able to truly harness my potential. Feeling the gnawing hunger in his stomach, as well as the intense fatigue of his body, he muttered, maybe it's time to get some dinner. He knew he had pushed himself to the limit, but the results were worth it. After cleaning everything up, Kaizen headed out, ready to refuel and rest for the challenges ahead. Unaware of Kaizen's crazy training session, Hiroshi made his way toward the Hokage's office for his report. Despite the late hour, the village was alive with activity. Some of the vendors were closing up their stalls, families were returning home, and shinobi carried out their duties. As Hiroshi walked through the familiar streets, he noticed the bright lights and lively chatter coming from Yakiniku-kyu, where a group of young ninjas were celebrating after a day of training. Across the street, the Konoha bookstore still had a few patrons browsing through scrolls and novels. Hiroshi's sandals made soft thuds as he walked the streets. He passed by one of the flower shops run by the Yamanaka clan. The delicate scent of flowers mixed with the earthy aroma of the surrounding trees, creating a peaceful ambience. When Hiroshi approached the Hokage's office, the bustling atmosphere of Konoha's administrative heart was palpable. The Hokage Tower, an imposing structure of the village, was surrounded by a steady flow of people, shinobi, civilians, and visitors, all with various purposes. Before entering the building, Hiroshi passed through the courtyard, which served as a transition space between the busy village streets and the more controlled environment of the Hokage Tower. He noted the mix of urgency and calm efficiency that characterized the heart of Konoha's operations. As Hiroshi reached the entrance, he approached the security checkpoint. This area was designed to ensure the safety of everyone inside while still allowing access to those with legitimate business. The checkpoint was manned by vigilant guards, well-trained in identifying threats and verifying identities. Hiroshi presented his identification to the guards. They scanned his ID and performed a brief chakra verification using a small device that resonated with his unique chakra signature. Satisfied with the results, the guards nodded respectfully and allowed him to proceed. Inside the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was slightly more subdued but equally busy. Shinobi of various ranks moved through the corridors, some heading towards mission briefings, others to training sessions. Hiroshi walked past the reception area, where a few civilians were seated, waiting for their appointments. A receptionist behind a large desk managed the flow of visitors, ensuring that everyone was directed to the appropriate office or meeting room. Just beyond the reception area, Hiroshi entered the mission assignment room. This area was a hive of activity, with several desks and bulletin boards displaying available missions. Clients, both from within and outside the village, could come here to request the services of Konoha's shinobi. The staff at the desk reviewed each mission request, ensuring that the details were clear and the requirements were appropriate for the assigned shinobi. Any troublesome requests or high-ranking missions were passed up the chain of command as appropriate for further review. The mission assignment desks were specially staffed by experienced shinobi, who had retired from active duty, and by administrative personnel knowledgeable about the needs and capabilities of the village's ninja. These personnel worked closely with the Hokage and other high-ranking officials to ensure missions were assigned efficiently and effectively. After passing through the busy assignment area, Hiroshi made his way up the staircase leading to the Hokage's office. The stairs were lined with framed photographs and memorabilia, showcasing the village's rich history and the legacy of previous Hokages. Each step reminded Hiroshi of the importance of his role and the responsibility he held in guiding the next generation of shinobi. Upon reaching the top floor, Hiroshi approached another security checkpoint. This one even more stringent. The guards here were elite shinobi, selected for their exceptional skills and loyalty. They recognized Hiroshi and greeted him with nods of acknowledgement. After a final, swift verification, they opened the door to the Hokage's office, allowing Hiroshi to enter. The office itself was spacious, filled with shelves of scrolls and books. Maps and documents covered a large desk where the Hokage sat, reviewing reports. The room exuded an air of authority and wisdom, reflecting the critical decisions made within its walls. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked up as Hiroshi entered, his expression one of curiosity and anticipation. "Hiroshi Senju, it's good to see you," the Hokage greeted with a kind smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. "I've been eager to hear your report on Class 1A. I've heard Sakumo's son has joined the academy this year." "Good evening, Lord Hokage," Hiroshi responded, taking his seat. "Yes, Kakashi Hatake is part of the class, and he's quite impressive." The Hokage leaned forward slightly. "Tell me more about him and the rest of the class. How are they performing overall?" Hiroshi began his report, summarizing the performance based on the training after the entrance exam yesterday and today's exercises. The students are enthusiastic and show great potential. Their ages range between 6 and 8 years old, with Kakashi and another student, Kaizen, being the only exceptions at just 4 years old. Despite their youth, they have a strong foundation, and their eagerness to learn is evident in their efforts. "That's good to hear," the Hokage nodded. "Anything in particular stand out?" "Most of them performed well in the basic exercises," Hiroshi continued. "Their proficiency in Kunai and Shuriken throwing is commendable, and their chakra control is improving. However, the only students who have really stood out so far are Kakashi and Kaizen." The Hokage's eyes twinkled with interest. "And what about Kakashi? How is he adapting?" "Kakashi is calm and efficient," Hiroshi said. "His techniques are precise, and he's incredibly focused for his age. His skills are advanced compared to the others, but he doesn't naturally step into a leadership role. He prefers to work independently." The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. "It seems Kakashi takes after Sakumo in many ways, but lacks his father's natural leadership qualities. Still, his individual skill is impressive. And what about this Kaizen? I don't recall hearing of him before." "For Kaizen," Hiroshi continued, leaning forward slightly as he spoke, "his chakra control is extraordinary. During the leaf-sticking exercise, he maintained a leaf on his forehead for over 30 minutes without the slightest tremor or shift. Such a feat is rare, even among our most advanced students." The Hokage's eyebrows raised in surprise. His interest clearly piqued. "But that's not all," Hiroshi went on. "His performance in Shuriken and Kunai throwing was nothing short of flawless. Every single Shuriken and Kunai he threw hit the dead center of the target, regardless of distance or difficulty. It's as if he has an innate understanding of the weapons and their trajectory. What's even more impressive is that Kaizen doesn't come from a notable clan. His abilities seem to be entirely self-taught." The Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. "Self-taught? To achieve such a level without the guidance of a major clan is truly extraordinary. This Kaizen must possess incredible dedication and talent." Hiroshi nodded. "Indeed, Lord Hokage. His progress is astonishing, considering he lacked the typical support structures. He's not only a natural talent but also seems to have an incredible drive to excel. Kaizen is an orphan, with no family or clan to support him. Everything he has achieved, he has done on his own." Hiruzen's expression softened, a mix of admiration and concern crossing his features. "An orphan, you say? That makes his accomplishments even more remarkable. We must ensure he receives the guidance and support he needs. Such talent, especially coming from such a background, must be nurtured carefully." The conversation continued to flow naturally as they discussed the other notable students in the class and Hiroshi's initial impressions. After gathering a good understanding, Hiruzen shifted the topic to a more serious matter. By the way, I received a report about an unsanctioned fight today, leaving 3 fourth-year students in serious condition. The report mentioned that you called the medics and handled the situation. Can you tell me more about what happened? Hiroshi nodded, his expression turning serious. Yes, Lord Hokage. The incident involved Kaizen and 3 older students. It started with verbal taunts but quickly escalated to physical threats. Kaizen stayed remarkably composed throughout the confrontation, attempting to be diplomatic while also standing his ground. Hiruzen leaned forward, listening intently as Hiroshi continued. Initially, the older students attacked Kaizen after their attempts to intimidate him failed. Hiroshi began. Kaizen showed remarkable restraint while defending himself, aiming only to incapacitate them without causing serious injury. However, when the situation escalated and the older students drew kunai and attempted to use ninjutsu, Kaizen's response shifted. His attacks became faster and were executed with ruthless efficiency. The speed and technique of his taijutsu led to the serious injuries the older students sustained. It was clear that once Kaizen felt truly threatened, he switched to a mode of defense that prioritized neutralizing the threat quickly, demonstrating a level of skill and strategic thinking far beyond his years. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. I've never heard of someone so young exhibiting such advanced abilities. This level of promise at his age is extraordinary. Hiroshi nodded. That's exactly what struck me, Lord Hokage. His ability to maintain control and adapt under pressure was remarkable. But there's more. I forgot to mention his performance during the entrance exams yesterday. Kaizen scored the highest marks in the mental challenges part of the exam in the Academy's entire history. Hiruzen leaned back, clearly impressed. The highest marks in our history? That's astounding. It seems Kaizen is not only physically adept but also possesses a keen intellect. For someone without a clan or formal guidance to achieve this is truly amazing. Indeed, Hiroshi agreed. Despite being an orphan, his abilities are exceptional. This incident only further emphasizes his need for proper mentorship. I believe that with the right guidance, Kaizen has the potential to become one of our village's finest shinobi. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. We must ensure he receives the guidance and support he needs. Keep a close watch on him, Hiroshi. His development will be crucial for our future. Of course, Lord Hokage, Hiroshi replied. I will do my best to guide him and ensure he realizes his full potential. Hiruzen's expression softened as he looked at Hiroshi. Thank you, Hiroshi. Your dedication to these young students is invaluable. Keep me updated on their progress, and don't hesitate to bring any concerns or needs to my attention. I will, Lord Hokage. Thank you for your trust, Hiroshi said with a respectful bow. With their conversation concluded, Hiroshi left the Hokage's office, his mind filled with thoughts of the promising students under his care and the important role he played in shaping their future. Hiruzen, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he heard from Hiroshi Senju. He expected to hear some good things about Sakumo's son, but this new development was entirely unexpected, but not unwelcome. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. The dim light of his office cast long shadows, flickering slightly as the candle flames wavered. His mind raced with the implications of Hiroshi's report. Is this the birth of an unparalleled genius, he pondered, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as he considered the weight of such a possibility. Kaizen's abilities at such a young age are unlike anything we've seen before. His talents, if nurtured correctly, could shape the future of our village. The Hokage's eyes narrowed with determination. I must ensure that his development is carefully monitored and that he receives the guidance he needs. Given the volatile times we live in, especially as we are still recovering from the aftershocks of the Second Shinobi World War, the village desperately needs new heroes, those who carry the will of fire within them. Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to the sacrifices made during the war, the countless lives lost, and the heroes who had risen to defend Konoha. He felt the weight of his responsibility as the leader of the village, tasked with nurturing the next generation of shinobi. Kaizen and the others represent our future. They are the hope of Konoha, the ones who will carry our legacy forward, he sighed softly, a mix of weariness and resolve settling over him. I must protect them, guide them, and ensure they are ready for the challenges that lie ahead. With renewed determination, Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the village he loved so dearly. The sun had set, and the village was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns. The familiar sounds of life carried on, a testament to the resilience and spirit of its people. We will rise stronger from these times, Hiruzen vowed silently. Chapter 16. Kaizen's secret weapon. Needing to get cleaned up, Kaizen made his way to his dorm room first. The sensation of the cold water brought a sharp clarity to his mind, helping to renew his energy and focus. Now dressed in clean clothes, Kaizen headed to the academy cafeteria, where the aroma of freshly cooked food greeted him. The cafeteria, nearly empty due to the late hour, still had a few staff members bustling about, ensuring that the facility remained operational for any student who wished to train or eat at any time. The academy prided itself on providing 24-hour support, understanding the unpredictable schedules and relentless drive of its ninja trainees. Kaizen picked up a tray and moved through the line, his eyes scanning the variety of options available. The rich scent of miso soup, grilled fish, and steamed rice filled the air, mingling with the earthy smell of vegetables and the savory aroma of roasted meats. He knew he needed to choose foods that would fuel his intense training regimen, focusing on a balanced diet that would provide energy, strength, and recovery. He started with a bowl of miso soup, a staple that offered a warm, comforting base rich in essential minerals and probiotics. Next, he selected a plate of teriyaki chicken, the protein essential for muscle repair and growth after his rigorous workouts. Alongside this, he added some sushi rolls filled with fresh fish that provided omega-3 fatty acids beneficial for brain function and inflammation reduction. A helping of steamed greens was a must, ensuring he received his daily dose of vitamins and fiber to keep his body functioning at its peak. The colorful array of dishes was inviting, each one carefully prepared and beautifully presented. The miso soup was a warm golden broth. The chicken glistened with a glossy teriyaki glaze. The sushi rolls were tightly wrapped and vibrant, and the greens were a deep, lush green, steamed to perfection. Finding a seat by the window, Kaizen sat down and took a moment to appreciate the meal before him. The cafeteria was almost silent, the usual clatter of chopsticks and bursts of laughter replaced by a peaceful quiet. He took his first bite, savoring the tender chicken, which had the perfect blend of sweetness and umami from the teriyaki sauce. The miso soup was warm and comforting, the dashi base rich and savory, with hints of tofu and seaweed adding texture and depth. Kaizen moved on to the sushi, the rice perfectly seasoned with vinegar, and the fish so fresh it practically melted in his mouth. The greens were crisp and slightly bitter, balancing the meal with their earthy flavor. As he ate, Kaizen felt a sense of calm and satisfaction. The excellent food was not just nourishment, it was a symbol of the academy's support, along with the resources available to help him succeed. After finishing his dinner, Kaizen stepped out into the cool night air. The academy grounds, usually bustling with activity, had quieted down, allowing a serene stillness to settle over the area. The lanterns lining the paths cast a gentle, warm glow, their light flickering softly in the slight breeze. The air was filled with the sounds of nocturnal insects, their rhythmic chirping creating a soothing background to Kaizen's contemplative thoughts. Kaizen walked slowly towards his dorm room, taking in the tranquility that enveloped the academy. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets carried on the wind. The soft glow of the moon bathed the surroundings in a silvery light, creating a play of shadows that danced and shifted with the movement of the branches. This was a moment of peace for Kaizen, a time to gather his thoughts. As he approached his dorm room, the sense of calm and readiness within him grew stronger. The day's training had been grueling on his new body, pushing him to his limits, but it had also been fulfilling. Kaizen paused for a moment at the entrance of his dorm, glancing back at the serene academy grounds. The sight of the moonlit paths and gently swaying trees filled him with a sense of peace and purpose. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, ready to rest and prepare for the next day. Inside, the familiar surroundings of his dorm offered comfort. The simplicity of his room, with its neatly arranged bed, wardrobe, and desk, felt like his official first home in this world. Kaizen moved to the window and looked out one last time before drawing the curtains. The rustling of fabric was the only sound in the stillness of the room. Kaizen proceeded through his nightly routine with methodical precision, each action performed with the intent to prepare himself both mentally and physically for the next day. Once satisfied with his preparations, Kaizen moved to the center of his room and sat cross-legged on the floor. He closed his eyes and began deep breathing exercises, inhaling deeply through his nose, feeling his lungs fill with refreshing air. Each exhale through his mouth was a release, a gentle letting go of tension and fatigue. The rhythmic rise and fall of his chest gradually brought his body into a state of relaxation. As he breathed, Kaizen visualized his goals for the coming days. He pictured himself mastering new techniques. He saw himself excelling in his training sessions, impressing his instructors and peers alike. This mental rehearsal was a crucial part of his routine, helping to solidify his objectives and keep his mind focused on his ambitions. After a while, Kaizen transitioned from visualization to a more profound state of mindfulness. He cleared his thoughts, letting go of any lingering distractions from the day. The room around him was silent, the only sound being the steady rhythm of his breath. The cool air brushed against his skin, a gentle reminder of the world outside his inner focus. As his mind settled into a deeper calm, a familiar thought emerged, anchoring him in his nightly ritual. "It's time to get back to my normal sleep routine," Kaizen thought to himself, reflecting on his practice of lucid dreaming. He knew the benefits it offered were immense, allowing him to continue his training even while he slept. Lucid dreaming, the ability to become aware and take control of one's dreams, was a skill he had honed over years of practice in his previous life. Lucid dreaming offered numerous benefits beyond mere relaxation. It allowed Kaizen to practice and refine his skills in a controlled, limitless environment. He could simulate combat scenarios, study complex techniques, and even explore creative solutions to challenges he faced in the waking world. The ability to manipulate his dreamscape meant that his training continued around the clock, giving him an edge over his peers. To facilitate this, Kaizen followed a series of steps before bed. He ensured his room was dark and quiet, minimizing any potential disturbances. Having practiced lucid dreaming so extensively, Kaizen no longer needed an alarm clock or to wake himself up after falling asleep to achieve lucidity. Instead, he relied on his finely honed techniques and mental discipline. He lay down on his bed and began his relaxation process. He performed a body scan, starting from his toes and working his way up. He focused on relaxing each muscle group, releasing any residual tension. The sensation of his soft mattress beneath him, the coolness of the sheets, and the faint scent of fresh linen all contributed to his growing sense of relaxation. As Kaizen's body settled into a state of stillness, he began a mental exercise known as mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. He repeated to himself, "I will recognize my dreams and control them," embedding the intention into his subconscious. This mantra served as a mental anchor, increasing his chances of recognizing the dream state once he was asleep. Additionally, Kaizen incorporated the wake-induced lucid dream wild technique. As he lay in bed, he focused on the hypnagogic imagery that started to appear behind his closed eyelids, the fleeting, dreamlike images that come just before sleep. He allowed these images to form naturally, watching them passively without becoming too engaged, yet maintaining a thread of awareness. This technique helped him transition directly from wakefulness into a lucid dream without losing consciousness. As he felt himself drifting closer to sleep, his mind clear and focused, Kaizen experienced the transition from wakefulness to the realm of dreams. His senses sharpened, the room's darkness becoming a canvas for his thoughts and intentions. Each breath he took drew him deeper into the tranquil abyss, ready to explore and train in the boundless world of his own creation. Once inside his dream, Kaizen found himself standing on an elevated hill that offered a breathtaking view of the surrounding landscape. Below him, a vast expanse of forest stretched out, the treetops swaying gently in the wind. Beyond the forest, a shimmering river wound its way through the valley, reflecting the soft glow of the moonlight. In the distance, rugged mountains stood tall against the night sky, their peaks shrouded in mist and storm clouds. The sky was alive with the flicker of distant lightning, casting brief flashes of light over the serene scene. Kaizen stood within a unique training ground. its floor made of smooth, polished wood that gleamed in the moonlight. The structure had no walls, allowing an unobstructed view of the magnificent landscape, but it was topped with a sturdy ceiling that shielded him from the rain. The gentle patter of raindrops on the roof created a soothing rhythm, blending with the occasional rumble of thunder. The night environment, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon and the intermittent flashes of lightning, created a tranquil yet invigorating atmosphere. The cool breeze carried the fresh scent of rain and the earthy aroma of the forest below, adding to the sense of peace and serenity that enveloped him. This was his true sanctuary, a place where he could escape from the pressures of reality and immerse himself fully in his training. Kaizen looked down at his hands, a habit he had cultivated to confirm his lucidity. They appeared normal, but the heightened clarity of the dream world reassured him that he was in control. He felt the solid wood beneath his feet, the texture smooth and cool to the touch. The air was crisp and filled with the electric charge of the storm, stimulating his senses. A smile spread across his face as he realized the extent of his control in this dreamscape. He began with basic exercises, his movements fluid and deliberate. Each Taijutsu form was executed with a level of grace and ease that was almost surreal. The dream environment offered no resistance, allowing him to move with perfect coordination and balance. Kaizen then conjured targets at varying distances within the open training ground. He practiced his Shuriken and Kunai throws, each weapon leaving his hand with a satisfying swish and hitting its mark with a solid thud. As the dream progressed, Kaizen pushed the boundaries of his imagination. He summoned opponents, each one more formidable than the last, and engaged them in combat. The dreamscape adapted to his needs, shifting seamlessly from the open training ground to a dense forest, then to a rugged mountainous terrain. Each environment presented unique challenges, testing his adaptability and skill. The rustle of leaves, the crunch of gravel underfoot, and the crisp mountain air all contributed to the vividness of the dream. Every strike, every block, every dodge was executed with a level of mastery that felt almost unattainable in the waking world. In this realm, Kaizen was free to experiment and innovate. He blended elements of different fighting styles, utilizing techniques that were uniquely his own. The freedom to explore without fear of failure could allow him to discover new possibilities and refine his skills to an extraordinary degree. The rhythmic sound of rain on the roof, the distant rumble of thunder, and the ever-changing landscapes provided the perfect backdrop for his training. Hours seemed to pass unnoticed in the dream world, each moment a valuable opportunity for growth. Kaizen's mind remained sharp, his awareness unwavering. He reveled in the limitless potential of his dreams, knowing that this ability could prove to be especially useful in the world of Naruto. Eventually, as the first light of dawn began to filter through his window, Kaizen's dream slowly faded, the real world pulling him back. He awoke with his mind refreshed and his body rejuvenated. The memories of his lucid training were vivid, each lesson learned firmly etched in his consciousness. Chapter 17, Second Day of Class. Kaizen stretched, feeling the familiar strength and vitality coursing through his muscles. With a satisfied smile, he rose from his bed, ready to tackle another day of rigorous training and self-improvement. He began his morning routine with enthusiasm, driven by a desire to continually test his knowledge of the Naruto series against his continued first-hand experiences. Starting with a light workout, Kaizen performed a series of gentle stretches. He then transitioned into a series of kicks, alternating legs to warm up his lower body. The snap of his foot cutting through the air added a satisfying rhythm to his routine. Afterward, he practiced handstands, holding each one steady to engage his core and improve his balance. Once his body felt adequately warmed up, Kaizen turned to shadowboxing. He threw a series of punches and kicks, visualizing various opponents. The swiftness of his movements and the imaginary resistance of his targets stimulated his mind. The silent room echoed with the faint sounds of his fists and feet slicing through the air. Feeling invigorated after his exercises, Kaizen knew it was time for breakfast. Preferring a bit of solitude this morning, he decided against the dining hall in the dormitory and made his way to the academy cafeteria. The early morning light painted the academy grounds in warm tones, casting a gentle glow on the stone walkways and lush greenery that lined them. The sun's rays filtered through the trees, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the ground. Kaizen observed the lively scene around him as he walked. Groups of students stood in animated conversation, their voices blending with the cheerful chirping of birds. Their laughter rang out, carrying a sense of youthful energy and excitement. Teachers, some with arms full of scrolls, strolled past, discussing their plans for the day. Others stood in small clusters, engaged in serious conversations about upcoming lessons and strategies. The scent of blooming flowers wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh, earthy smell of the morning dew. The fragrance was a reminder of a new day's potential. The breeze was cool against Kaizen's skin, a gentle caress that added to the serene yet bustling atmosphere of the academy. As Kaizen continued his walk, he noticed the diversity of the academy's population. Some older students could be seen demonstrating techniques to younger ones, offering advice and guidance. Instructors paused to answer questions or provide encouragement, their voices calm and reassuring. The sound of footsteps on the stone paths, the rustle of leaves in the trees, and the distant clatter of training weapons created a symphony of activity that filled the air. Kaizen took in the sights and sounds, his mind processing the myriad details of academy life. The sight of students practicing in the open courtyards, the occasional burst of chakra from a training exercise, and the hum of conversation all contributed to the vibrant environment. As Kaizen continued walking, his thoughts drifted to the sheer improbability of his situation. Being reborn in Konoha, a village renowned for its strength and stability, felt like an incredible stroke of luck. He once again glanced around at the serene academy grounds, taking in the new life around him, the laughter of students, the calm authority of the teachers, and the peaceful hum of daily activities. I can't believe I got a second chance here, Kaizen thought to himself. Of all the places and times, I ended up in Konoha during a period of peace. Given the horrors of the shinobi wars and the constant danger those times hold, this is a blessing. He felt a deep sense of gratitude. The fact that I'm here in this era and not in the midst of a brutal war is something I can never take for granted. I remember reading about the countless lives lost and the devastation caused by those wars. To be here now with all these opportunities, it's almost unreal. Although, if the story follows a similar route to the one I read, then the Third Shinobi World War should begin around 8 years from now. That isn't exactly ideal given my current age, but I will just have to adjust and be thankful for what time I've already been given. He then wondered about the nature of his rebirth. Why someone like me, he questioned. After all the death and destruction I caused in my previous life, why was I given this opportunity? I was practically a force of chaos. Yet, here I am, being given a second chance in one of the few places within this world that nurtures life and potential. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of gratitude and curiosity. Maybe I'm meant to use my skills for something different this time. Or perhaps it doesn't have any meaning at all. I suppose I will just have to see where this life ends up taking me, he pondered, allowing the thought to linger as he approached the cafeteria. Entering the cafeteria, Kaizen was greeted by the comforting smell of breakfast foods. He picked up a tray and began selecting items that would provide the necessary nutrients for his intense training regimen. First, he chose a bowl of oatmeal topped with fresh berries and a drizzle of honey. The warmth of the oatmeal combined with the tartness of the berries and the sweetness of the honey made for a satisfying start. Next, he added a side of scrambled eggs, their soft, fluffy texture promising a good source of protein to fuel his muscles. A few slices of avocado and a handful of spinach provided healthy fats and essential vitamins, ensuring a well-rounded meal. He also included a small bowl of yogurt, its probiotics beneficial for digestion and boosting his energy levels. To drink, Kaizen selected a cup of green tea, the slightly bitter aroma and taste invigorating his senses. The hot beverage complemented the rest of his meal. Finding a quiet corner of the cafeteria, Kaizen sat down to enjoy his breakfast. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, and using the time to reflect on his plans for the day. The oatmeal was creamy and satisfying, the berries adding bursts of flavor. The eggs were light and perfectly seasoned, the avocado adding a smooth richness, and the spinach providing a fresh, slightly earthy taste. As he finished his meal, Kaizen felt a sense of readiness wash over him. The nutritious breakfast had provided him with the energy he needed to face the day's training, and the solitude of his morning routine had given him the mental clarity to focus on his goals. With a final sip of his green tea, he rose from his seat, ready to head to class. Entering the classroom, Kaizen was greeted by the familiar sounds of students chatting and laughing. He took a moment to observe his classmates, noting the expressions of enthusiasm on their faces. The room was filled with the faint scent of chalk and parchment, a reminder of the lessons to come. "Morning," Kaizen Eiko called out with a cheerful smile as she arranged her books on the desk. "Morning," Eiko Kaizen replied, taking his seat nearby. "Ready for another day of training?" "Absolutely," she responded, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Although I have to admit, I'm still sore from yesterday. I could barely move when I woke up." Shiro, who was organizing his own materials, turned to join the conversation. "Tell me about it." "My arms feel like they're made of lead after all that Shuriken practice," he said with a groan. Kaizen nodded, understanding their plight. "It's tough, but there are ways to help with the soreness. Make sure you stretch thoroughly before and after training and try soaking in a warm bath with some Epsom salts. It helps to relax the muscles and reduce inflammation." Eiko looked puzzled. "Epsom salts, what's that?" Kaizen smiled, ready to explain. Epsom salts are a type of mineral compound mainly made up of magnesium, sulfur, and oxygen. They're great for reducing muscle pain and swelling. An alternative would be to use yomogi and kuromogi. These are herbs that have similar soothing properties. You could ask any family you have or visit an herbalist within the village to find some. Eiko's eyes lit up with understanding. "Thanks, Kaizen. I'll definitely try that tonight." Shiro grinned. "Yeah, me too. Anything to make tomorrow a bit easier. You sure know a lot about this stuff." Kaizen shrugged modestly. "I just pick up things here and there. I'm glad I can help." Kakashi, who had been listening quietly, chimed in. "It's impressive how much you know about treating muscle soreness. I'll have to remember that." Kaizen nodded. "I hope it helps." Kakashi then shifted the conversation. "By the way, yesterday's chakra control exercise was an eye-opener for me. I realized I need to work on it a lot more. There's a lot to improve." Kaizen offered some general advice, careful not to reveal too much of his own techniques. "From my understanding, chakra control generally takes time and patience. Maybe we can train together sometime and help each other improve." Kakashi gave a small nod, appreciating the offer. "Sounds good. Training with you would definitely push me to get better." Before they could continue, Hiroshi entered the room, his presence immediately commanding attention. The students quickly settled down, the atmosphere shifting to one of focused anticipation. "Good morning, everyone," Hiroshi began, his voice calm and steady. "Today we'll start with some academic lessons. It's important to balance physical training with mental development. A sharp mind is just as crucial as a strong body for a shinobi." He moved to the front of the room, picking up a piece of chalk and beginning to write key points on the board. "We'll begin with a history lesson. Understanding the past helps us navigate the present and future," he said, his words drawing the students into the day's first topic. The morning passed in a flurry of notes and discussions. Hiroshi spoke of the First Shinobi World War, as well as what is considered to be the second one, which recently came to an end. He also covered the founding of the hidden villages and some of the known legendary shinobi who shaped their world. He wove various tales of strategy and bravery, highlighting the importance of wisdom and knowledge in battle. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing the information and reflecting on how it compared to his previous life's knowledge. As noon approached, Hiroshi concluded the lesson. "All right, everyone, it's almost time for lunch. Before we break, I want to let you know that this afternoon we'll focus on the basics of Taijutsu. Practical skills are essential, and mastering the fundamentals will serve you well in all aspects of combat." The students murmured with excitement, already looking forward to the afternoon session. Kaizen felt a familiar thrill at the prospect of this training, ready to see what techniques are commonly taught in this world. "Enjoy your lunch break," Hiroshi said, smiling at the class. "Be back here at the usual time ready to move. We'll be training hard this afternoon." As the students gathered their belongings and headed out for lunch, Hiroshi called out, "Kaizen, could you stay for a moment?" Kaizen paused, curious, and walked over to Hiroshi's desk. Yes, sensei. Hiroshi gave him a reassuring smile. Kaizen, I need you to meet with the principal before your lunch. It's regarding the incident yesterday with the older students. Don't worry, you're not in any trouble. The academy just takes such events very seriously and wants to discuss it with you. Kaizen nodded, a mix of relief and curiosity crossing his face. Understood, sensei. I'll head there now. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Sensei, where exactly can I find the principal's office? And do I need any form of verification to enter? Hiroshi patted him on the shoulder. Good questions, Kaizen. The principal's office is in the administration building on campus. You should be able to find it on the campus map against the wall in the hallway. It isn't too far from here. When you enter, you'll see a reception desk. Just ask them where to go, and they'll point you in the right direction. As for verification, you don't need anything specific. The principal is expecting you, so you can go right in. Kaizen nodded. Then another thought occurred to him. What does the principal prefer to be called by students? Hiroshi smiled warmly. Principal Kamiko is fine. She's from the Nara clan and has been with the academy for many years. She's very understanding and fair, so just be yourself. Kaizen felt a bit more at ease. Thank you, Sensei. With Hiroshi's directions clear in his mind, he left the classroom and checked the campus map before making his way to the administration building, ready to address the events of the previous day. The walk to the administration building was brief, and as he entered, Kaizen was greeted by the sight of a clean, organized reception area. The receptionist, a friendly-looking woman, glanced up from her desk and smiled. Good morning. How can I help you? She asked. Good morning, Kaizen replied politely. My name is Kaizen and I have been informed that I have an appointment with Principal Kamiko regarding an incident from yesterday. Could you point me to her office? Of course, the receptionist said, her smile widening. Just go down this hallway, take your first right, and you should see a door with her name on it. She's expecting you. Thank you, Kaizen said with a smile as he followed her directions. He walked down the hallway, noticing the various offices and meeting rooms on either side. The building had a calm, orderly atmosphere, which he found refreshing. Reaching the door marked Principal Kamiko Nara, Kaizen knocked gently. Who is it? A kind voice sounded from inside the room. It's Kaizen, a first-year student. Please enter. I wanted to meet with you about what happened yesterday. Understanding that this would be his first interaction with a reputed Nara clan member, Kaizen adjusted himself mentally before entering her office with a smile. Chapter 18. A Meeting of Minds. Kaizen and Principal Kamiko. Kaizen opened the door and stepped inside. The office was both elegant and practical, lined with bookshelves filled with scrolls and texts. A large window bathed the room in natural light, offering a view of a peaceful and private garden. The garden, with its meticulously arranged rocks, flowing stream, and vibrant plants, was likely a place the principal used for casual meetings or to simply relax. Behind a neatly organized desk sat Principal Kamiko, her presence calm yet commanding. The emblem of the Nara clan hung prominently on the wall, a testament to her heritage. Kamiko, a woman in her 50s with the composed demeanor characteristic of the Nara clan, observed him closely as he entered. Her eyes, sharp and discerning, took in every detail. She gestured for Kaizen to sit, her expression neutral yet warm. Good morning, Kaizen, she greeted him with a measured smile. I've been looking forward to speaking with you. Good morning, Principal Kamiko, Kaizen responded politely as he took the offered seat. I must say, your office is impressive. The view of the garden is quite beautiful. Kamiko's smile widened slightly. Thank you, Kaizen. The garden is a place where I find peace and clarity. It's designed to inspire and promote a sense of calm and focus. I'm glad you appreciate it. Kaizen nodded, taking in the room's details. It's clear a lot of thought has been put into this space. It's very different from other places I've seen, and it reflects a sense of history and purpose. Kamiko leaned back slightly, appreciating the young boy's observant nature. The Nara clan values wisdom and strategic thinking. This office is a reflection of those principles, filled with knowledge that has been accumulated over generations. But today, we're here to discuss your experiences. Kaizen's composure remained steady, though his curiosity was piqued. Of course, Principal Kamiko. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. As Kaizen settled into his chair, Kamiko's thoughts drifted to the reports she had reviewed that morning. The reports highlighted Kaizen's exceptional abilities and strategic thinking, as well as his background as an orphan. She traced Kaizen's name back to his record-breaking entrance exam results the other day in the mental challenge section. His scores were the highest in the Academy's history, a testament to his intellectual capabilities and strategic potential. Hiroshi had also detailed Kaizen's remarkable chakra control and his incredible accuracy in Shuriken and Kunai throwing. Hiroshi's observations painted a picture of a young boy who not only excelled in physical skills but also demonstrated a strong sense of leadership. Kaizen had shown a natural ability to lift up those around him, offering assistance and encouragement whenever possible. This quality, combined with his extraordinary skills, marked him as a unique talent. With these details in mind, Kamiko took a moment to study the boy before her. His posture was relaxed but attentive, his eyes sharp with intelligence. He had an air of quiet confidence that belied his age, a trait she had rarely seen in someone so young. The calmness in his demeanor suggested a level of maturity and self-control that was uncommon among his peers. Her initial impression of Kaizen was overwhelmingly positive. The composure with which he had handled the fight, his ability to strategize under pressure, and the maturity he exhibited in his interactions with others spoke volumes about his potential. Kamiko felt a genuine interest in understanding what drove this young shinobi in training and how best to nurture his talent. Kaizen, I've read the reports, but I'd like to hear your perspective on the events that took place yesterday, she began, her tone inviting yet serious. Kaizen nodded, his expression respectful yet calm. Certainly, Principal Kamiko. I was leaving the lunch period to meet with my class at Training Dojo 6 for the afternoon training session when the altercation began. I tried to resolve the situation peacefully, but it quickly escalated. As Kaizen began explaining the events of the previous day, Kamiko found herself taken aback by his methodical and analytical approach. His recounting was not just a simple narrative. It was a detailed dissection of the situation, highlighting each movement, decision, and reaction with remarkable clarity. Kaizen's ability to break down the confrontation into its core components and assess the motivations and intentions of each participant was striking. Kamiko noted how Kaizen described the older student's posture and demeanor, his initial attempts to de-escalate the situation, and his strategic decision-making process. He spoke with the precision of someone far beyond his years, his words painting a vivid picture of the incident, recounting every blow or dodge. His focus on incapacitating rather than harming, and his response to the escalation with weapons and jutsu, reflected a level of control and wisdom that was uncommon for someone his age. Kamiko's mind raced as she listened. This child possesses an extraordinary tactical mind, she thought. His ability to assess and react to threats with such composure is exceptional. It's no wonder his entrance exam results were record-breaking. As Kaizen finished his explanation, Kamiko couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the young boy sitting before her. He had shown not only physical prowess, but also a remarkable intellectual and emotional maturity. Kaizen. She began, her tone thoughtful. Your detailed recounting of the incident is impressive. It's clear that you possess not only the physical skills required of a shinobi, but also the intellectual and strategic capabilities that are just as important. Your ability to analyze and react to a rapidly evolving situation speaks volumes about your potential. She leaned back slightly, regarding him with a mix of admiration and curiosity. I'd like to share my perspective on this incident and the actions we have taken as a result. Kamiko gathered her thoughts, preparing to delve into the implications of Kaizen's actions and the broader consequences for the academy and the students involved. Kamiko took a deep breath, her eyes never leaving Kaizen's. She wanted to ensure that he understood the gravity of the situation and the rationale behind the academy's response. Kaizen, your actions yesterday were significant, not just because of the physical altercation, but because of what they represent within the context of our academy's values and mission. She paused, letting her words sink in. In any shinobi training environment, especially here at the academy, we place immense importance on self-control and the ethical use of power. You demonstrated commendable restraint in the initial stages of the confrontation, choosing to incapacitate your attackers rather than inflict serious harm. This shows a level of maturity and moral consideration that we highly value. Kamiko's tone grew more serious as she continued. However, the escalation to weapons and the use of jutsu by the older students posed a significant threat, not only to your safety but to the safety of others. It's clear from your account that your response was measured and aimed at neutralizing the threat as quickly as possible. Your decision to employ more forceful techniques was justified given the circumstances. She leaned forward slightly, her expression firm. In light of this incident, I have made the decision to expel the older students involved and blacklist them from ever becoming shinobi of Konoha. This decision was not made lightly. The integrity of our academy and the safety of our students are paramount. Allowing such behavior to go unchecked would set a dangerous precedent and undermine the values we strive to instill in our students. Kaizen listened attentively, his face reflecting a mix of understanding and contemplation. He seemed to be processing the implications of Kamiko's words and the consequences for those involved. Kamiko continued, "By taking this action, we aim to send a clear message that such behavior will not be tolerated. We want to ensure that our academy remains a place where all students can train and grow in a safe and supportive environment. Your actions, while necessary, also serve as a reminder of the potential consequences when power is misused." She softened her tone slightly, offering a more personal perspective. "I want you to know, Kaizen, that you have shown great promise. Your strategic thinking, your ability to maintain composure under pressure, and your skills are exceptional. It is our responsibility to nurture such talent and to provide you with the guidance and support you need to reach your full potential." Kamiko's eyes held a thoughtful gleam as she spoke. "There are opportunities for advanced training and mentorship that I believe would benefit you greatly. In the future, I'd like to discuss these with you and see how we can best support your development." Kamiko leaned back slightly, her eyes keenly observing Kaizen. "For now, though, I'd like to know more about you. Your background, your training methods, and any experiences that have shaped your skills." Kaizen nodded, understanding the importance of this discussion. He began his explanation. "My training methods are varied. Given my background as an orphan, I lacked formal guidance and had to be resourceful. I spent a lot of time studying and practicing techniques on my own." Kamiko raised an eyebrow. "Studying? What kind of techniques have you been focusing on?" Kaizen chose his words carefully, blending truth with crafted elements to conceal his reincarnated knowledge. "Primarily, I've concentrated on improving my chakra control and developing my taijutsu skills. I believe that a strong foundation in these areas is crucial. These skills require not only physical ability but also mental discipline." Kamiko's curiosity was piqued. "And how did you achieve such an advanced level of chakra control at your age?" Kaizen's expression remained composed as he answered. "I focused on meditation and exercises that enhance concentration. There were techniques I read about, such as maintaining a leaf on my forehead for extended periods and controlling the flow of chakra in specific patterns across my body. These exercises have helped me refine my control significantly." Kamiko nodded, impressed by his dedication. "Your approach is quite sophisticated for someone your age. Hiroshi's report mentioned your exceptional performance during the entrance exams, particularly in the mental challenges. You scored the highest marks in the academy's history. Can you tell me more about how you prepared for those exams?" Kaizen paused briefly, considering how to frame his response. "I have always been an avid learner. I read extensively and practiced problem-solving scenarios. Understanding strategy and being able to think several steps ahead have always been strengths of mine. The mental challenges in the exams were an opportunity to apply these skills practically." Kamiko took a moment to absorb this information. She was impressed by Kaizen's intellect. His ability to blend physical prowess with mental acuity was rare, especially in someone so young. "Your level of skill and maturity is unusual," Kamiko remarked. "It's clear that you've put a tremendous amount of effort into your training. Hiroshi also mentioned your leadership qualities. He noted how you assist your classmates and help lift them up. Can you tell me more about your approach to teamwork?" Kaizen nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I believe that a team is only as strong as its weakest member. By helping others improve, the entire team benefits. I try to share my knowledge and provide support where I can. It's important to create an environment where everyone feels encouraged to do their best." Kamiko appreciated his perspective. That's a commendable attitude, Kaizen. Leadership is not just about being the strongest. It's about fostering a sense of unity and support among your peers. Kamiko leaned forward, her gaze more intense. Tell me about your experiences with the other students. How do you plan to balance your personal training with assisting others? Kaizen took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. It's a delicate balance. I will prioritize my own training while setting aside time to help others. However, my goal is to find ways to integrate both. They don't always need to be mutually exclusive activities. For example, when practicing Taijutsu or Shuriken throwing, I can turn it into a friendly competition. This way, I push myself while also encouraging my classmates to improve. A competitive atmosphere can foster better results depending on the student I'm working with. Kamiko's respect for Kaizen grew with each word. His ability to articulate his strategies and his commitment to both personal and collective growth were impressive. Kamiko sat back, her fingers steepled thoughtfully as she considered her next move. She decided to pose a tricky question, one that would assess not only Kaizen's intellect but also his maturity and understanding of the world around him. Kaizen, she began, I have one more question for you. It's a bit different, more of a thought exercise. Kaizen nodded, his eyes attentive and sharp. Kamiko reached into a drawer and pulled out a shogi board, setting it on the desk between them. Do you know how to play shogi? Yes, Principal Kamiko, Kaizen replied. I find it a fascinating game of strategy. Good, Kamiko said with a faint smile. In shogi, each piece plays a crucial role, much like in life. The pawns, knights, and other pieces all have their part to play. The game often involves making sacrifices, moving pieces into harm's way, all with the ultimate goal of protecting and advancing one particular piece. This central piece, the one that must be protected at all costs, is the king. Kaizen watched her closely, understanding that there was a deeper lesson embedded in her words. Now Kamiko continued, think of the shogi board as our village. The pieces represent different members of the village, including shinobi. Each piece has its own role and importance, contributing to the overall strategy and strength of the village. But at the center of it all, there is one piece that everything revolves around, whose safety and well-being determine the fate of the game. In this metaphor, who do you think the king is? Kaizen's eyes flickered with recognition. Recalling the lesson Asuma once gave Shikamaru in the original Naruto series, he knew the importance of this question and the weight of its answer. The king, he said slowly, ensuring his words were deliberate and clear, is the children of the village. As shinobi, our duty is to protect them above all else. They represent the future and the hope of the village. Kamiko's eyes widened in surprise, her calm demeanor momentarily slipping as Kaizen's words sank in. She had expected a thoughtful response, but this level of insight and maturity from someone so young was astonishing. It was as if she were speaking to a seasoned shinobi, rather than a student at the academy. For a few moments, Kamiko was speechless, her thoughts racing. She had always been adept at reading people, a skill honed from years of experience and her natural Nara intellect. But Kaizen was different. He wasn't just another promising student. He was a prodigy with the potential to reshape the future of the village. Kaizen, Kamiko said, her voice tinged with a newfound respect and awe, your answer is profound. To recognize the children as the king reflects a depth of understanding and wisdom that is rare, even among the most experienced shinobi. Kaizen offered a modest nod. Thank you, Principal Kamiko. Your praise is humbling, and I hope to live up to your expectations. Kamiko's mind raced with the possibilities, realizing the gravity of her responsibility in guiding Kaizen. She knew that his development would be crucial for the future of the village. As she looked at the young boy before her, she felt a sense of purpose and excitement, ready to embark on this journey of nurturing one of Konoha's brightest stars. Kaizen, Kamiko began, her tone warm yet serious. Being in class will provide you with many benefits. You will have access to advanced training resources, skilled instructors, and opportunities to take on more complex missions. This environment is designed to challenge you and help you grow. Kaizen nodded, understanding the significance of her words. I appreciate the opportunities, Principal Kamiko. I am ready to embrace the challenges and continue improving. Kamiko smiled, appreciating his readiness. Given your exceptional abilities, once you have progressed further and are able to move more into individual training, I want you to come see me. We can discuss your training in detail and see what we can do to ensure you are making the best use of your potential. It's important that you receive the right guidance and support. Kaizen's eyes brightened with anticipation. Thank you, Principal Kamiko. I will seek your guidance when the time comes. Kamiko nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Good. And remember, Kaizen, while individual skill is important, never underestimate the value of teamwork and the relationships you build with your peers. They will be an essential part of your growth and success. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing her advice. I understand. I will strive to balance my personal training with helping and learning from others. Kamiko smiled, pleased with his response. I have no doubt you will. Additionally, as you continue your training, I want you to focus on continuous improvement. Never settle for what you have achieved. Always strive to learn and grow. The path of a shinobi is one of lifelong learning. Kaizen's eyes gleamed with determination. Thank you for the guidance. Kamiko leaned forward slightly, her expression softening. And remember, Kaizen, you are not alone on this journey. I am here to support you, as are your teachers and peers. If you ever need guidance, advice, or simply someone to talk to, my door is always open. Kaizen felt a wave of gratitude. I appreciate that, Principal Kamiko. Knowing that I have your support means a lot. Kamiko nodded, feeling a sense of fulfillment. I believe in your potential, Kaizen. You have the ability to achieve great things, not just for yourself, but for the village as well. Stay true to your values, continue to learn, and never hesitate to seek help when needed. Kaizen stood up, his heart filled with gratitude and resolve. I will do my best to honor your faith in me. With a respectful bow, Kaizen turned to leave, feeling a renewed sense of purpose and clarity about his goals at the academy. As Kaizen left Principal Kamiko's office, he felt a mix of relief and excitement swirling within him. Well, that went better than expected, he thought, his steps light and purposeful as he walked through the hallways. The meeting had been intense, but it had also been incredibly enlightening. The principal wasn't included in my initial plans, but gaining her support should make future ideas easier to execute. The thought brought a small, satisfied smile to his face. Kamiko's insights and her offer of guidance had opened new avenues for him, ones that he hadn't anticipated but was now eager to explore. Her belief in my potential, despite my age, is a huge advantage. With her backing, I can access resources and opportunities that will be crucial for my development. He recalled her words about balancing ambition with humility and fostering strong relationships with his peers. It was advice he planned to take to heart, understanding that future opportunities wouldn't just involve his personal skills but also his ability to work within a team. While Kaizen was busy making plans for the future, Principal Kamiko could be seen leaning back in her chair, letting out a contemplative sigh. I don't recall having this feeling of surprise even when Minato, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were at the academy, she mused, her mind replaying the conversation she had just had. Even though he just arrived at the academy, Kaizen has shown me that he has the qualities sought after in a future Kage. His analytical skills, his maturity, his understanding of the deeper responsibilities of a shinobi, they're all remarkable for someone so young. Whether his strength can continue to grow and meet those standards is another thing, but at the bare minimum, he has the potential to serve as an excellent advisor. Kamiko stood up and moved to the window, looking out at the serene garden that had always been her place of solace. I should schedule a meeting with Lord Third to talk about my conversation with Kaizen. He should already have him on his radar after Hiroshi's meeting, but I'd like to see if he has similar thoughts as I do. The principal couldn't shake the feeling that she was witnessing the emergence of someone truly exceptional. Kaizen is a rare talent, and his future must be guided with care. The path he chooses could greatly influence the future of Konoha. She resolved to do everything in her power to support him, knowing that her role in his development could be crucial. With these thoughts, Kamiko returned to her desk, her mind already planning the steps she would take next. She picked up her pen and began drafting a request for a meeting with the third Hokage. Chapter 19, Konoha's famous Taijutsu. Kaizen stepped into the academy cafeteria, immediately enveloped by the warm aroma of various dishes being served. The lively atmosphere was a comforting contrast to the serious conversation he just had with Principal Kamiko. The noise of students chatting animatedly and the clatter of utensils created a vibrant backdrop. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, casting a cheerful glow over the bustling room. Kaizen picked up a tray and moved through the line, scanning the options available. He chose a piece of grilled fish, its crispy skin promising a savory bite. Next, he added a portion of steamed vegetables, broccoli, carrots, and snow peas, offering a mix of vitamins and minerals essential for his training. He spooned a serving of fluffy rice onto his plate, a reliable source of carbohydrates to fuel his energy. For a refreshing finish, he selected a bowl of fresh fruit and a glass of water to stay hydrated. Balancing his tray, he turned to find a seat. As Kaizen scanned the cafeteria for an empty table, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Kaizen." Over here was Eiko, her pale eyes gleaming with curiosity. She waved him over to a table where several of his classmates were already seated. Kaizen smiled and made his way to join them, settling into the lively atmosphere with ease. "Where have you been?" Eiko asked, her curiosity evident. "I had a meeting with Principal Kamiko," Kaizen replied, keeping his tone light. This immediately sparked interest among his classmates. Shiro, who was sitting across from him, leaned in. "Is everything okay? What did she want to talk to you about?" Kaizen took a bite of his fish, buying a moment to think about how to respond. He decided to share a bit more. She wanted to discuss the fight from yesterday. Suki, who sat next to Eiko, looked concerned. "Did you get in trouble?" "No, nothing like that," Kaizen reassured them. She just wanted to understand what happened. The conversation naturally drifted to the previous day's altercation. "I can't believe those older students attacked you," Suki said, her voice tinged with frustration. "It's really unfair. They should know better than to bully new students." Shiro nodded in agreement. "You handled it really well, Kaizen. Being able to fight them off is impressive." Kakashi frowned, his usually calm demeanor showing a hint of anger. "Those guys are supposed to be role models for us. It's disappointing to see them act like that." Various other students chimed in with similar sentiments. "What's wrong with them anyways?" Taro added, his small face scrunched up in confusion. "Why would they do something like that?" "It's not right," Eiko said quietly. "We should be able to train in peace without worrying about being attacked by our peers." Ryu, ever the instigator, piped up again. "If it were me, I'd have given them a piece of my mind." "You really showed them, Kaizen," Shiro added. "Yeah, attacking a new student like that is just wrong." Eiko sighed, her expression conflicted. "It's just a shame. We should all be focusing on our training, not dealing with bullies." Ryu nodded vigorously. "Exactly. We're here to become shinobi of Konoha, not to fight each other." Kaizen saw the chance to steer the conversation. After gathering all the facts of the altercation, Principal Kamiko said that their actions were unacceptable and that they've been expelled. Furthermore, they're blacklisted from ever becoming Konoha shinobi. His classmates reacted with a mix of surprise and relief. "Expelled," Suki repeated, her eyes widening. "That's pretty serious." Shiro nodded thoughtfully. "It shows the academy won't tolerate such behavior. It's good to know they're taking it seriously." Ryu's grin widened. "Serves them right. They shouldn't have messed with you." Kakashi looked contemplative. "Expulsion is a strong message. It reinforces the importance of our conduct and the responsibilities that come with our training." Kaizen continued. Principal Kamiko emphasized the importance of maintaining a safe and respectful environment for all students. She said it was necessary to protect the integrity of the academy. Taro, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. "It's reassuring to know they won't be around to cause any more trouble." Eiko added, "I'm glad the academy is taking steps to ensure our safety. I feel much more comfortable knowing that they're looking out for us." Kaizen nodded. "Exactly. It's important for us to focus on our training and growth without worrying about these kinds of distractions." Seeing that the overall mood was still a bit negative over the incident, Kaizen decided to shift the focus to something more positive. "Speaking of training, we're going to be learning Taijutsu today. I wonder how it will be taught. This successfully diverted the conversation. I've heard the academy has a unique style, Shiro said, excitement in his voice. Maybe we'll start with the basics and build up. Eiko added, I'm curious if he will pair us up for practice. It could be a great way to learn. Suki grinned. Whatever it is, it's going to be fun. I've always wanted to learn hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi nodded, his expression thoughtful. I've heard the academy's style is pretty comprehensive. It should be interesting to see how it's taught. Ryu leaned back, crossing his arms with a confident smirk. I bet it's going to be awesome. We might even get to spar with each other. Kaizen nodded with a smile. Let's see what Hiroshi-sensei has in store for us. After lunch, Class A reconvened in the classroom. The students settled into their seats, the earlier excitement over the Taijutsu lesson palpable. Hiroshi-sensei stood at the front, his calm and authoritative presence commanding the room's attention. Good afternoon, everyone, Hiroshi began, his voice steady and clear. Today we'll delve into the basics of Taijutsu, a crucial aspect of your shinobi training. Taijutsu, or hand-to-hand combat, is fundamental to our combat abilities and can often be the deciding factor in a fight. The room buzzed with anticipation as Hiroshi continued. Here at the academy, one of the styles we teach is an elite Taijutsu style known as the Leaf Dragon Fist. This style is reserved for the most promising students in Class A each year. The Leaf Dragon Fist is both difficult to master and incredibly powerful, combining elements of offense and defense with remarkable fluidity and strength. Hiroshi paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. The reason this style is taught only to the elite is due to its complexity, power, and high level of control required. The philosophy behind the Leaf Dragon Fist is one of balance and adaptability. It teaches you to be as resilient and flexible as a leaf, yet as fierce and powerful as a dragon. Hiroshi looked around the class with a serious expression before continuing. A very low percentage of Leaf Ninja have learned this style, with the only publicly known ninja that is still alive to have achieved mastery being the third Hokage. Even I have only achieved a passable level of proficiency with some of the intermediate movements of this style. Due to its inherent difficulty, today will also serve as an assessment of your talent in Taijutsu. It is said that those able to learn this style have the potential to become true masters in the realm of Taijutsu. They will earn recognition and respect, both within the academy and beyond. Hiroshi let his words sink in as he noticed various expressions of awe, respect, and determination on students' faces. Among them, one student raised their hand, voicing a question that seemed to be on everyone's mind. Sensei, why wouldn't we start with the absolute basics rather than something so advanced? Nodding at the student, Hiroshi answered. It's a valid question. For one, it's used as an assessment of talent as previously mentioned. Another reason is that establishing such difficult challenges early is crucial, especially for students as talented as all of you. It helps to prevent overconfidence, which can be extremely dangerous on the battlefield. These hurdles allow students to gain a valuable lesson in humility, as well as learning the importance of approaching each class with an open mind and readiness to learn. This understanding of one's limits and willingness to improve is essential for growth as a shinobi. He paused, letting his words resonate with the students before continuing. Teaching this style first will allow everyone the opportunity to establish their base fighting technique with a very powerful style. Also, by introducing you to the Leaf Dragon Fist, it allows me to better understand your strengths and weaknesses. Hiroshi's eyes swept over the students, ensuring he had their attention. It's important to note that due to the incredible difficulty of learning this style, there will be subsequent Academy Taijutsu styles available for those who find it too challenging or do not consider Taijutsu as their strong suit. Additionally, students from clans with their own Taijutsu techniques are not required to learn this style, as their primary focus will be on mastering their clan's methods. As he spoke, Hiroshi's inner thoughts circled around the significance of this decision. Despite introducing this during the 1-month assessment period, the Leaf Dragon Fist is already famous throughout the village. Many have witnessed its prowess in action, and these students will naturally be shown the style at some point, just as other shinobi have seen it during fights. Besides, they are only being taught the style visually at this point. Anyone who is able to remain in Class A after the 1-month assessment period will be able to study the training manual in the Academy's library section reserved for Class A students. After establishing the primary learning point for today, Hiroshi began to elaborate on the broader spectrum of Taijutsu styles available to the students. In addition to the Leaf Dragon Fist, there are other countless Taijutsu styles that you may encounter or choose to learn. For example, each major clan in Konoha has developed unique styles tailored to their strengths and abilities, which you will see over the course of your career displayed by your peers who hail from these clans. He turned to the board and began writing down some names. For example, the Uchiha clan's Moonlit Shadow Dance is known for its fluid and precise movements, leveraging their powerful dojutsu, the Shuriken, for enhanced perception and reaction. The Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist focuses on exact strikes to the tenketsu points within your chakra network, leveraging their Byakugan to accomplish this task. The Inuzuka clan's Fang over Fang style is a combination of their physical prowess and coordination with their ninja dogs. The students leaned forward, their interest piqued by the mention of these renowned clan techniques. Hiroshi continued, "It's important to note that each of these styles offers unique advantages. By learning different techniques, you gain the versatility to adapt your combat strategies to various situations." He paused, allowing the students to digest the information. Additionally, it's crucial to understand that other villages have their own unique taijutsu styles. This means you should never assume you know all the techniques you might face. Being adaptable is key to surviving and succeeding in combat. One of the many reasons why the Leaf Dragon Fist is such a good style to learn, despite its difficulty to master, is its incredible foundation, which can be built upon and adapted to fit one's personal style and strengths. This is part of the reason why those who learn it to some degree of proficiency are still widely recognized. He looked at his students, seeing a mix of determination and curiosity on their faces. Today we'll start with the basics of the Leaf Dragon Fist. You will see how this style combines agility and power, as well as understand why it's reserved for the elite. Hiroshi-sensei glanced around the classroom, gauging the anticipation in the eyes of his students. "Let's move to the training field for a practical demonstration," he announced, prompting an excited murmur among the students. Chapter 20, Rooted Stance. As they exited the classroom, the students' energy surged like an electric current. The sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky, casting a golden hue over everything it touched, while a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves of the trees surrounding the expansive training grounds. In the center, a raised platform awaited Hiroshi's demonstration of the illustrious Leaf Dragon Fist. Hiroshi stepped onto the platform, his aura commanding immediate focus. "Gather around," he instructed, and the students quickly formed a semicircle, their eyes fixed on him with rapt attention. "First, let me elucidate the core elements of the Leaf Dragon Fist," Hiroshi began, adopting a relaxed stance before transitioning between various stances. This style emphasizes fluid movements that seamlessly blend offense and defense. He moved with the grace and power of a dragon, gliding through each technique as effortlessly as a leaf carried by the wind. His movements flowed seamlessly, each one blending into the next like a river flowing towards the sea. He demonstrated a sweeping kick followed by a swift strike, then moved seamlessly into a defensive posture. Although basic, the movements I showed can be said to capture the essence of the Leaf Dragon Fist. The students watched, entranced by Hiroshi's display. His execution of the techniques was both elegant and powerful, embodying the harmony between finesse and strength that defined the style. Each technique consists of multiple stages that can be adapted to various combat scenarios. The essence of this style lies in its versatility and fluidity. He continued his demonstration, showing how the movements flowed together, each one setting up the next. The students watched in awe, captivated by the advanced techniques. As the demonstration concluded, a silence fell upon the group. Hiroshi-sensei, with a knowing smile, took a step back, allowing the awe to settle before breaking it with his next instruction. Hiroshi-sensei motioned for the students to spread out across the training field. The excitement in the air was palpable as they took their positions, eager to begin their training. "Before we dive into a stance of the Leaf Dragon Fist, It's crucial that you warm up properly. The students followed Hiroshi's lead as he demonstrated a series of stretches designed to loosen their muscles. Start with some basic stretches, he instructed, moving through a sequence of arm circles, leg stretches, and torso twists. Remember that flexibility and muscle readiness are key to preventing injuries. Next, we'll move on to some warm-up exercises, Hiroshi continued. He demonstrated a range of exercises. Mountain climbers to enhance agility and cardiovascular endurance, lunges to build leg strength and balance, and planks to stabilize the core. The students followed his lead, their movements harmonized in a steady rhythm. After several minutes of warm-up exercises, Hiroshi called the group back together. The students gathered around him, their faces filled with anticipation. "Excellent work," he said, his voice carrying a note of approval. "Now that you're warmed up, we'll begin learning one of the introductory stances of the Leaf Dragon Fist." Hiroshi-sensei stood at the front of the training field, his stance exuding stability and strength. The students watched with rapt attention, eager to learn the intricacies of this elite style. He adopted the rooted stance, positioning his feet shoulder-width apart. "This is the rooted stance," he explained. "It's one of the foundational stances of the Leaf Dragon Fist, providing stability and strength." His front foot angled slightly forward, while the back foot remained perpendicular, weight evenly distributed, and knees slightly bent to lower his center of gravity. The students mirrored his stance, though some found it more natural than others. Hiroshi moved among them, making subtle adjustments. "Feel the connection to the ground," he advised one student. "Engage your core and keep your spine straight," he told another. Once he was satisfied with their positioning, Hiroshi demonstrated a series of movements from the rooted stance. He transitioned smoothly from a defensive block to a powerful strike, illustrating the dual nature of the style. The students followed his lead, their initial attempts awkward but gradually becoming more fluid under his watchful eye. "Each movement serves a purpose," he reminded them. "The block is not just a defense. It sets up your next attack. Your strike must be decisive, utilizing the momentum you've built." Hiroshi emphasized the importance of adaptability within the Leaf Dragon Fist. Though this is a foundational technique, it can be tailored to fit various combat scenarios. As you advance, you'll learn to adapt these movements to your personal fighting style. Kaizen found the movements intuitive, his body naturally aligning with the flow of the technique. He observed Hiroshi closely, noting the subtleties that made the style so effective. "This style isn't too bad," he thought, impressed by its balance. Hiroshi continued guiding the class through additional movements, each one building on the previous. "Maintain the cohesiveness between your blocks and strikes," he encouraged. "With practice, these movements will become second nature." The students concentrated intensely, absorbing the detailed instructions. Hiroshi's corrections and insights helped them refine their techniques, ensuring they grasped the core principles of the rooted stance. The rooted stance can serve as the foundation for more advanced techniques. While I've shown you some initial movements within this stance, understand that mastering it involves much more complexity. He moved into the rooted stance again, demonstrating its solidity and balance. The proper use of this stance requires precise chakra control to stabilize your body and enhance your strength. Focusing chakra into your feet and legs creates an unyielding connection to the ground, which can be difficult to maintain under combat conditions. This stance also demands exceptional balance and coordination. You must distribute your weight perfectly between both feet while maintaining flexibility for swift movements. It takes intense physical training and acute body awareness. Hiroshi emphasized the mental aspect of the technique. Mental discipline is crucial. You must remain calm and focused, as distractions or fatigue can disrupt the balance and control needed for this stance. This isn't just about physical prowess. It's about mastering your mind. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, with chaos swirling around you. You must find your center, grounding yourself like a tree with deep roots. The storm may rage, but you remain steadfast. He continued, "In the heat of battle, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the adrenaline and noise. Your ability to stay composed directly impacts your effectiveness in the rooted stance. This calmness allows you to make precise movements and strategic decisions. When your mind is clear, you can anticipate your opponent's actions and respond with the appropriate technique." In mastering the rooted stance, you're not just learning a physical position. You're cultivating a state of mind, one that is calm, unshakable, and ready to face any challenge. This mental fortitude will serve you well, not just in taijutsu, but in all aspects of your life as a shinobi. He highlighted the physical endurance required. Holding the rooted stance builds strength but is physically taxing. Strong leg muscles and a well-conditioned core are essential to prevent fatigue and maintain stability during prolonged training or combat. In the world of shinobi, battles are often a test of endurance as much as skill. The ability to maintain your stance without wavering is critical when faced with relentless opponents. Hiroshi continued, "In our world, shinobi must be prepared to endure long missions, sometimes fighting for hours without rest. The rooted stance trains your body to handle this physical strain. Imagine facing multiple enemies or engaging in a drawn-out fight against a powerful adversary like the ones we read about in the histories, shinobi such as Madara, Uchiha, or Hashirama Senju. Their legendary battles were not just about raw power but also about endurance and the ability to maintain their fighting capabilities over extended periods." He demonstrated the stance again, this time holding it longer, his muscles visibly tensed yet controlled. To achieve this level of physical endurance, you must train rigorously. Strengthening your legs through squats, lunges, and other targeted exercises will help you maintain this stance with ease. Your core, which supports your entire body, needs to be conditioned through exercises like planks and leg raises. These routines are not just for building muscle, but for building the kind of muscular endurance that can keep you grounded and stable in any combat scenario. Hiroshi also touched upon the chakra control aspect. Physical strength alone is not enough. You must also learn to enhance your physical endurance through chakra control. By channeling chakra to your legs and core, you can bolster your strength and increase resistance to fatigue. This technique is what allows shinobi to perform incredible feats of stamina, such as traveling long distances at high speeds or enduring the physical toll of powerful jutsu. Kaizen's mind immediately began processing this information, relating it to his own recent discoveries. He hadn't yet attempted to use chakra to reinforce his endurance, but the principle Hiroshi described provided a new avenue for him to explore. It made sense now how legendary shinobi like Madara and Hashirama could sustain such prolonged battles, fighting for over a day without faltering. As Kaizen reflected on Hiroshi's words, he couldn't help but find it somewhat comical. He had stumbled upon a method of using chakra to alleviate muscle fatigue by focusing on recovery. He had visualized directing chakra to his sore muscles, easing tension and dissipating soreness. This approach, while achieving a similar end result, was fundamentally different from the method Hiroshi described. Does he not know about using chakra for muscle recovery, Kaizen wondered? Or is it something that shinobi don't consider to be possible? Leaving those thoughts aside for the time being, Kaizen began to speculate on the potential effects of combining both methods. What if he could not only alleviate muscle soreness through his recovery technique, but also enhance his endurance as Hiroshi suggested? The possibilities were intriguing. By integrating both approaches, he could potentially maintain peak performance for extended periods while also minimizing the impact of fatigue. If I can master both techniques, Kaizen thought, I could push my physical limits even further. Imagine being able to fight at full strength for hours on end without feeling the usual strain. It would provide a significant advantage in prolonged battles or missions. Understanding that now wasn't the time to think too deeply about it, Kaizen resumed his focus of Hiroshi's explanations. Hiroshi looked around at the students, making sure they were absorbing the gravity of his words. The rooted stance can become more than just a singular stance within a taijutsu style. It can become a foundation for everything you do in close combat. It allows you to launch powerful strikes, absorb impacts, and stay balanced no matter the terrain or situation. This endurance can give you the upper hand in battles that stretch your limits. When your enemy begins to tire, you will still stand strong. Hiroshi then demonstrated a transition from a defensive block to an offensive strike. Seamlessly integrating movements from this stance is challenging. You must transition fluidly between blocks and strikes without compromising your grounded stability, a skill that demands countless hours of dedicated practice. The power of the rooted stance lies in its unyielding defense and enhanced strikes, he continued. The strong connection to the ground allows you to absorb and deflect powerful attacks with minimal movement. Hiroshi's explanation was thorough, but he knew that a demonstration of the rooted stance's capabilities would leave an even more lasting impression. He turned towards a nearby tree, its trunk thick and sturdy, a testament to years of growth. The students followed his gaze, curiosity and anticipation etched on their faces. standing before the tree and assuming the rooted stance, Hiroshi launched a powerful punch at the tree trunk. His fist collided with the wood with a resounding impact. The tree shuddered violently, leaves trembling as a deep, jagged crack split the trunk from the point of impact down to the roots. The sheer force of the punch caused a section of the tree to splinter and break away, crashing to the ground in a dramatic display of power. The students stared, wide-eyed and speechless, as the dust settled around the shattered remains. "The power you just witnessed," Hiroshi said, turning back to his students, "is the utilization of the stance alone using my body's strength, without any associated techniques that can build upon it. This punch also could have been even more powerful if someone had attacked me." One of the strengths of the rooted stance, when mastered, is the ability to transfer momentum, neutralizing an opponent's attack and utilizing their momentum against them. Hiroshi continued, his voice steady and instructive. While the rooted stance is a powerful foundation, it is essential to remember that it is just one stance within the broader and complex Leaf Dragon Fist style. It provides immense stability and power, but it also has its limitations. He paused, allowing the students to absorb his words. One significant weakness of the rooted stance is its lack of movement. While you are grounded and stable, your mobility is limited. This can be a disadvantage in scenarios requiring quick footwork or evasive maneuvers. Additionally, the stance is not well suited for mid to long-range combat. Its strength lies in close-quarters engagements where you can utilize the power of your grounded strikes. He resumed his normal stance and looked at the students. This is why the Leaf Dragon Fist style incorporates a variety of stances and techniques. The rooted stance can provide a powerful base, but to be truly effective, you must learn to transition smoothly between different stances and integrate other elements of the Leaf Dragon Fist. Think of the rooted stance as the roots of a tree, Hiroshi continued. It anchors you, provides strength, and nourishes your techniques. But just like a tree, you must have branches that can sway with the wind and leaves that can reach for the sky. The other stances and movements within the Leaf Dragon Fist style will allow you to adapt to various combat situations and opponents. Hiroshi stepped back from the tree he had damaged, looking at the students with a discerning eye. By understanding both the strengths and weaknesses of the rooted stance, you can better appreciate its role within the broader context of the Leaf Dragon Fist. Hiroshi concluded his lecture of the rooted stance. Remember, the ultimate goal is not to rely solely on one technique, but to become adaptable and versatile. As you continue your training, strive to understand the full spectrum of Taijutsu styles and how they can complement each other. This is the path to becoming a well-rounded and formidable shinobi. The students, although a bit overwhelmed by the amount of information and its associated complexity, nodded at their sensei, grasping the point he wanted to get across. Now that you've gained an idea of what the Leaf Dragon Fist entails, it's time to move on to something else, he announced. Next, we'll be conducting a Taijutsu sparring contest to gauge your current skills and understand where each of you stands. Chapter 21, Sparring Contest. Excited murmurs rippled through the students. Kaizen exchanged a determined glance with Kakashi, knowing this would be an opportunity to measure their abilities against their peers. Hiroshi continued, "Before we begin, let me explain the rules. These matches are about testing your abilities and learning from each other, not about causing harm. No move should be used to seriously injure your opponent." He then demonstrated the seal of confrontation, placing his hands together in a symbol of respect. This signifies the beginning of the match and mutual respect between opponents, Hiroshi explained. And at the end of the match, you will perform the seal of reconciliation, to signify the return to camaraderie and the end of hostilities. The students watched intently as Hiroshi showed the seals. They understood the importance of these gestures, not just as formalities but as a reflection of the ninja code of conduct and respect. "Now, let's begin," Hiroshi declared. He called the first pair of students to the center of the training field. Kakashi, Eiko, step forward. Kakashi moved to the center of the training field with his usual calm confidence, his eyes steady and alert. Opposite him, Eiko Hyuga, a petite girl with pale eyes and an air of quiet determination, took her stance. The contrast between them was striking. Kakashi's relaxed demeanor versus Eiko's poised readiness. They performed the seal of confrontation, a gesture of mutual respect and settled into their stances. Eiko's stance was firm, embodying the principles of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, though she had not yet learned the ability to use chakra in her strikes to hit tenketsu points. Meanwhile, Kakashi adopted a balanced position, ready to adapt to any movements. Hiroshi raised his hand. Begin. Eiko moved first. She advanced with a series of swift, well-placed attacks aimed at Kakashi's torso and limbs, seeking to disrupt his movements and balance. Kakashi dodged the initial strikes, aware of the precision and danger of Eiko's attacks. He knew that even without chakra, a direct hit could significantly impair his abilities. He relied on his agility to stay just out of her reach. Eiko continued to press her advantage, her strikes becoming more aggressive. She aimed a powerful palm strike at Kakashi's midsection. Kakashi sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, and retaliated with a low sweeping kick aimed at Eiko's legs. Eiko leapt back gracefully, avoiding the kick and countering with a spinning kick of her own. Kakashi blocked the kick with his forearm, feeling the force behind it. He knew he needed to break her rhythm. He feinted to the left, drawing Eiko's attention, then quickly closed the distance and launched a rapid series of punches. Eiko blocked and parried with mixed results, but overall reducing any damage received. Kakashi was impressed by her defense but didn't let it slow him down. He switched tactics, using lateral movements to circle around her, attacking while looking for an opening. Eiko adjusted to block Kakashi, her eyes following his every move, but Kakashi's relentless pressure began to take its toll. Sensing her fatigue, Kakashi decided to take a risk. He lunged forward, feigning a high punch but quickly dropping into a low spinning kick that caught Eiko off guard. She stumbled, her balance momentarily disrupted. Kakashi seized the opportunity. He sprang up, closing the distance with a kick aimed at Eiko's chest. Eiko managed to raise her arms to block, but the force of the blow pushed her back, making her stagger. Not giving her a moment to recover, Kakashi followed up with a high kick. Eiko once again tried to block, but the kick connected with her shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. She quickly rolled back to her feet, but Kakashi was already in front. He aimed a punch that connected flush with her jaw, and Eiko was sent back, landing on the ground. At this point, Eiko struggled to get up, her breathing heavy. Understanding the situation, she raised a hand in a gesture of surrender. Hiroshi stepped forward, raising his hand to signal the end of the match. "Well done, both of you," he said, his voice filled with approval. "Eiko, your practice of the gentle fist style is coming along. Remember to conserve your energy and stay balanced. Kakashi, your ability to adapt to her defenses and maintain pressure earned you this victory." The class erupted into applause, recognizing the high level of skill displayed by both students, especially given their young age. Kakashi extended a hand to help Eiko up, a friendly smile on his face. "You fought really well, Eiko. I learned a lot from our match." Eiko took his hand, her smile reflecting a mix of respect and determination. "Thanks, Kakashi. You're incredible. I've got a lot to learn to catch up to you." Next, Daichi and Suki, Hiroshi announced. Daichi, an 8-year-old with a muscular build from the civilian Tanaka clan known for their strength, squared off against Suki, a petite girl from the Inuzuka clan known for their quick movements and sharp senses. As the match began, Daichi's powerful punches aimed to overwhelm Suki. Each strike showed his raw power, but Suki relied on her agility, dodging his attacks with swift, graceful movements reminiscent of her clan's canine companions. Suki circled around Daichi, looking for openings. She feinted to the left, drawing a heavy swing from Daichi, then darted to the right and landed a swift kick to his side. Daichi grunted but remained focused, his next punch coming with even more force. Despite his strong offense, Suki's nimbleness kept her just out of reach. She slipped under his wide swings and landed quick jabs to his ribs and legs. Frustration began to show on Daichi's face with each missed punch. Seeing an opportunity, Suki decided to use her clan's natural quickness. She faked an attack before quickly moving to his side, delivering a kick to the back of Daichi's knee, causing him to stumble. Without wasting a second, she followed up with punches and kicks, taking advantage of him being off balance. Daichi tried to regain his footing, but Suki was relentless. She moved in close and pivoted to land a final decisive kick to his abdomen. Daichi staggered backward, holding his stomach, losing his balance, and ultimately falling to the ground. Hiroshi stepped forward, raising his hand to signal the end of the match. "Well done, both of you," he said, his voice filled with approval. "Daichi, your strength is impressive, but work on your quickness. Suki, your movement and strategy were excellent. Keep building on that and add more power to your strikes." As Daichi got up, he gave Suki a nod of respect. Akira and Rina stepped forward. Akira, a tall boy with blue eyes from the civilian Yamaoka clan known for their agility, moved to the center. Rina, with black hair from the civilian Morioka clan known for their strong defense techniques, took her place opposite him. They exchanged the seal of confrontation, then settled into their stances. Akira darted forward, his movements quick but lacking refinement. His strikes, though fast, missed the sharpness needed to make them truly effective. He aimed to overwhelm Rina with sheer speed, hoping it would be enough to break through her defenses. Rina responded with a calm demeanor, her blocks solid yet not entirely fluid. She countered with defensive maneuvers that displayed her potential, but each action showed signs of inexperience. Her footing was firm, but her transitions between blocks and counters lacked the smoothness of a seasoned shinobi. The students watched as Akira's flurry of punches and kicks met Rina's steadfast blocks. Despite his efforts to vary his angles and combinations, Akira's attacks were somewhat predictable, and Rina managed to hold her ground, but her counters lacked the decisiveness needed to turn the tide. As the fight continued, both students began to tire. Akira's speed decreased, his strikes becoming more labored and less coordinated. Rina, though still maintaining her defense, also showed signs of weariness. Her blocks started to slow, and her counters lacked the force needed to do any real damage. Hiroshi-sensei observed closely, noting the potential in areas needing improvement. He called an end to the match, recognizing the balance yet highlighting the developmental gaps in both fighters. Akira and Rina stood apart, catching their breath. The matches continued, each pairing providing insights into the students and their starting points within the class. After several matches, it was Kaizen's turn. "Kaizen, you'll be facing Hiroto Uchiha," Hiroshi announced. Kaizen stepped forward, his expression calm and composed. He met Hiroto's intense gaze, noting the proud tilt of his head. They performed the seal of confrontation, their hands moving in a respectful gesture before settling into their stances. Kaizen felt no apprehension, only the usual methodical calm that he brought to every challenge. Hiroto struck first, his attacks quick and direct. Kaizen, wanting to challenge himself, steadied into the rooted stance, providing a firm base. He parried Hiroto's punches with the techniques of Wing Chun, using his forearms to block and redirect the blows. Upon Hiroto sending more powerful blows, Kaizen sidestepped smoothly, using Muay Thai movements to avoid Hiroto's strikes, which hit nothing but air. Kaizen then countered with a sharp low kick, targeting Hiroto's calf with the precision of a Taekwondo practitioner. The impact was solid, causing Hiroto to shift his weight uncomfortably. Seizing the moment, Kaizen followed up with a quick jab cross-combination from boxing, his fists snapping forward and connecting with Hiroto's chin. The force of the punches jolted Hiroto's head back, his vision blurring momentarily. He staggered, losing his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. The impact left him dazed, a throbbing pain spreading from his jaw. Kaizen stepped back, maintaining his stance, watching Hiroto carefully as he tried to recover. The surrounding students gasped, impressed by Kaizen's taijutsu. Hiroto's pride was evident. He hadn't activated his Shuriken yet, relying on his innate skills. As he lay on the ground, he couldn't believe he had been knocked down so easily. Sensing Hiroto's anger building, Kaizen prepared for the next exchange by shifting back to the rooted stance. When Hiroto got back on his feet, his expression was a mix of frustration and determination. Seeing Hiroto's frantic approach, Kaizen took advantage and executed a spinning back kick borrowed from karate, aiming to keep Hiroto at bay. The kick connected with Hiroto's torso, sending him staggering backward, the impact forcing the air from his lungs. Finally realizing the seriousness of the fight, Hiroto activated his Shuriken. The single tomo in his eye spun to life, enhancing his perception and reaction time. Kaizen observed this change with interest, but remained composed. He continued to analyze Hiroto's movements, adjusting his tactics accordingly. Hiroto's strikes now had an added sharpness, the Shuriken allowing him to anticipate Kaizen's moves with uncanny accuracy. Kaizen adapted by integrating the defensive slips and weaves of boxing, avoiding Hiroto's punches with minimal movement. His body flowed smoothly as he evaded each strike, his feet shifting subtly to maintain his rooted stance. Despite the Shuriken's advantage, Kaizen found openings. He executed a powerful side kick, drawing strength from his stance. The impact forced Hiroto to stumble back, his Shuriken flickering under the pain and lack of focus. Kaizen pressed his advantage, his thoughts briefly reflecting on how swiftly he could have ended the fight if he were allowed to harm Hiroto. He consoled himself with the thought that this was a valuable opportunity to face the Shuriken, a renowned ability within the ninja world. He also realized how much work he needed to do to catch up with the physiques of the clan students. Even though they were older than him, they had clearly been training extensively. With Hiroto still off balance, Kaizen decided to shift tactics. He lunged forward with a series of knee strikes, drawn from Muay Thai, aimed at Hiroto's ribs. Each knee lifted with great speed, crashing into Hiroto's guard and forcing him to backpedal. Hiroto, struggling to maintain his footing, attempted a desperate counterattack which Kaizen had anticipated. As Hiroto's fist came hurtling towards him, Kaizen utilized the rooted stance technique to absorb the force, redirecting Hiroto's momentum. With Hiroto's balance compromised, Kaizen unleashed a powerful open palm strike to Hiroto's chest, a technique adapted from Aikido. The force of the blow, amplified by the transfer of momentum from the rooted stance, sent Hiroto sprawling backward. He hit the ground hard, the air rushing out of his lungs as he struggled to catch his breath. The Shuriken in his eye vanished, an indication of his defeat. At first, Kaizen remained positioned to strike, but then quickly understood the spar was over. Walking up to his opponent with a friendly smile, he extended a hand. "Your Shuriken is impressive, Hiroto. You fought really well," Kaizen complimented. Hiroto, breathing heavily, accepted the hand. "You're strong, Kaizen." "I couldn't keep up with your techniques," he admitted, his voice tinged with a newfound respect. As they stood facing each other, the intensity of the match lingered in the air. The watching students, awed by the display, began to clap, acknowledging the skill both fighters had shown. Hiroshi stepped forward, raising a hand to signal the end of the match. "Kaizen wins," he announced, his voice cutting through the applause. "Kaizen, Hiroto, you both demonstrated impressive skill." Turning his gaze to Kaizen, Hiroshi continued, "Kaizen, your unique approach to Taijutsu is remarkable. The way you incorporated the rooted stance, particularly in your final move, was exceptional. Utilizing the rooted stance to absorb and redirect Hiroto's attack, and then follow with a powerful counter, is a technique usually reserved for those who have mastered the stance." He paused, letting the significance of his words sink in. The fact that you were able to execute this move effectively, despite not having mastered the stance or incorporating chakra, speaks volumes about your talent and foundational understanding. With that display, I have confidence that you may very well be capable of learning the Leaf Dragon Fist in the future. Hiroshi's words shocked the class, causing them to break out in hushed whispers. Hiroshi then turned to Hiroto, who was still catching his breath. "Hiroto, your Shuriken gives you a significant advantage in reading and anticipating your opponent's movements. However, relying solely on it can make you predictable. Work on integrating your innate skills with diverse techniques to create a more versatile combat style. Also, you need to work on maintaining your calm during a fight." Kaizen was able to take advantage of your frustrations at multiple points during the match. Hiroto nodded, understanding his mistakes. His pride got in the way and caused him to underestimate his opponent. He would take this as a lesson to improve himself going forward. After that match, several more rounds of fights took place, each one showcasing the students' developing skills as well as areas that required improvement. The atmosphere started to buzz with anticipation as the sparring contest neared its conclusion. Finally, the last match everyone had been anticipating arrived. Kaizen and Kakashi stepped forward. Chapter 22, Kaizen versus Kakashi. Kakashi stepped forward, a thoughtful expression on his face as he approached Hiroshi. Sensei Kakashi began, his voice steady. "Would it be okay for Kaizen and me to not hold back in our match. We won't try to seriously harm each other, but some minor injuries might occur. Hiroshi was taken aback by the request but sensed no malice in Kakashi's words. Instead, he saw a genuine desire to test his limits. "Are you sure about this, Kakashi?" he asked, his tone cautious. Kakashi nodded confidently. "Yes, sensei. I believe it would be beneficial for both of us." Hiroshi turned to Kaizen, who was watching the exchange with interest. "Kaizen, are you okay with this?" he asked. Kaizen tilted his head to the side, a friendly smile playing on his lips. "Is that really what you want to do, Kakashi?" he asked. "Of course," Kakashi replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kaizen's smile widened as he got into his stance. "Very well then," he said. The two boys faced each other, performing the seal of confrontation. The tension was palpable, as everyone knew this would be a clash of titans. Kakashi, known for his natural talent that belied his young age. Kaizen, with his strategic mind and unique taijutsu. The match began, and Kakashi wasted no time. He rushed forward with a fierce determination, his eyes locked on Kaizen. As Kakashi approached, he threw a straight jab aimed directly at Kaizen's face. The students watching gasped, convinced that the punch would connect. Kaizen, however, remained composed. Waiting until the very last moment, Kaizen finally moved. His body shifted just enough to barely dodge the blow, his face remaining neutral. In that split second, Kaizen's hand latched onto Kakashi's extended arm with a firm grip. He used Kakashi's momentum against him, turning a defensive maneuver into an offensive opportunity. Without hesitation, Kaizen executed a move that left everyone stunned. He jumped into the air, his legs swinging up and over Kakashi's chest. In a seamless motion, Kaizen wrapped his legs around Kakashi's arm and torso, executing a flying armbar, a textbook display from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. His legs locked around Kakashi's shoulder and neck, his hips thrusting upwards to hyperextend the arm. Kakashi found himself caught off guard, his arm trapped in an impenetrable vice. He struggled, but Kaizen's technique was flawless, leaving no room for escape. The students gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Hiroshi, who had seen many styles of fighting, was taken aback by the sheer precision and suddenness of the move. Kaizen's hold was perfect. Kakashi was immobilized, his mind blanking out as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. The match, which had only lasted seconds, was decisively over. Hiroshi quickly stepped forward, raising his hand to signal the end of the match. "Enough. Kaizen, release him," he commanded, his voice a mix of surprise and approval. Kaizen immediately let go, rolling back to his feet with a fluid motion. He extended a hand to help Kakashi up, a friendly smile on his face. Kakashi, still dazed, took Kaizen's hand and stood up. His mind raced, trying to process the sudden turn of events. What was that, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Hiroshi, still visibly surprised, stepped closer. "Kaizen, what technique was that? How did you come up with it?" Kaizen grinned, scratching the back of his head. "I call it a flying armbar. I find myself inspired to create new techniques or variations of ones that I have seen before. This technique was a product of my inspirations." Hiroshi's thoughts raced as he processed Kaizen's words. Monster. This kid is an absolute monster of a taijutsu genius. Despite his shock, he composed himself quickly, maintaining his professional demeanor. "That was an impressive move, Kaizen," Hiroshi said, his voice carrying a note of awe. "Incorporating such a unique technique into your arsenal at this age is remarkable. Kakashi, this should serve as a reminder that there is always more to learn, as well as techniques that you've never seen before. Even though it was just a spar, it can serve as a good analogy for what happens on the battlefield between shinobi. There is no such thing as fair or unfair, only who remains living at the end of the fight." Kakashi listened to Hiroshi's words, his mind working to process the events. He had charged in confidently, not expecting such a technique to be used out of nowhere. He replayed the match in his head, realizing that Hiroshi-sensei was correct. If this had been a real battle, Kakashi thought, feeling a cold realization settle in, I wouldn't have even known how I died. Kaizen could have executed a number of techniques within the time he locked onto my arm. The realization was humbling. He underestimated his opponent, and it cost him the match. The flying armbar was something he had never encountered before, a stark reminder that the world of shinobi was filled with unknowns and unpredictability. Hiroshi-sensei is right, he acknowledged internally. There are always more techniques to learn and new strategies to anticipate. On the battlefield, being prepared for unexpected situations can mean the difference between life and death. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Kaizen, who was seen smiling and chatting with some of their classmates who were still shocked by the result. I need to work harder, he resolved. Kaizen isn't just talented. He's inventive. I have to push myself beyond my current limits if I want to stand a chance against opponents like him. If the events of the past few days weren't sufficient, then this match was a direct wake-up call. Seeing Kakashi still lost in his thoughts, Hiroshi moved to address the class. Everyone, let's give a hand to Kaizen for an excellent match and his victory of the sparring contest, Hiroshi said, clapping along with the students. This is the kind of spirit and innovation that will make you great shinobi. Kaizen's friendly demeanor and innovative techniques had left a lasting impression on everyone, including Hiroshi. Kakashi realized that he wasn't the genius he thought he was when compared to Kaizen. Kakashi decided to put the loss behind him for now and joined everyone in applause for Kaizen's performance. He would speak with his father later about the match, and either way he was happy that Kaizen respected his wish to not hold back against each other. After the applause, Hiroshi-sensei gathered the students around, discussing the results of the matches. You all did well today, he said. Remember, the purpose of these matches is to learn and grow. Keep pushing yourselves and support each other in your training. He emphasized the importance of continuous improvement and healthy competition. Being competitive with each other will help foster growth. Learn from your matches, understand your strengths and weaknesses, and always strive to improve. You're all dismissed for today, Hiroshi said, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. See you tomorrow. As the students began to disperse, Kaizen looked up and noticed the time. Class ended early today. He decided to take advantage of the free time to visit the academy library. The library was located at the far end of the campus, a grand building that stood out among the others with its size and architectural elegance. It was designed to accommodate the academy's large student population, with its imposing facade of polished stone and intricate carvings depicting historical shinobi scenes. The entrance was framed by tall columns, and a wide staircase led up to double doors that gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. As he pushed open the heavy doors, he was greeted by a hushed, reverent atmosphere. The interior of the library was vast, with high ceilings and rows upon rows of bookshelves that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scent of old paper and ink filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of polished wood. The library was divided into multiple floors, each dedicated to different areas of study. The ground floor housed general materials, while the upper floors were reserved for more specialized subjects. A grand staircase spiraled upwards, connecting the various levels. Light streamed in through large arched windows, casting a warm glow over the reading areas filled with wooden tables and comfortable chairs. Kaizen made his way to the main desk, where a librarian greeted him with a nod. "How can I help you today?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper in keeping with the quiet environment. "I'm just exploring," Kaizen replied with a polite smile. "I wanted to see what the library has to offer." The librarian nodded. "Feel free to look around. If you need any assistance or recommendations, don't hesitate to ask." Kaizen wandered through the aisles, his eyes scanning the titles on the shelves. As he observed the various sections on the ground floor, he noticed that the majority of books covered the academic aspects of shinobi life, subjects such as history, philosophy, and the basic principles of ninjutsu and genjutsu. These were topics that would typically be taught in the classroom. He realized that this floor could be incredibly useful for learning ahead of his current lessons. There were so many foundational concepts and advanced theories that he had yet to fully grasp. Knowing how much there was to learn, he decided to focus on an area that had intrigued him since his arrival in this world: chakra and chakra control. Kaizen navigated through the aisles, searching for books on chakra. He soon found a section dedicated to the subject, with shelves filled with volumes on chakra theory, control exercises, and various applications. He selected a few promising titles and carried them to a nearby table. Settling into his chair, he began with a book titled Chakra. The Basics and Beyond. As he flipped through the pages, he was struck by the depth of information. The book covered everything from the known origins and nature of chakra to detailed descriptions of the chakra network within the body. It also included practical exercises for improving chakra control and efficiency. Another book, Advanced Chakra Control, provided a comprehensive guide to more sophisticated techniques. It detailed methods for fine-tuning chakra flow, minimizing waste, and maximizing output. Kaizen found diagrams illustrating complex chakra pathways and exercises for developing the mental focus required to maintain precise control. Immersed in his reading, Kaizen lost track of time. The quiet of the library and the wealth of knowledge before him made it easy to concentrate. He jotted down notes, eager to incorporate these insights into his training. As he continued to delve deeper into the books, Kaizen came across a section on specialized chakra control techniques used by renowned shinobi. The text described how certain techniques, while challenging to master, could give a significant advantage in both combat and non-combat situations. Techniques such as water walking and tree climbing were mentioned, along with more advanced skills like chakra suppression and sensory enhancement. The more he read, the more Kaizen realized how much potential there was in mastering chakra control. He could see how these techniques could be applied not just in battle, but also in everyday life, making a shinobi more efficient and versatile. Kaizen felt he knew quite a bit about chakra from his previous knowledge of the series, but it seemed like a general overview when compared to the books in front of him. Determined to make the most of his time, Kaizen decided to borrow a few books to study more thoroughly. He returned to the main desk, where the librarian helped him check out the books. With a respectful nod of thanks, he left the library, his mind buzzing with new ideas and strategies. Entering his dorm room, Kaizen placed the books on his desk and began organizing his notes. He planned to start with the basics and gradually work his way up to the more advanced concepts. There was a wealth of knowledge on chakra, its origins, and its many applications. He was particularly struck by the detailed discussions on enhancing physical endurance and strength through chakra control, exactly as Hiroshi had mentioned during their training. However, despite the extensive coverage of chakra techniques, Kaizen noticed a conspicuous absence. There were no techniques specifically addressing the recovery from muscle soreness. This realization intrigued him. It seemed that the shinobi of this world had developed numerous methods to enhance their physical capabilities, but had not explored or documented the specific application of chakra for recovery in the way he had accidentally discovered. Kaizen leaned back in his chair, pondering this discovery. So, they focus on using chakra to reinforce muscles, boost stamina, and increase resistance to fatigue, but not on post-training recovery, he thought. It makes sense, given the emphasis on immediate performance and combat readiness. But my approach to alleviating muscle soreness could complement their techniques perfectly. Kaizen felt a thrill of excitement. These books could provide him with an opportunity to innovate, to blend the best of what he knew from his previous life with the advanced chakra techniques of this world. Kaizen went back to the basics of the chakra book and flipped through its pages until he found the section discussing the chakra network. As he read through the intricacies of chakra flow, he focused intently on the parts that mentioned the Tenketsu points, the critical nodes within the body that govern chakra circulation. The book detailed how Tenketsu points acted as gateways, regulating the flow of chakra throughout the body. It explained that mastering the awareness and control of these points was crucial for advanced chakra techniques. The description of detecting these points involved deep meditation and focused internal visualization, practices that required immense concentration and patience. Kaizen compared the book's methods for circulating chakra with his own techniques. Kaizen realized that while his approach had been effective, it lacked the nuanced control described in the text. Determined to refine his skills, Kaizen decided to meditate. He focused on his breathing, drawing deep breaths in through his nose and exhaling slowly through his mouth. With each breath, he visualized the chakra flowing from his core, spreading throughout his body like a calm, steady river. As he meditated, Kaizen tried to sense the Tenketsu points within his body. He visualized his chakra network, as described in the book, focusing on the major nodes and attempting to map them mentally. Initially, it was difficult. The points were elusive, like trying to find stars in a cloudy night sky. But he persisted, gradually feeling subtle pulses of energy in specific areas, marking the locations of his tenketsu points. Time seemed to stretch as he remained in meditation, his focus unwavering. Slowly, he began to discern more tenketsu points, visualizing their positions and their roles in the chakra network. The process was enlightening, each new discovery adding to his understanding of his own body's chakra pathways. After some time, Kaizen managed to discover 50 of his 361 tenketsu points, a significant achievement that brought a smile to his face. He also felt his method of chakra circulation improve, the flow becoming smoother and more controlled. The progress he made today gave him a sense of satisfaction. He knew he was laying an incredibly solid foundation to build upon. Feeling invigorated by his progress, Kaizen noted the time and decided it was best to leave the dorm and head to one of the training fields. He wanted to get his physical workout in for the day, ensuring that both his mind and body were being honed to their fullest potential. As he approached one of the training fields, he could see several other students practicing their techniques. Kaizen chose a quieter corner of the field, setting his bag down on the ground. Kaizen decided to start his workout by applying the chakra circulation method Hiroshi-sensei had mentioned, along with what he read in the library. He focused on enhancing his muscle performance, stamina, and resistance to muscle fatigue. Drawing deep breaths, he visualized the chakra flowing from his core to his limbs, concentrating it into his muscles. For the first several minutes, it was challenging to maintain a steady flow of chakra to the specific muscles he intended. He could feel the energy slipping away, dispersing before it could fully enhance his movements. But Kaizen was nothing if not persistent. He adjusted his breathing and concentration, gradually feeling the chakra settle more firmly into his muscles. After about 20 minutes, Kaizen finally got the hang of it. He felt a noticeable difference as the chakra enhanced different parts of his body. He started testing the effects right away. The books he read in the library initially described circulating chakra throughout the entire body to enhance every muscle simultaneously. This made sense for those who lacked detailed knowledge of anatomy and physiology. Without an intimate understanding of which muscles were used for each activity, targeting specific muscle groups could result in harm rather than improvement. Kaizen, however, aimed to take a more targeted approach. Understanding the principles of muscle anatomy from his previous life, he decided to experiment with enhancing individual muscle groups with his chakra. First, he focused on his legs. Bending his knees slightly, he visualized the chakra flowing into the key muscles involved in jumping. He directed the chakra to his quadriceps, the large muscles at the front of his thighs responsible for extending his legs. He then concentrated on his hamstrings, the muscles at the back of his thighs that helped with leg flexion and hip extension. Next, he visualized the chakra moving into his calves, specifically the gastrocnemius and soleus muscles, which played a crucial role in pushing off the ground. Kaizen also focused on his gluteal muscles, which provided significant power during hip extension. Additionally, he channeled chakra into his core muscles, including the rectus abdominis and obliques, to ensure stability and control during the jump. As he prepared to leap, Kaizen mentally mapped the biomechanics of the movement. He knew that powerful jumps required a coordinated effort of multiple muscle groups. His quadriceps and glutes would generate the primary force, extending his hips and knees. His calves would provide the final push-off, propelling him upward. His core muscles would stabilize his torso, ensuring a controlled and balanced ascent. With the chakra enhancing each muscle group, Kaizen bent his knees and then sprang upward. The combined strength of his chakra-enhanced muscles propelled him higher than ever before. He felt the exhilarating rush of the wind. As he ascended, his body moving with unprecedented power and grace. As he reached the peak of his jump, he marveled at the view from above, feeling weightless for a brief moment before gravity pulled him back down. He then landed smoothly, the impact absorbed by his chakra-enhanced muscles. His quadriceps and hamstrings cushioned the descent, while his calves and core stabilized his landing. The entire process felt fluid and controlled, a testament to the effectiveness of his targeted chakra enhancement. With a smile tugging at his lips, Kaizen decided to follow the same approach for other movements. Next, Kaizen turned his attention to his speed. He began with a series of rapid kicks, his legs moving faster than they ever had. The kicks sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, each one precise and powerful. Then he transitioned to punches, channeling chakra into the appropriate muscle groups. His fists moved like blurs, the punches fast and strong. To test his running speed, Kaizen positioned himself at one end of the training field. He took a deep breath, visualizing the chakra flowing into his legs and core, then took off. The ground blurred beneath him. As he sprinted across the field, the wind whipping past his ears, he felt lighter and faster, his enhanced muscles propelling him forward with unprecedented speed. While he was sprinting, a few students who noticed couldn't help but watch after noticing his speed. However, some of them broke out in conversation with puzzled expressions on their faces. "Why is he running like that?" one student asked, frowning. "I'm not sure," another replied, equally perplexed. "It looks a bit strange. He is swinging his arms during his running instead of letting them hang behind him. How weird." Kaizen's running form indeed differed from the typical shinobi sprint, where the ninja run with their arms trailing behind them to reduce wind resistance and streamline their movements. His method, while unconventional in their world, was rooted in the efficient mechanics he knew from his previous life. Swinging his arms provided balance and helped propel his body forward, ensuring each stride was powerful and controlled. In the Naruto world, the traditional shinobi sprint was primarily designed for speed over long distances, relying on chakra-enhanced bursts of energy and agility. However, Kaizen's approach focused on the natural biomechanics of the human body, where the synchronization of arm and leg movements maximized propulsion and stability. As he ran, Kaizen felt the efficient transfer of energy through his body. Each swing of his arms helped counterbalance the movement of his legs, allowing for a smoother and more powerful stride. His legs pumped like pistons, the chakra-enhanced muscles working in concert to propel him forward with remarkable speed. Kaizen, unconcerned with the other students, continued to practice, alternating between different techniques and movements. He would sprint across the field, then jump high into the air, followed by rapid sequences of kicks and punches. Each time, he directed chakra to the specific muscles he needed, feeling the immediate boost in performance. The more he practiced, the more natural it felt, and the more efficient his chakra usage became. He noticed that the enhanced stamina allowed him to sustain high-intensity movements for longer periods without feeling the usual fatigue. He was able to maintain his top speed for extended sprints and deliver powerful kicks and punches in rapid succession without losing strength. Kaizen, after feeling comfortable with the enhanced movements and his application of circulating chakra into his muscles for enhancement, decided to change his approach. As effective as the chakra-enhanced movements were, he realized that relying solely on them during his workouts wouldn't give his muscles the exhaustive training they needed to become stronger. He made a mental note to practice the chakra-enhancing techniques regularly, so they would become second nature to him, ready to be used instinctively in battle. As he moved through his workout, Kaizen also practiced the technique he had learned from Hiroshi-sensei. He practiced the rooted stance, feeling the stability it provided, and experimented with integrating it into his martial arts techniques. After fully grasping all of the movements with a honed ease, he would later move on to utilizing chakra in the stance, but he understood he would need time to get there. Not to mention, he didn't know every detail of the stance, only what was shown by Hiroshi-sensei today. Occasionally, he paused to take deep breaths, visualizing the chakra within him, and reinforcing his mental map of his currently identified tenketsu points. He understood that knowing the locations of these points would be crucial future techniques, and for improving his overall chakra control. By the end of his workout, Kaizen was drenched in sweat and his muscles were thoroughly exhausted. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that he had made good progress today. He had improved not only his physical strength but also his understanding of his own body and chakra. Speaking of which, Kaizen had also exhausted his chakra through continuously recovering his muscles when they became too fatigued. Now, he was ready to get cleaned up and eat a good meal. Afterwards, he would meditate before bed and prepare for what he wanted to work on during his lucid sleep. Chapter 23, Calculated Risk. The training ground, now quiet, echoed the day's efforts as he gathered his belongings. He could feel the day's fatigue settling into his muscles, each step a reminder of the rigorous workout he had pushed through. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. With a deep breath, he headed towards his dorm room, anticipating the relief the water would bring. The shower in his dorm room was a small but functional space, designed to serve the needs of students. The sound of water hitting the tiled floor echoed softly, blending with the occasional distant murmur from the hallways. Kaizen turned the knob to cold, closing his eyes as the chilly water cascaded over him. The cold shock was invigorating, helping to soothe his sore muscles and clear his mind. He stood under the spray, allowing the water to wash away the grime and tension of the day. As the chill set in, he felt his body gradually adjusting, the cold water serving as a natural muscle relaxant. Kaizen always preferred cold showers for their numerous benefits, which aligned well with his rigorous training regimen and disciplined lifestyle. Cold showers helped reduce muscle inflammation and soreness, crucial for someone who pushed his body to its limits daily. The cold water constricted blood vessels and increased circulation, promoting faster recovery and reducing the risk of injuries. Moreover, cold showers enhanced his mental toughness. The initial shock of the cold water required resilience and fortitude, qualities Kaizen valued highly. It also sharpened his focus and kept him alert, traits that were indispensable in both training and combat scenarios. Kaizen also appreciated the boost in his immune system. Cold showers were known to stimulate the production of white blood cells, which helped fend off illnesses. In a world where shinobi often faced harsh conditions and relentless missions, he felt staying healthy and resilient would be paramount. Although he was unsure as to whether it would be as helpful in this world as it was in his previous one due to the influences of chakra. Feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, Kaizen dried off and changed into clean clothes. The sun had set by now, casting a gentle, golden hue over the academy grounds as he made his way to the cafeteria for dinner. The academy grounds were quiet at this hour, with most students either winding down for the evening or catching up on studies. The stillness was only occasionally broken by the distant sounds of laughter or the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle evening breeze. The cafeteria was brightly lit, a welcoming contrast to the dimming twilight outside. Students were scattered throughout, some in small groups animatedly discussing the day's events, others eating quietly on their own. The atmosphere was a blend of light-hearted chatter and the comforting clink of cutlery against plates. Kaizen approached the food counters, his stomach growling in anticipation. His training and muscle recovery had increased his appetite significantly. He filled his tray with 3 times the amount of food he would normally eat, mindful to select a nutritious meal. He started with lean proteins, piling on grilled chicken breasts and fillets of fish. Next came the complex carbohydrates, a generous serving of brown rice and several sweet potatoes. He rounded off his meal with a variety of vegetables, adding steamed broccoli and a colorful mix of greens to his tray. As he carried his laden tray to an empty table, Kaizen couldn't help but think about how his body's nutritional needs had evolved. He theorized that although intense training plays a role, it is mainly the application of the rapid muscle recovery chakra technique, causing him to require a significantly higher intake of nutrients. It would make sense, as that technique is the reason why he can now train for much longer than he ever did in his previous life. As he began to eat, Kaizen's thoughts drifted to his past and present lives. The contrast between the two was stark, almost jarring. Kaizen chuckled to himself, thinking about his abilities then and now, realizing that through the utilization of chakra to enhance his muscles, he was already stronger than he had ever been in his past life. The thought was both empowering and amusing. In his previous world, achieving such strength would have been beyond the pinnacle of human capability, but here, it was just the beginning. He picked up a piece of grilled chicken from his plate, savoring the smoky aroma before taking a bite. The flavors burst in his mouth, a perfect blend of seasoning. As he chewed, his thoughts wandered back to his training. The sensation of chakra flowing through his muscles, enhancing every movement, still fascinated him. He considered how abnormally talented he seemed to be with chakra control. The books he had read described years of rigorous training required to achieve the level of proficiency he had already attained. Yet, here he was, performing advanced techniques with a seemingly natural ease that felt almost instinctual. Kaizen thought about the characters from the Naruto series, their struggles, and their paths to mastering chakra. He realized that his progress seemed to defy the usual trajectory. This anomaly piqued his curiosity, urging his desire to explore further. Another aspect he couldn't help but wonder about was the state of his chakra reserves. He had read that chakra was composed of physical and spiritual energy. For a child of his age, his physical energy should still be developing and limited by his young body. However, the extensive chakra usage he had experienced without significant fatigue suggested that he possessed a considerable amount of chakra. This discrepancy puzzled him. Comparing his abilities to those depicted in the Naruto series, Kaizen realized that he had an unusually large chakra reserve for someone his age. This realization led him to speculate on the possible reasons behind it. Was it his soul transferring over from another world? Did his mental discipline and the years of intense training and experience he remembered play a role? Kaizen pondered this as he ate, the flavors of his meal contrasting with the complexity of his thoughts. If his spiritual energy was indeed heightened due to his past life, it would also explain why he could manipulate chakra with such proficiency. He realized he needed a frame of reference to understand his abilities better within this world. Comparing himself to characters from the Naruto series gave him an idea, but he needed to gauge his chakra against other students and shinobi. Only then could he truly understand the extent of his reserves and control. Perhaps soon it would be time to discover what chakra natures he had an affinity with. The idea excited him. Understanding his elemental affinities could open new avenues for his training, allowing him to refine his techniques even further. He imagined the possibilities, wielding fire, water, earth, wind, or lightning, with the same ease he had learned about chakra control. Then, of course, he thought about yin release, yang release, yin-yang release, as well as the numerous Keki Genkai, Keki Toda, and Keki Mora possibilities. Kaizen highly doubted he had any special bloodlines or abilities contributed by his genetics. Although anything is possible, his awakening within an orphanage with no surname made the idea seem rather improbable. However, he did speculate that the advanced releases could be learned, albeit incredibly difficult and in most cases probably not worth the time investment. Understanding that he was a long way away from any of those experiments, he went back to thinking about his circumstances. Kaizen's mind wandered to the early years from his last life, a time when he was being molded into a cold, emotionless weapon. The organization that raised him only had one goal: to create the perfect assassin. They succeeded. He remembered the grueling training sessions that began before dawn and ended well past dusk. Every aspect of his upbringing was designed to strip away his humanity and replace it with unfeeling efficiency. His training was solitary. He learned to depend on himself, trust only his instincts, and rely on no one else. The organization kept him isolated, ensuring that he had no attachments or distractions. Day after day, he honed his skills, each session designed to push him to his limits and beyond. The rigorous physical and mental conditioning left no room for personal growth or happiness. As he grew older, his skills approached their peak. At that point, he was exclusively assigned a high-profile, or especially difficult missions, each one more dangerous than the last. He became known for his ruthlessness, a ghost who could infiltrate any location and eliminate any target. It was during this period of his life that he began to see through the organization's facade. Awareness continued to grow within him over the course of his experiences. He started to recognize the extent of his brainwashing. The missions, the relentless training, the lack of any personal life, all of it was designed to keep him under the organization's control. As he became more skilled, he also became more self-aware, a change that did not go unnoticed by his superiors. Kaizen's growing awareness led to a resurgence of his lost emotions. He started to think independently, questioning his orders as well as his ideology. This shift in his personality made him more dangerous in the eyes of the organization. He was no longer the unfeeling weapon they had created, but a man who could think and feel for himself. He couldn't help but wonder if his last mission was orchestrated by the organization to eliminate him. Had they feared losing control over their most valuable asset? The mission had seemed straightforward, but something about it felt off. In hindsight, he suspected foul play, a final attempt by the organization to dispose of him before he became a threat to their power. Because of his demise, he never really had the chance to determine goals for himself outside of continuous self-improvement. The way he was raised had a side effect of making him an avid learner. One of his few enjoyments came from researching and learning different information, skills, and abilities. The problem is that it couldn't really be considered as a true goal or purpose in his life, though, more of a hobby. He never had the chance to truly define a purpose for himself. Now, in this new life, Kaizen saw an opportunity for something different. He had the mind to choose his own path, free from the manipulations of others. For the first time, he felt he could decide what he wanted to do, who he wanted to be. This realization filled him with a sense of freedom he had never experienced before. The world of shinobi offered countless opportunities for growth. In this world, he could achieve levels of strength he had never previously considered. Especially with him being in Konoha, Kaizen knew he had countless ways of getting stronger while securing his future. His first and perhaps largest bet was on his showcasing of talent. Kaizen was well aware of people like Danzo and his methods, but Kaizen gambled on the idea that through the utilization of his previous life experiences, he could establish himself as extremely well known among higher-ups and major figures. On one hand, if he succeeded, he could have access to incredible benefits without needing to hide his progress. On the other hand, if he failed, then he considered Root to essentially be no different than the organization from his previous life. Except this time, he would have entered it with a developed mind. It wasn't a flawless plan, but his previous experiences as well as the potential upsides were too much for him to ignore. In short, it was a calculated risk based on a series of risks vs rewards weighed in his head. This world will always be an unpredictable one without guarantees. Kaizen knew he would have to get used to the idea of not always knowing what to expect. The best he can do is prepare for the worst-case scenarios and adapt as each situation unfolds. Considering how different this world already is from the one he read, Kaizen knows that he cannot solely rely on his previous knowledge. Using it as a reference point would be the safest bet. Taking everything I know into account, I can't say that I can think of any purpose for this new life of mine. There isn't anything in particular I want to do right now other than increase my strength, survivability, and knowledge. I suppose it will be best for me to keep an open mind and see how the future unfolds. If possible, I would like to experience genuine happiness in this life. Chapter 24, Invitation from a Legend. By the time Kaizen finished eating, he could feel the familiar surge of warmth spread through his core, signaling the gradual replenishment of his chakra reserves. He closed his eyes briefly, beginning to recover as he channeled chakra throughout his body. With each controlled breath, he directed the chakra to his fatigued limbs, imagining it as a soothing river flowing through his veins. The heaviness in his muscles slowly dissipated, leaving behind a refreshing sensation akin to cool water on a hot day. The fatigue eased, replaced by a renewed vigor that brought a slight smile to his lips. Kaizen opened his eyes, the weariness in his limbs now a distant memory. The room felt slightly cooler, the air crisper, and his senses sharper. The simple act of circulating chakra brought with it a sense of clarity and readiness. He took a moment to appreciate the stillness around him, the gentle rustle of leaves outside the window, and the faint scent of his meal lingering in the air. Finished with his meal, Kaizen then returned to his dorm room, the familiar surroundings providing a comforting backdrop to his thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes to begin his meditation. As he delved deeper into his meditation, he felt the residual chakra reserves within him pulse gently, a reminder of the power he aimed to harness and control. As his meditation session came to an end, Kaizen's mind shifted to the future. He mentally outlined his goals for the coming days, focusing on refining his chakra control and physical techniques. The clarity he gained from this practice fueled his resolve. Kaizen lay down on his bed. The cool sheets against his skin and the soft hum of nighttime activity outside helped him relax. His eyes closed and he allowed himself to drift into sleep, focusing his thoughts on his chakra and tenketsu points. Soon the border between wakefulness and dreams blurred, and he found himself in his lucid dream. In this dreamscape, he began to visualize his tenketsu points, the vital chakra nodes within his body. With each passing moment, The points became clearer, furthering his progress in identifying them. After spending some time identifying Tenketsu points, Kaizen decided to put his chakra-enhanced physique to the test. He conjured opponents, faceless figures that moved with the speed and skill of seasoned fighters. The first few clashes with his chakra-enhanced muscles were awkward. His new strength and speed made his movements jerky and uncoordinated, his punches landing too hard or missing their mark entirely. Shuriken and Kunai, which once flew true, now veered off course. Frustration built at first, but Kaizen pushed through, remaining patient as to master this new level of power. Gradually, he began to adjust. Although his movements would need more work, the faceless opponents were able to be defeated one by one. He willed his body to move as one with his chakra, the dream becoming a perfect training ground. As the dream progressed, Kaizen encountered more challenges with adjusting to his enhanced speed and strength. When performing more advanced movements, each step he took was slightly off balance, his muscles propelling him forward with more force than intended. His more technical strikes, while powerful, lacked the finesse they once had, making his abilities appear rough and unpolished. In one sequence, he attempted a rapid combination of punches and kicks, but the enhancements threw off his timing, his fists often glancing off their targets rather than striking true. Kaizen channeled the failures into determination, knowing that mastery comes with practice. I was relatively successful during my evening practice in the training field. The amount of chakra I was using is much lower than now, so I suppose it should be expected that my movements will be much more difficult to control. Not to mention, I wasn't practicing anything beyond basics in the field. I should take things slowly rather than try to rush progress. Kaizen took a deep breath, steadying his mind. He slowed his movements, focusing on control rather than power. The next set of strikes was more measured, each punch and kick delivered with intent and precision. His throws became more accurate, the Shuriken and Kunai finding their targets with increasing frequency. More faceless opponents appeared to further challenge him, but Kaizen adapted, his body and chakra beginning to work in harmony. The initial clumsiness faded, replaced by a growing confidence in his abilities. He knew there was still much to learn, but he knew that he was on the right track. He visualized his chakra flowing smoothly through his body, enhancing his muscles without overwhelming them. This mental imagery translated into physical improvement, and soon his enhanced abilities felt natural. After successes and failures, Kaizen was now able to utilize more chakra than he did at the training field, while also performing his various techniques with the same level of skill he came to expect from himself. After plenty of practice and sparring, Kaizen decided to push his limits further. He conjured even more opponents, increasing their number and skill level. The battlefield soon became a whirlwind of action, but Kaizen remained focused. He moved through his adversaries with a blend of agility and strength, his techniques now sharp and refined. His Shuriken and Kunai throwing also showed significant improvement. Kaizen's hands moved in a blur, the projectiles launching with deadly accuracy. The satisfaction of seeing his adjustments pay off brought a familiar sense of accomplishment. In the midst of battle, Kaizen felt a deepening sense of control over his body and chakra. The dream, initially chaotic and challenging, had become a perfect testing ground to further his growth. Eventually, as the dream began to fade, Kaizen took a moment to absorb the experience. The knowledge and skills he had gained would serve him well in the waking world. Kaizen woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated, the lingering effects of his dream training still resonating within him. The morning light filtered softly through the window. He stretched, feeling the renewed strength in his muscles and the steadiness in his chakra flow. Rising from his bed, Kaizen began his morning workout routine. Next, he moved to meditation, sitting cross-legged on the floor. The room was quiet, save for the faint sounds of the village awakening outside. Kaizen closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing and the flow of chakra within him. He visualized his Tenketsu points, testing the progress made in his dream. Although the exact locations weren't the same as his dream world, his practice allowed him to locate more Tenketsu points at a much faster speed than the previous day. In 30 minutes of time, he was able to increase his mentally mapped Tenketsu points from 50 to 100. Happy with the progress, Kaizen took a shower and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. The air was filled with the pleasant aroma of freshly cooked rice and grilled fish. He joined the line, greeting his peers with a friendly nod. The warm food was a welcome start to the day, each bite providing nourishment and energy. As he ate, Kaizen mentally reviewed his plans for the day, focusing on the goals he aimed to achieve. Feeling prepared and focused, Kaizen finished his meal and headed out, ready to face the day's training and lessons at the academy. The first class of the day focused on Chakra. Hiroshi-sensei gave an in-depth academic lesson to establish foundational knowledge, as well as relate the concepts to the chakra control exercise from the other day. He continued with other academic lessons necessary for a shinobi to master. The afternoon was dedicated to physical training. The students moved to the outdoor training grounds, where they ran through a series of agility drills and sparring sessions. Kaizen paired up with different classmates, each match providing them insight into their strengths and weaknesses. The matches required little to no effort for him, but he maintained a humble demeanor, offering tips and encouragement to his peers. When the academic side to the day's training was complete, Kaizen headed back to one of the training grounds, his mind focused on implementing the progress from the dream into the real world. To his excitement, the implementations were even faster than the mental mapping of his tenketsu points. Although there were still adjustments he made, the amount of time he needed to do so was significantly reduced. He continued to practice his skills as well as train his body, trying to build it to an acceptable level for his age. Kaizen's short-term goal was to build a solid foundation with his physique and chakra control before moving further with other concepts. And so, the days of the first class week passed in a steady rhythm of training and learning, each one bringing Kaizen an increase in progress. He attended classes diligently, absorbing every bit of knowledge and instruction from Hiroshi-sensei. His evenings were spent in rigorous personal training, where he revisited the techniques in his lucid dreams and integrated the concepts he learned from his rented books. Saturday arrived in a flash, marking the end of a demanding week. The atmosphere in the academy was lighter, the students relieved at the prospect of a day off. During the final class of the day, the instructor confirmed that they had Sundays off as part of the school schedule, a welcome respite to many from the rigorous training. However, Hiroshi reminded them that there would be a weekly quiz on Monday, emphasizing the need to study and review their lessons. Kaizen made a mental note to review the material for the quiz. Although he already knew the material relating to most of the topics covered, there were still some aspects such as history that brought new information for him to understand. As the class dispersed, there was a palpable sense of excitement among the students, each planning how they would spend their day off. Before exiting the class, Kakashi approached Kaizen with an unusual brightness in his usually stoic eyes. "Hey Kaizen," Kakashi said. "My father wants to know if you'd like to visit our house tomorrow. We could train and spar a bit." Kaizen's eyes lit up at the invitation. "That sounds great," he replied, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity. The prospect of potentially learning from the legendary Sakumo Hatake was fascinating. Kaizen wondered if Sakumo had taken an interest in his taijutsu after hearing about Kakashi's recent losses against him. They agreed to meet at the academy in the morning. Kaizen then headed back to his dorm, his mind already planning for the training session. He spent the evening reviewing his notes for the upcoming quiz, and then continued to mentally map out how he wanted to approach the opportunity tomorrow. If he could somehow convince Sakumo to train him, his strength would see massive leaps in a short amount of time. Not to mention the level of future contacts he would have through association with such a powerful shinobi. Chapter 25, Meeting Legends. Kaizen woke up early on Sunday, the excitement of the day ahead driving him out of bed with renewed energy. The first light of dawn filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow over his room. He stretched, feeling the readiness in his muscles, and went through his usual morning routine with a sense of purpose. After a quick shower and meditation to center his thoughts, Kaizen packed his training gear, ensuring he had everything he might need. Shuriken and Kunai were carefully stowed away, along with other essentials. Towards the end of this week, their class received a welcome gift from the academy, their own Shuriken and Kunai to practice with. Previously, they had only been able to use these tools within the confines of the training dojo, so being allowed to have their own for personal practice was a significant privilege at this stage. After packing his bag, Kaizen grabbed a light breakfast before heading out to meet Kakashi at the front of the academy. When he arrived, Kakashi was already waiting, leaning casually against the gate. "Ready?" Kakashi asked with a smirk. Kaizen nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "Let's go." The two boys set off together. The journey to the Hatake clan estate filled with easy conversation. They talked about their training, their goals, and their thoughts on the academy. Kakashi shared a few anecdotes about his father, giving Kaizen glimpses into the life of Sakumo Hatake, the white fang of the leaf. "Do you ever feel pressured to live up to your father's legacy?" Kaizen asked, glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged. "Sometimes. But I try to focus on my own path. My father always taught me to be true to myself, my family, and my comrades. That's what really matters." Kaizen nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's such a legend. It must be tough sometimes, but you're already making your own name at the academy." Kakashi smirked. "Speaking of making names, you've been handing me some serious defeats in our spars lately. Our last match still ended in seconds." Kaizen chuckled. "You insist that we both try our best, and I don't wish to insult you with a lack of effort. Regardless of the outcome, you are a quick learner and improve with each sparring session." "Yeah. It was jarring at first to lose so easily, but I think it has worked to my benefit. It's good to have someone pushing me to improve," Kakashi replied, his smirk widening. They walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, where the heightened atmosphere of vigilant shinobi patrols contrasted with the peaceful lives of civilians. The village buzzed with a sense of cautious optimism. As they moved closer towards the Hatake clan estate, the bustling streets gave way to quieter, tree-lined paths. The greenery around them grew denser, and the sounds of the village faded into the background. Birds chirped in the trees, and the rustle of leaves created a serene ambience. While they were walking, Kakashi saw someone familiar. "Look over there," Kakashi said, pointing ahead. "That's my guy, and his father might die." Kaizen looked in the direction Kakashi indicated and saw two figures training vigorously. Guy, with his distinctive bowl-cut style hair and bright green jumpsuit, was a whirlwind of motion as he practiced his taijutsu under the watchful eye of his father Dai. Despite their intense training, both father and son had broad, enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Kaizen's eyes widened. He recognized them from the readings in his previous life. "Is that my guy and his father?" "Yeah, I met them with my father around a week ago," Kakashi replied with a nod. Guy took a previous entrance test and got assigned to Class M because of his high physical scores, average mental test scores, and extremely low ninjutsu score. He's training hard to catch up to the rest of us. Kakashi waved him over. "Guy." The two turned, and Guy bounded over, a wide grin on his face. "Kakashi, how's it going?" His eyes then landed on Kaizen. "Who's this?" "This is Kaizen," Kakashi introduced. "He's a friend from my class. He's very talented, especially in taijutsu." Guy's eyes widened in excitement. "Really? How talented?" Kakashi smirked. "He beat me in all of our taijutsu spars." Guy's expression transformed into one of pure exhilaration. "What? That's amazing." "Kaizen, you must be really strong," Guy exclaimed, his face suddenly taking on a serious, pondering expression. Before Kaizen had a chance to respond, Guy nodded to himself, then broke into his signature big smile and gave a thumbs up. "I declare you as my other eternal rival." Kaizen couldn't tell if it was a Haiden of the Might clan or simply a trick of the light, but he swore he saw a twinkle shine off Guy's smile, just like in the anime. Excited at the prospect of having another future legendary shinobi as a training partner, Kaizen replied with a smile of his own, "That sounds good to me." Guy's grin widened. "Yes, this is going to be great. We'll motivate each other to new heights." Dai, observing the exchange, nodded approvingly. "It's good to see such youthful spirit and camaraderie." Kakashi chuckled. We will let you get back to training. We were just passing by and wanted to say hi. Yes. Good to see you, Kakashi, and nice meeting you as well, Kaizen. I look forward to our rivalry. Guy gave one more enthusiastic wave before returning to his training. As Kakashi and Kaizen continued on their way, Kaizen shook his head in amazement. Those two are something else. They are, Kakashi agreed. Guy's taijutsu is incredible. He's probably the person who trains harder than anyone I know. I wonder how his workouts compare to mine, Kaizen thought to himself. Finally approaching the Hatake clan estate, the atmosphere became even more tranquil. Kaizen was struck by its serene beauty. The estate was modest yet elegant in its design. It exuded a sense of calmness and order. They passed through the front gate and were greeted by several members of the Hatake clan, who offered warm smiles and polite greetings. Kaizen was pleasantly surprised by the large, close-knit family, having expected a more solitary existence for Kakashi. He couldn't recall there being other members of the Hatake clan from the manga. It served as another change for him to make note of, reminding him to never let his guard down when it comes to what the future may bring. Kakashi introduced Kaizen to his relatives, who showed genuine interest in him. The warmth and friendliness of the Hatake family left a positive impression on Kaizen, who found himself feeling more at ease. They continued deeper into the estate, passing by the house of Sakumo, the head of the Hatake clan. It was built in a traditional Japanese style and surrounded by meticulously maintained gardens. Cherry blossom trees, now in full bloom, added a splash of color, their petals gently drifting to the ground. After some time walking, they reached a spacious training area. The sound of birds chirping and the gentle rustling of leaves added a serene backdrop to the setting. Sakumo Hatake stood at the center of the training ground, his presence kind and welcoming. His silver hair caught the sunlight, and his calm, observant eyes studied Kaizen with interest. "Good morning," Kaizen. Sakumo greeted him warmly. Extending a hand, his grip was firm but not overpowering, exuding a sense of strength controlled by wisdom. "Good morning, sir. It was an honor to receive an invitation to come here," Kaizen responded, bowing slightly in respect. Sakumo smiled, his demeanor approachable. "Please, just call me Sakumo. Regarding the invitation, Kakashi has spoken very highly of you. I must admit that I grew curious to see you two spar for myself. Besides that, I thought it would be nice for you to visit and train considering your friendship with my son." Kaizen felt a sense of warmth at Sakumo's words and easygoing attitude. "Thank you, Sakumo. I'm looking forward to the training." "Excellent," Sakumo replied. "Let's start with some warm-up exercises to get you both ready." They began with a series of stretches and basic drills. Sakumo led them with practiced ease. Kaizen was able to mimic the exercises effortlessly, his body responding naturally to each stretch. The initial tension in his muscles dissipated quickly, the warm-up preparing him for the training ahead. As they moved through the drills, Sakumo shared insights and tips, his voice calm and instructive. "Remember, it's not just about strength. Control and balance are equally important," he advised, demonstrating a particularly tricky maneuver. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing every word. When it was his turn, he executed the maneuver flawlessly, his stance and movements perfectly mirroring Sakumo's. With each repetition, his technique remained fluid, showcasing an impressive level of skill and control. Sakumo watched with a keen eye, clearly impressed. "Well done, Kaizen," he said, a hint of admiration in his tone. "You've got a natural aptitude for this." After the warm-up, Sakumo signaled for a short break. During the pause, Kaizen watched Sakumo and Kakashi interact. Kakashi's admiration for his father was clear in every word and gesture, reflecting a deep respect and almost hero-like worship. The bond between them was very strong, a quality Kaizen noticed between all members of the Hatake clan that he interacted with. "All right, let's move on to some sparring," Sakumo announced, drawing their attention. "Kaizen, Kakashi, I want you both to come at me with the intent to kill. I'll do my best to match your levels of speed and strength to make this a true test of your technique and skill. I want to gauge your current top levels of performance and see how well you can work together." Kaizen and Kakashi nodded, though Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. He hesitated for a moment, clearly unsettled by the intensity of the request. "Father, are you sure?" he asked, uncertainty in his voice. Sakumo gave a reassuring smile. "It's okay, Kakashi. I need to see your full capabilities. Don't hold back." Kaizen felt a surge of excitement mixed with focused anticipation. This was an incredible opportunity for him, one he planned to fully utilize. "Begin."